As the most powerful demon lord in this world, he is severely injured and dying with only 3 days left to live. Not only is he currently under siege by tens of thousands of experts from the righteous path, even his 9 most trusted disciples, whom he painstakingly cultivated, are constantly plotting to betray their master and annihilate their sect. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, after leaving the sect, founded the Netherworld sect, claiming to be the #1 demonic sect. The second disciple, Yu Shangrong, has become a fearsome sword demon that terrifies people at the mere mention of his name. He readily engages in slaughter at the slightest provocation. The sixth disciple, Yi Tianqin, is the beloved princess of the Yenyu Palace, revered by numerous female cultivators, known as the Fairy Shura. The seventh disciple, Siwuya, has an intelligence network that spans the entire world. He once instigated a great war using his tactics of sowing discord, causing countless deaths and injuries. The eighth disciple, Zhu Honghong, achieved the title of Evil King within just a few years after leaving the mountain. The ninth disciple, Xiaoyu Honor, was the latest to join the sect, and still retains some conscience at present. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes, and fragmented images appeared in his mind. In his previous life, he was a high-ranking executive, but now he has transmigrated into the body of the demon lord Ji Tiandao. Through his memories, he learned that, a month ago, the top 10 experts of the righteous path set a trap, besieging the demon lord Ji Tiandao. Ji Tiandao fought against them single-handedly, resulting in a stalemate and severe injuries. Nowadays, experts from the righteous path are at his doorstep, preparing to launch a strong offensive on his stronghold. Unfortunately, he has lived for nearly 1,000 years, which is close to the limit of a cultivator's lifespan. As he grows older, his deterrent power diminishes as well. 5 of his 9 disciples have consecutively betrayed him, posing a great challenge to his authority. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but laugh and cry. His body is now extremely weak, and just as he was about to get up, he sat back down. When the people outside the pavilion saw their master waking up, they hurriedly approached him. The 4th disciple, Ming Shirin, reported the current situation. It won't be long before the experts from the righteous path break through the defensive barrier. The 3rd disciple, Duan Musheng, frowned, and said he wanted to go out and ask the eldest senior brother for help. Considering their master-disciple relationship, he shouldn't ignore him. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, also suggested that they could seek help from the 7th junior disciple. Not only is he cunning, Lu Zhou interrupted them and spoke up. The barrier of Jinting Mountain is strong enough to hold for a while. Although Lu Zhou was extremely anxious, he forced himself to remain calm and scolded them. He couldn't reveal the secret of his cultivation being scattered now. Otherwise, before the righteous path could kill him, these 4 disciples would have taken his life first. Disperse now. I have my own plan to deal with the enemy. Upon hearing this, the 4 disciples immediately left. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had no plan to deal with the enemy. He just wanted some peace and quiet, with these 4 ungrateful people ready to pounce at any moment, along with the countless righteous cultivators outside, and Lu Zhou's own feeble body. Just as he was despairing and cursing his fate, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Detection of host completing the task. Mission to pass on teachings and inheritances completed after 1,000 years. Merit system officially activated. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's heart trembled. He suddenly understood why Ji Tiandao worked hard to train 9 disciples. What a pity it was. Working hard all his life, sewing clothes for others to wear at their weddings, triggering the main quest retreat from the enemy. Detected that the host is too weak. Rewarding with a newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? This series of prompts pleased Lu Zhou. Obtained a reversal card, which can restore a portion of vitality. Obtained 3 peak state cards. Each use grants 30 minutes of Ji Tiandao's peak state. Obtain 5 fatal block cards. Passive effect, can block 5 fatal strikes for the host. Lu Zhou didn't think much about it. He took out the reversal card and his mind flickered. In an instant, the vitality of the surrounding vegetation and trees transformed into streams of energy that rapidly surged into his body. At the same time, the 3rd disciple exclaimed, "Such powerful energy. Master indeed has even greater abilities that he hasn't taught us." Little 9, Master always dotes on you the most. What kind of technique is this energy fluctuation? Xiaoyu Honor looked bewildered at the words. How would I know? His old self is unfathomable. Meanwhile, the voice of a righteous cultivator outside the barrier could be heard. Come out and face your death, those inside. It was Zhou Jifeng, a senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. It is said that he recently reached the Divine Court realm, just stepping into it. Even if he were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be worthy of being my little martial sister's opponent. Unfortunately, they have strength in numbers. While these people are not to be feared, the 10 great experts are the troublesome ones. But to speak rebellious words, if the 4 of us want to escape, who can stop us? Hearing this, Xiaoyu Honor became somewhat angry. Senior martial brothers and sisters, have you never considered fighting alongside our master? Xiao Yu replied indifferently. Little martial sister, you joined late, and there are many things you don't understand. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had been studying the system all this time. After using the reversal card, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through his body. His remaining lifespan was restored to 313 days. But for him, it was still far from enough. He needed to reverse to a youthful state. The decrepit appearance was truly uncomfortable. After pondering for a moment, he slowly walked out of the pavilion. A loud rumbling sound resounded, and Jinting Mountain trembled along with it. The 4 disciples appeared before him in an instant. Seeing Lu Zhou standing upright, they couldn't help but be surprised. Duan Musheng, who was standing beside them, him, spoke up, Master, your disciples request a battle. We will undoubtedly annihilate them without leaving a trace. Lu Zhou's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Duan Muxing's heart trembled at the sight, and he involuntarily lowered his head. I already have a plan to retreat from the enemy. Follow me outside to confront them together. After saying that, Lu Zhou strode toward the formation's perimeter. At this moment, Jinting Mountain had gathered thousands of righteous individuals, who were organizing themselves to attack the mountain's defensive formation. The leaders of Jinting Mountain's evildoers listened. You have already been surrounded. Come out and meet your death quickly. The voice of the provocation kept echoing in this world. Lu Zhou stopped his steps near the barrier, watching the cultivators outside while remaining calm and composed. The four disciples, Ming Shirin, felt a jolt in their hearts upon seeing this scene. Why isn't he continuing forward? Luo Changfeng, the head of the Heavenly Sword sect outside, laughed heartily. Haven't seen you in a month, but it seems the old devil ancestor has become younger. Lu Zhou forcefully maintained his composure and reprimanded. Luo Changfeng, you have some nerve. Stop pretending and surrender obediently. The righteous sects of the world will leave you with a complete corpse. On the ground, Zhou Jifeng spoke loudly. You four must be this old man's disciples, right? I'll give you a chance to repent and join the righteous path. Help us, the righteous path. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin disdainfully glanced at him. Enough with the noise. Master, your disciples request a battle. I can't wait any longer to flay and strip the skin off this arrogant brat. Lu Zhou raised his hand and replied, no need. How could the esteemed righteous sects give you the opportunity for a one-on-one duel? Seeing that they were unmoved, Luo Changfeng in the sky continued his taunts. Who doesn't know that the 9 evildoers of Jinting Mountain have committed countless atrocities? Everyone deserves to be punished. Today, the righteous experts of the world join forces to crusade against you. It's your own fault, you bunch of evildoers. Blame no one but yourselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou refuted sternly. Whether it is righteous or evil, I have my own judgment. Even if my disciples make mistakes, I personally punish them. It's not for you to meddle and point fingers. Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng burst into laughter. Old fool, you have quite the sense of humor. Can you even control your senior disciple, Yu Zhenghai, who leads the Netherworld sect and annexing other sects? Let me ask you again, wasn't it Yu Shangrong who abducted the princess of the western regions? Lu Zhou felt helpless but had to put on a bold face and replied, yes. Luo Changfeng became even more enthusiastic as he continued. 30,000 cultivators died in Rongbei. Wasn't that Siwuya's doing? Since you admit it, it's good. Your teaching is lax. The laziness of the master. Do you have anything else to say? At this point, Lu Zhou's gaze burned like fire as he answered. Those who are not our kin do not share the same motive. Those from the western regions are not our kin. And the same goes for those from Rongbei. To hell with your pity and mercy for the different regions. Upon hearing this, Luo Changfeng's cheeks turned red with anger. He no longer argued and said, old devil, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Take this. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou walked out of the barrier in big strides. Very well, let me witness your skills. The disciples behind him secretly rejoiced. Let these people test Master's trump cards. Luo Changfeng then blinked to the midair. The swords on his body multiplied and spun in the air. Finally, they converged into a giant sword. Although Lu Zhou seemed calm on the surface, he was actually extremely anxious. He kept his eyes on the item cards on the panel, and realized that the suspicion of these 4 evildoers was growing stronger. Trigger the side quest. People's hearts are revealed by their actions. Let the evildoers show their true colors. At this moment, the power of Luo Changfeng's giant sword converged and completed. Face your death, he shouted loudly, pointing towards the others. Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu frowned deeply, knowing that the old man must not die. If he dies, the techniques and weapons will disappear with him. Just as the giant sword was about to strike, the 2 of them, who had made up their minds, simultaneously attacked the sword. The gust of wind created by their attacks deflected the sword's edge, hitting the barrier instead. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou immediately turned around and ran back to the barrier, looking extremely embarrassed. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators burst into laughter. Luo Changfeng, standing high above, taunted. So, this is your skill? It truly amazes me. The leader of the Zhenyi sect also joined in the mockery. The patriarch of Villians actually needs his disciples to protect him. What a remarkable phenomenon. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he glanced at the peak experience card once again. Combining the 3 cards gives me an hour and a half. In other words, once I use them, I must finish the battle quickly. Before dealing with the enemy, I must deal with internal issues. If I don't make these evildoers behave, once the time is up, I will be in danger again. With this in mind, his voice involuntarily became louder. Duan Muxing, how dare you? Who gave you permission to interfere with my affairs? Duan Muxing's face slightly changed upon hearing this. He hurriedly approached and knelt on the ground, expressing concern for the safety of his master. At this moment, Ming Shirin chuckled. Master, there's no need for this. You've acted so tirelessly, it should be enough. Brother, please get up. Upon hearing these words, the respectful expression disappeared from Duan Muxing's face, and he slowly stood up. At this point, the evildoers had already guessed from Lu Zhou's previous embarrassed appearance that he was barely holding on. Master, give up. As long as you pass on the techniques and weapons to us intact, we will do our utmost to help you escape today. Lu Zhou remained silent upon hearing this. After a moment, he slowly spoke up. Little 9. What about you? Master, your disciple dare not. Little 9 immediately knelt down with a thud. Secondary quest completed. Reward, True Eye of Reality. Effect, permanent. Upon hearing the prompt, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned. Then a special message appeared before him. Ciu honors loyalty, 60% and increasing. Ming Shirin's loyalty, 15%. Duan Muxing's loyalty, 23%. Zhao Yu's loyalty, 35%. When loyalty falls below 0, they will defect from the sect and become enemies. If it exceeds 80, they are unlikely to defect. Seeing the continuous decrease in loyalty among the three evildoers was within his expectations, but the rising trend of CIU honor surprised him. Intentionally, Lu Zhou said, "Since that's the case, there's no need for me to continue pretending. Indeed, I have been injured, but that doesn't mean you can defy me." After speaking, he crushed the peak experience card in his hand, and instantly, a powerful gust of energy surged out. The three individuals were struck by the impact, immediately spewing blood and being thrown backward. Only CIU honor remained, wide-eyed and unable to believe everything. It felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. In the moment when the three fell to the ground, they quickly rolled and knelt down, shouting in unison, "We know our mistakes, Master." Lu Zhou didn't look at them, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "The feeling of being in peak state is truly wonderful." It felt as if everything was under control. Everyone before him turned into insignificant ants. With just a gentle flick of his finger, he could crush them. A gust of energy erupted, soaring into the sky. The crumbling barrier shattered completely. The top 10 righteous experts glared angrily, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't he injured? How could he release such a powerful surge of energy? The cultivators who had mocked Lu Zhou earlier couldn't stop their legs from trembling. The three evildoers quickly realized their mistake, kneeling down in a panic and shouting in unison, admitting their wrongdoing. Lu Zhou coldly stared at them, disobeying the master, a severe punishment. After speaking, golden light emanated from his fingertips. With a bang, the group crashed into a distant mountain peak. "I'll deal with you later." Lu Zhou observed that there were 29 minutes remaining. Teaching the three evildoers a lesson was just a matter of moments. Before long, he would face the thousands of cultivators and the top 10 righteous experts. "Let me see how much progress you have made in this month." As Lu Zhou's voice fell, he gathered strength and charged into the air. 100 tribulations of the underworld Dharma body. With a loud shout, a golden halo surrounded the manifested Dharma body. Each rotation of the 8-leaf golden lotus below released a gust of energy. Seeing this, Luo Changfeng hurriedly called on other experts to block it together. After a moment, the 10 interconnected Dharma bodies formed a wall in the center of the battlefield. Within a radius of 100 miles, the area was illuminated by the 11 Dharma bodies. Other cultivators quickly retreated, taking cover behind the Dharma bodies. However, some weaker individuals suffered heavy injuries due to their delayed retreat. Observing this, Lu Zhou snorted coldly. "Do you like using swords? Then I'll use a sword too." Imperfect Heaven's Favor, a dazzling long sword condensed between his index and middle fingers. Duan, mushing on the ground, instinctively raised his head, suddenly trembling all over, because he recognized this as the Heavenly Oneness technique, one of the most powerful moves. For so many years, he had been diligently practicing swordsmanship, aiming to master the Heavenly Oneness technique to perfection. But unfortunately, Ji Tiandao had been unwilling to teach him the final sword. He never expected to encounter it in this situation. At this moment, the three of them realized how terribly wrong they were. Not only could their master effortlessly display the Dharma body, but he could also execute the Imperfect Heaven's Favor. What's even more terrifying is that the power of Imperfect Heaven's Favor would multiply under the influence of the Dharma body. Luo Changfeng naturally understood this as well. He hurriedly called on the other experts to retreat, realizing that if they didn't, all 10 of them would suffer severe injuries. Never did he expect that this old thief's strength would be even stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Zhou's figure hovered in front of the Dharma body, as if the two had merged into one. Then, with his sword in hand, he instantly unleashed a powerful sword light, descending upon the crowd. The weak cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were immediately cleaved in half. Following a loud rumbling sound, mountains, rivers, and lakes were split in two by the sword wave. The top 10 righteous experts had already moved aside long ago. Although the old demon could use the Dharma body to contend with 10 opponents, it was unlikely for him to execute other powerful techniques. But now, he was going all out with his ultimate move. What's crucial is that the old demon's expression still appeared relaxed. Realizing the severity of the situation, a sense of dread arose within their hearts. Indeed, it seemed effortless. Lu Zhou discovered that the peak experience card truly lived up to its name. Every time he expended his abilities, the energy within his body instantly reached its peak again. Imperfect Heaven's Favor claimed the lives of hundreds of individuals, leaving the cultivators, both small and large, frightened and scattering away. Lu Zhou didn't stop them because his target was the top 10 righteous experts. Want to run? Unfortunately, you're too slow. As soon as the words fell, he disappeared from the spot like lightning. In midair, only remnants of his figure remained. Several evildoers were dumbfounded. This is the divine technique Blink. Blink allows one to appear at a certain location in an extremely fast time, making it an excellent means for pursuit or escape. The only drawback is that it consumes a tremendous amount of vitality. It's over, third junior brother. We should escape quickly. Master keeps using powerful moves in succession. I never expected him to be able to use such an ultimate move. Clearly, he has such formidable strength. Why did he hide it all this time? Isn't that deceiving us? Senior brother, senior sister, listen to my advice. Stay here honestly. Our master possesses a divine technique. You won't be able to escape. Upon hearing Xiao Honor's words, despair filled the hearts of the three individuals. Meanwhile, Luo Changfeng was riding the wind, swiftly maneuvering through the forest. He occasionally looked back, seeing no one following him, finally heaved a sigh of relief. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his back, followed by a familiar voice. "I've been waiting for you for a while. How come you're only here now?" Seeing the other party's embarrassed appearance, Lu Zhou chuckled. "What happened to your arrogant demeanor just now?" Luo Changfeng heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, secretly feeling miserable. Who is the old man not pursuing? Yet he's pursuing me. He forced himself to speak, suppressing his fear. "You've already used up so much of your power. If you continue, you will only exhaust yourself," he said. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou once again transformed into his Dharma body. "I only know one ultimate move," he declared. With that, he controlled his overwhelming Dharma body, as if covering the sky, and immediately pressed it down. In the cultivation world, there are few cultivators who can master the 100 tribulations profound Dharma, and if they can achieve the 8-leafed golden lotus, then they are even more rare. Under the immense pressure, Luo Changfeng had no power to resist, coughing up blood and suffering internal injuries. At this moment, he was filled with immense fear. What's the point of playing with infinite ultimate moves? Following a loud bang, the ground trembled incessantly. The Dharma body, carrying a fierce wind, crashed down like a towering mountain. After the smoke dispersed, Luo Changfeng had turned into ashes, not a trace remaining. After dealing with the powerful enemy, Lu Zhou realized there were still a few minutes left. There's no time to chase after the others now. I still have to deal with those few scoundrels. Even if I catch up, I'll only kill a few more people. It would be disastrous once the effect of the experience card wears off. Completing the preliminary task, the next mission was to discipline the evildoers and increase disciple Ci Yuaner's loyalty to over 80% while punishing 3 evildoers. Then, Lu Zhou hurriedly used his supernatural power and quickly returned to Jinting Mountain. The moment he landed, the peak experience time also came to an end. Feeling the energy in his body dissipate, Lu Zhou felt a sense of loss. This kind of power is truly exhilarating. I wonder how long it would take to reach that realm through my own cultivation. Who can an old guy like me defeat now? I need to be cautious, not letting others see through me. With these thoughts in mind, he slowly approached the 3 evildoers. At this moment, the 3 individuals knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, and their loyalty levels began to recover to varying degrees. However, it was still far from enough. Lu Zhou ignored the 3 of them and looked at his youngest disciple, Ci Yuaner. "I'm tired. Help me back." Upon hearing this, Little Nine immediately ran over joyfully and supported him to leave this place. Watching the master walk away, Duan Mushing started to complain to Old Four. "You really caused me a lot of trouble." "What? How is this my fault?" I carefully analyzed it and confirmed that the master was injured. "Who knew it would turn out like this?" "I miscalculated a bit." "What did you miscalculate?" "Maybe the master got tired of his old tricks and wanted to try something new." "Should we escape now?" "Escape? How can we escape? Didn't you see the master display his power?" Meanwhile, in the pavilion on the mountain, Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and spoke up. "You know you're wrong." Upon hearing this, Little Nine immediately knelt down on the ground. "Little Nine knows I'm wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed the master. Master, please believe that I've always been well behaved." After hearing this, Lu Zhou coughed lightly. "What I'm talking about is not this matter. At the end of the year, did you leave Jinting Mountain and steal the ancient books of cultivation from 2 great sects? Yes or no?" The reason he asked this was because there was no motive found in Ji Tiandao's memories for Yuaner to do such a thing. Disciple knows I'm wrong. 4th senior brother said that those who can't make it onto the sinister list are not worthy of being disciples of Jinting Mountain. So I went. Sinister list? Lu Zhou's face slightly changed upon hearing this. There was also no information about this in his memories. Ci Yuaner continued to explain. "It's a ranking established by cultivators. The list is full of cultivators who have committed numerous evils. Master, you're ranked first, and senior brothers and senior sisters are all in the top 30. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was speechless. Then he let out a sigh. "Get up, Yuaner. You are the disciple I cherish the most. From now on, you must not commit any more evil deeds. Understand?" Yuaner, who received forgiveness, was overjoyed and ran behind him, pinching his shoulder. Later, Lu Zhou called the other 3 evildoers. The loyalty levels above their heads improved slightly, but they were still very low. As long as there were any slight changes, they would revert back like grass on a wall. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, was the first to beg for mercy. It's all the disciples' momentary confusion. I beg for the master's forgiveness. Seeing someone take the lead, Duan Mushing and Ming Shirin followed suit. The disciples have been with the sect for 100 years. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. We plead with the master to spare our lives in consideration of our 100 years of diligence. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, not looking at them. After a long silence, he finally asked them about their rankings on the sinister list. Duan Mushing answered that he ranked 18th, Ming Shirin ranked 25th, and Zhao Yu ranked 28th. "What a group of good disciples. You have tarnished my reputation." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them trembled and quickly admitted their mistakes. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly changed the topic. "Now that you know you're wrong, you must change. From now on, you must not continue to commit evil deeds. Can you do that?" Although the few of them couldn't fully comprehend, they still answered in unison, obediently. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and let out a sigh. "I also made a mistake. I made a mistake by only teaching you cultivation and not teaching you how to be a good person. It is because of my teachings that you have become such rebellious evildoers. Old Four, now that the barrier of Jinting Mountain has been broken, I will punish you by repairing the barrier. You must not take a single step away. Repairing the barrier will be difficult and may take 8 to 10 years to complete. However, compared to killing them, this punishment is much better." Both of them naturally understood this and eagerly agreed. As for the punishment for the 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, it was to leave the mountain to atone for her sins. Zhao Yu knelt on the ground and did not dare to argue. She just didn't know which sins to atone for. Lu Zhou did not specify and then asked them if they knew what is good and what is evil. Yuan was the first to answer, saying that benefiting others is good, while harming others is evil. Old Four said that doing good deeds and accumulating virtues is good, while killing and setting fires are evil. Old Four added that serving the country and the people is good, while assisting in cruelty is evil. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Their answers were too hypocritical and clearly not what he wanted to hear. Then he pretended to be profound and said a couple of sentences. We may not achieve perfection, but we should have a clear conscience. Upon hearing this, the four of them looked confused. Wait, wasn't it just a month ago when Master said that anyone who displeased him should be killed without hesitation? Is that having a clear conscience? We understand, Master. We will definitely kill those scoundrels who insulted you, Zhao Yu replied. Lu Zhou's beard twisted in anger upon hearing Zhao Yu's response. He felt like he was talking to a brick wall. However, he understood that it would take time to change their mindset. Then he asked Zhao Yu to stay on the mountain to help repair the barrier and warn them that their past actions would not be held against them. But if they commit another offense in the future, I will not spare them lightly. Since they have entered Jinting Mountain, they are my disciples, and I will protect them. Upon hearing this, the four of them quickly expressed their gratitude and thanks. Their loyalty also increased significantly. Lu Zhou was satisfied with the results of his combination of grace and authority. Then, under his command, the four of them left the place. As he watched their figures disappear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the system panel. It displayed a reward of 200 merit points for completing the task. Merit points can be used for lottery draws, with one draw costing 50 points. They can also be used in the marketplace to exchange for items, weapons, and techniques, including the powerful Dharma body. However, the prices were outrageously high, with even the cheapest beginner-level Dharma body requiring 300 points. Regrettably, he could only try the lottery system and ended up winning a reversal card. He didn't expect the winning rate to be so high, and he was ecstatic. He planned to save the remaining points to purchase a Dharma body since his current priority was to improve his cultivation realm. Then, the panel displayed a task update reminder to discipline the 8th disciple, Zhu Honghong, and change the current situation. Lu Zhou fell into contemplation upon seeing this. He couldn't casually use the peak card anymore since his current cultivation was definitely more of a disadvantage than an advantage. He needed to carefully consider his next steps. Having the 3 evildoers by his side was also a trouble. The truth would eventually come out. Currently, only Yuan was the most reliable and loyal. Her cultivation was at the Divine Court realm, making her the most suitable companion. It would also be an opportunity to teach her about being a good person, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And there was still 1 reversal card to use before making any decisions. With that, he returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang, the person sent to investigate Jinting Mountain brought back news. However, I only saw 1 Dharma body. Upon hearing this, the fierce-looking Zhu Honghong hastily asked, what does a Dharma body look like? That Dharma body is 10 feet tall and 2 feet wide, surrounded by golden light, with an 8-petaled golden lotus beneath it. Upon hearing these words, he instantly fell from his seat, his face turning extremely ugly. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he muttered, is it really the master? We're done for now. After handling everything, I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion is located at the mountaintop and serves as the residence for Ji Tiantao and his disciples. After using the reversal card, Lu Zhou's remaining lifespan also recovered to 613 days, and he appeared somewhat younger. However, he only had 150 merit points left, which was pitifully few. Instead of choosing Ji Tiantao's techniques to cultivate, he planned to exchange for new ones from the system. In his view, a person's propensity for evil was not only a matter of character but also intricately connected to the techniques they practiced. While contemplating, he heard the voice of Xia Yuan seeking an audience from outside. After obtaining permission, she walked in. Master, you look younger, she said with a smooth tongue. Lu Zhou raised his hand and gently touched her head. Xia Yuan blinked her eyes and immediately flattered him. Master, you're amazing. You single-handedly forced back the 10 top experts. Only you can do such a thing in the world today. You once said that as long as you have great strength, you can kill anyone you want. So why didn't you kill senior brother and senior sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at her, surprised to find that this young girl harbored such dangerous thoughts. Listen, you need to forget everything that I have taught you in the past. It's best to forget it completely. Xia Yuan mustered up the courage to respond. Understood. But master, should I also forget the promise you made to me? Promise? Hearing this, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned because many memories were lost when he transmigrated into this old body. Master, you said that you will give me the Jade Horsetail Whisk once I make it to the Divine Court realm. Although he didn't remember the specific promise, he knew that the Jade Horsetail Whisk was a heavenly ranked treasure that greatly enhanced the power of cultivators. However, when he transmigrated, all of Ji Tiantao's belongings disappeared, so even if he wanted to give it to her, he couldn't. Therefore, he could only say with a straight face, of course, you should forget about it. Seeing Xia Yuan's disappointed expression, he quickly changed the subject and painted another enticing picture. However, in the future, I will bestow upon you another heavenly ranked treasure. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan was overjoyed and showed a hopeful look. Then, under Lu Zhou's instructions, she went to deal with the righteous sects lurking near Jinting Mountain. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zhou heard a series of notifications in his ear. Killed 1 evildoer, earned 10 merit points. He arranged it this way because he actually accidentally discovered that when disciples completed tasks, the master could also obtain merit points from them. Soon, half an hour had passed, and his merit points had accumulated to 300. Currently, he could purchase the apprentice rank Taiji avatar. The moment the purchase was successful, he suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his body, and his realm advanced from the quenched body realm to the mystic enlightening realm. After a brief moment, the energy within his body calmed down. He frowned as he looked at the panel in front of him. Because the next realm requires 1,000 merit points, it's simply a huge pit. At this moment, Xiao Honor had almost finished tidying up, and the merit points had stopped increasing. So Lu Zhou slowly got up, preparing to stretch his muscles and bones. But just as he was about to leave, a figure wielding a sword like lightning suddenly stabbed him in the back. Lu Zhou quickly reacted and looked back, only to find it was Zhou Jifeng, a senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Due to the activation of Lu Zhou's passive skill, Fatal Block, he was unharmed. Zhou Jifeng, who had thought he succeeded, was dumbfounded when he saw that Lu Zhou was unscathed. Summoning his courage, he approached again and made another sword strike, but it proved to be useless. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou frowned and stared at him intently. Then, he coldly spoke, "What the fuck are you trying to do? This situation has me on edge. But I can only pretend to be calm and keep an eye on him." Under the terrifying pressure radiating from me, he was so scared that he was on the verge of wetting himself. Lu Zhou understood that he absolutely could not lose in terms of momentum. With a cold snort, he said, "You underestimate your abilities." Zhou Jifeng hesitated for a moment before gathering his determination and charging again. "You killed my master. Even if I die, I will seek revenge." Just as the longsword was only 0.01 centimeters away from its target, a furious shout came from behind. "Whoever has no eyes dares to sneak attack my master." With a loud bang, Xiao Honor immediately struck, sending Zhou Jifeng flying into a distant wall. "Disciple will tear him apart to help you vent your anger," Xiao Honor said, her eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. However, Lu Zhou stopped her because he had just received a notification triggering a hidden branch quest. "Turn Zhou Jifeng to your side." He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "If I kill your master, it's reasonable for you to seek revenge, but underestimating your abilities is equivalent to seeking death. It serves no purpose." At 9 years old, you reached the quenched body realm. At 13, you entered the sense condensing realm. At 18, the Brahma Sea realm. And at 20, you enter the divine court realm. You are an incredibly rare genius in the cultivation world. You could have waited a few more years before seeking revenge. Why did you have to come and court death now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng felt deep regret. Is it still possible to regret it now? Xiao Honor, with a disdainful expression, said, "And this is what you call a genius? I became your disciple at the age of 10, and I entered the divine court realm at 15 this year." "Don't interrupt," Lu Zhou scolded her with a stern look. Then he turned to Zhou Jifeng and asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill you? Did you really think your master, Luo Changfeng, is an upright gentleman? You arrogant young man. I knew Luo Changfeng even before you were born." Lu Zhou continued. Zhou Jifeng widened his eyes and asked what he meant. "If I tell you that your father's killer is Luo Changfeng, would you believe it?" Hearing this, Zhou Jifeng immediately roared, "You won't succeed in sowing discord. Such despicable tactics won't work on me." Shaking his head, Lu Zhou continued speaking. "When I visited Yi province many years ago, I stopped at the Jiang family for rest. Coincidentally, the young lady of the family was giving birth. The newborn boy was born with an extraordinary bone structure and amazing talents. I intended to take him in as my disciple. So, I gave his parents 3 days to consider. But regardless of their decision, I had decided to bring the boy with me. However, the next day, the whole Jiang family was slaughtered. It was already too late when I arrived. Later on, the whole cultivation world thought I was the one who slaughtered the Jiang family. I've killed countless people in my life, and one more murder case or one less false charge would not change that fact. All the orthodox cultivators in the world thought I did it, but nobody knew it was actually done by Luo Changfeng. You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, the inside of your body was wet and cold. Your surname is Jiang, and you are the son of that Jiang family." Zhou Jifeng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Very few people knew about the birthmark. How did this old devil know? "I see that you are too young. If I were to tell you the whole truth, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. It doesn't matter. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng still didn't believe it and roared loudly, calling him an old devil. Xiao Honor's expression turned cold in an instant. "If you dare to defame my master, believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Jifeng immediately closed his mouth. "It seems that you can't be too gentle with people like him." Lu Zhou chuckled. "Your master, Luo Changfeng, destroyed the Jiang family, dishonored your mother, and took you away. 30 years ago, he broke through the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The realm is divided into 3 major stages: Dao Primal, Chaotic Primal, and Dao Fusing. In the Dao Fusing stage, there is a way to advance. With a powerful cultivation base, a Dao Fusing expert can devour another person's energy essence and cultivation base, and fuse them as one. That is why the stage is called Dao Fusing. In the whole Heavenly Sword sect, only your cultivation path is exactly the same as Luo Changfeng's. Do you still think there's nothing wrong with him? If you still don't believe it, ask your master when you go back. Xiao Honor, send him away." "Master, are you just letting him go like this? He attacked you." Outrageous. A reprimanding shout frightened Xiao Honor, making her stomp her foot. She then dragged the still bewildered Zhou Jifeng towards the window. "Foolish pig, does my master need to lie and deceive you? It would be better to kill you directly." She tossed him from the upper floor to the ground, while Zhou Jifeng instinctively murmured, "I don't believe it." System prompt, failed to complete the mission of persuading Zhou Jifeng. Lu Zhou, seeing this, had a helpless expression and thought, "What an idiot." Xiao Honor, puzzled, asked him why he didn't kill the opponent. Lu Zhou stood up with his hands behind his back and explained, killing is not the only way to solve problems. But just now, Master asked me to go down the mountain and kill many orthodox cultivators. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, killing is not the only solution, but it is always one of the options. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly received another prompt from the system. His disciple was engaging in evil deeds, and corresponding merit points would be deducted. Merit points can still be deducted? What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Zhou exclaimed. Immediately, he instructed Ciu Honor to gather a few disciples. Before long, everyone had assembled in the room. Lu Zhou frowned and stared at them. Speak up, what were you all doing just now? Ming Shirin hurriedly answered. We were listening to your instructions and patrolling near Jinting Mountain. We didn't do anything. After listening, Lu Zhou said calmly, you should know your master's temperament. I dislike lies the most. Ming Shirin's face turned pale, and he quickly admitted his mistake. Some hunters came to the southern part of the mountain. Jinting Mountain is off limits. I will go and kill them all. As he turned to leave, Lu Zhou stopped him with a reprimand. The barrier of Jinting Mountain hasn't been repaired yet. It's normal for someone to enter by mistake. Just drive them away. If you find anyone with malicious intent, then you can take action. The disciples respectfully obeyed their master's command. They said, we will follow your orders, master. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and left Evil Sky Pavilion. Although they were not accustomed to such a gentle master, they learned from their past mistakes. Perhaps their master was trying a new approach, and they dared not disobey his commands. Not long after, while resting, Lu Zhou heard the voice of the system. You have saved 5 innocent lives. Reward, 150, merit points. Received worship from 14 individuals, 14 merit points. Received devout worship from 1 person, 10 merit points. Prompt, devout worship grants a 10x bonus. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately opened his eyes. Can it be played like this? Why didn't you notify me earlier? You Honor, where are you? Go inform your master and senior sister. The innocent must be treated well. Soon, it was dawn. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Tiger Ridge Gang. One of the subordinates hastily reported, we received a reply from the Yanyu Palace. Zhu Honghong, who was taking a bath, became delighted and asked, what does the letter say? The palace master of the derived Moon Palace said that since the old villain of the Golden Court Mountain was able to kill Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, with one move, it means his cultivation base has recovered. Therefore, she cannot help you. You have the lowest strength, so make sure to hide well, Zhu Honghong was told. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong slipped and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou received a prompt, educating Zhu Honghong, 50 merit points. He looked at the panel with confusion. I didn't do anything. I've been accumulating just over 200 merit points in these few days. It's like a drop in the bucket for items worth thousands of points. Well, let's draw a lottery. Having made up his mind, he began to operate. This lottery costs 50 merit points and rewards a whitesword. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes widened with excitement. He didn't expect to draw such a rare item. Whitesword is the only permanent mount. Looking at the god beast mount Whitesword that he successfully tamed with a single draw, Lu Zhou felt very proud at this moment. After all, he was an old villain who had lived for 1,000 years. Surely, he had accumulated many things. But now, I have replaced Jitian now. I have nothing on me and I'm very poor. Those who could not catch demon beasts or wild beasts as mounts would find ways to craft flying chariots or learn the art of flying swords so that they could fly in the air. But none of these were as impressive as an actual mount. If it were in modern times, a whitesword would be equivalent to the most luxurious car. The higher the level of the wild beast a person controlled, the stronger he would naturally be. With a slight movement of Lu Zhou's mind, Whitesword disappeared from the spot in a flash. This scene also stirred up waves in the hearts of several evildoers. Did my eyes deceive me? It seemed like an extremely powerful energy just now. You're not mistaken. I also felt the new technique he used. He intentionally concealed his evil aura. Let's just pretend we didn't see it. Then, Lu Zhou drew 3 more times in succession, and each time, he received the response, thank you for your patronage. This made him helplessly shake his head. As expected, it's all a trick, but considering the benefits, it's already worth it. Meanwhile, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, 3 men on horseback appeared. One of them sighed, I hope this old devil will help our clan survive this disaster for the sake of your honor. Then they continued to move forward in the mountain forest. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. Who dares to intrude into Jinting Mountain? Hearing this, the 3 immediately knelt down on one knee. The CI family from the city of Anyang offers greetings to the experts of Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as the words were spoken, Ming Shirin had already arrived here from 100 meters away. CI family? Old 4. The CI family from the city of Anyang is Junior Sister's clan, Duan Mushing explained. After listening, Ming Shirin pondered for a moment. I understand. Luckily, I didn't act directly. According to Master's new approach, we should treat them kindly. Besides, they are Junior Sister's family. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and walked forward to help them up. The leader of the group was immediately scared, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Since you are Junior Sister's relatives, then you are family. Come, don't be nervous, he said. The 3 men naturally knew the notorious reputation of Evil Sky Pavilion and quickly waved their hands, saying, we dare not, we dare not. Seeing this, Ming Shiren's face instantly turned extremely ugly. "You won't accept my toast, then you shall taste the penalty. Hurry up and bring them up the mountain to await punishment," he commanded. A moment later, Lu Zhou received a report from his disciple. The CI family from the city of Anyang seeks an audience. Lu Zhou took a sip of tea and allowed them to enter. Not long after, the three men were kneeling and trembling on the ground. He glanced at them and said calmly, "I have set a rule. Once someone joins Evil Sky Pavilion, their family and friends are not allowed to have contact. CI Yuaner, do you remember?" Upon hearing this, CI Yuaner quickly responded, "Disciple will send them away immediately." At this moment, the manager of the CI family looked up at her and started crying. "Miss, I am Cian. I finally get to see you. Master and Madam are in trouble." Hearing this name, CI Yuaner was somewhat surprised. She was only 10 years old when she left home, and 5 years had passed, so her memories were somewhat blurry. Duan Mushing and Zhao Yu didn't take it lightly and angrily reprimanded, "How dare you? This is not a place for you to cry. If it weren't for the fact that this person is a relative, I would have sewn his mouth shut long ago." CI Yuaner worried about her family. They fell to the ground and cried out, "Master." Ming Shiren's eyes flickered, and he respectfully said, "Master, rules are made by people. Junior sister's family is our senior brother's family. When family members are in trouble, if we don't lend a hand, we are worse than pigs and dogs." Duan Mushing and Zhao Yu also echoed, bowing their heads in agreement. Lu Zhou nodded slightly after listening. There is some truth to that. However, Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't interfere in every matter. Exactly, Master. As the unparalleled powerhouse, you don't need to bother with trivial matters. Ming Shiren took over the conversation and praised him excessively. The other two immediately rolled their eyes at Old Four's blatant flattery. Then CI Yuaner gave a signal to the manager, and CIN hesitated for a moment before hurriedly explaining the situation. The CI family has been minding their own business and conducting trade in the city of Anyang. A month ago, our trade caravan was robbed by a gang of mounted brigands while passing through a river valley. We paid them some money to avoid trouble, but they didn't stop there. They attacked us in Anyang, took everything, and kidnapped over 100 people as hostages. We reported the incident to the authorities, but as soon as they heard about the mounted brigands in the river valley, they immediately turned us away. They didn't dare to help us. It is said that this gang of mounted brigands is backed by cultivators. After finishing the story, everyone looked at Lu Zhou. According to his previous habits, Evil Sky Pavilion would never intervene in such matters. But circumstances change, and now it involves Junior Sister's family. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ming Shiren stepped forward. "Master, please allow me to make amends for my past actions by doing good deeds. Junior Sister's family is in grave danger, and as her senior brother, I can't just ignore it. Yes, you have grounded me, but this is a special circumstance, and I hope you can let me help them." Upon hearing this, the other two felt speechless. Old Four was truly shameless. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou agreed. This matter should have been handled by CI Yuan herself. However, she is young and lacks restraint when taking action. Since you, as her senior brother, are willing, then I'll leave it to you. You have 3 days to handle it. Ming Shiren was overjoyed upon hearing this and vowed not to disappoint his master. He turned into a streak of light and quickly left the place. CI Yuaner, accompany them down the mountain, Lu Zhou instructed. Although your fourth senior brother is infatuated with the outside world, he is serious in his actions and likes to use his brain. With his temperament, he will solve the problem within a day. No need to worry. CI Yuaner agreed and led the 3 people out. When Zhao Yu heard his master calling for him, he quickly responded, "Here, I'm giving you 2 days to investigate the Heavenly Sword sect, especially their senior disciple Zhou Jifeng." Lu Zhou ordered. Zhao Yu's face showed a pleased expression as she replied, "Understood. I will complete the mission." Lu Zhou sipped his tea and was satisfied with his arrangements. He still needed to continue to win him over, so he needed to keep an eye on him. Ever since the assassination attempt by Zhou Jifeng, his 3rd and 9th disciples had been guarding the outside like door gods. Although they believed that Lu Zhou had enough strength to withstand assassins, it was their negligence that allowed those small fry to infiltrate Jinting Mountain. "Master, is the 4th senior brother really okay?" CI Yuaner couldn't help but ask. Duan Mushing, who was nearby, answered first. Although Old Four is playful and sometimes unreliable, he always goes all out when it comes to tasks. Junior sister, you can rest assured. If he forgets, there's no need for the master to intervene. As his senior brother, I won't let him off easily. If only 7th senior brother were here. CI Yuaner murmured a sentence. Junior sister, don't speak nonsense. Those who betray the sect are heinous criminals. We should confront them directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head to indicate that it was fine. 7th senior brother is skilled in scheming. He is indeed a rare talent. However, he tends to enjoy manipulating people's hearts and easily gets trapped in his own thoughts. Before finishing his sentence, a transmission bird from a senior sister flew over. Transmission birds are not ordinary birds. They are mutated birds nurtured with spiritual energy in Jinting Mountain. They have become one of the many fierce beasts in the Great Yen world. CI Yuaner flew up and retrieved the letter from the bird, following Lu Zhou's instructions. She then read aloud the contents of the letter. "Master, since the top 10 sects besieged Golden Court Mountain and Luo Changfeng died, the Heavenly Sword sect is thrown into confusion, and everyone is fighting each other to become the next sect leader. Zhou Jifeng failed to become the sect leader after returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, has suddenly entered seclusion to cultivate. I suspect he may take this opportunity to break through to the Dao-fusing stage of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When I was spying on them at night, I discovered that Zhou Jifeng has become disloyal to his section. After finishing the letter, Lu Zhou calmly replied, "The speed is a bit slow. Inform Zhao Yu, and if necessary, she can assist him." Duan Musheng, puzzled, asked, "Zhou Jifeng is our archenemy. Why should we help him?" Lu Zhou didn't answer his question. It was because they needed to be cautious until their loyalty reached a level of 80 or above. Seeing that Lu Zhou remained silent, Duan Musheng awkwardly turned his head and dared not ask further. Suddenly, the system sent a prompt. Ming Shirin completed the assigned task, rescued 105 members of the CI family, rewarded 1,050 merit points, received the worship of 105 people, rewarded 1,050 merit points. Task, slain 82 mounted brigands, rewarded 820 merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes brightened at this news. He hadn't expected to gain so much from this one task. Then the transmission bird brought back a letter from Ming Shirin. "Master, I've rescued all the kidnapped members of the CI family and slain the mounted brigands. Also, I found that the cultivators behind these brigands seem to be related to old 8th Stritter Ridge gang. I'll look into this matter." The first half of the sentence is about reporting the task, while the latter part is just an excuse to play for a few more days. Lu Zhou naturally understood his intentions but happened to be in a good mood, so he didn't bother arguing with him. Whether he is involved or not, let Old Fourth investigate. With this remark, he returned to his residence. Behind the room, he eagerly spent 1,000 points to purchase the 2 transformed powers avatar. In an instant, a surge of energy entered his body, and his cultivation soared rapidly. After experiencing it, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Next, he purchased 2 reverse card and green spiritual vortexes appeared in the sky above the evil sky pavilion. It increased his lifespan by 600 days. He planned to use the remaining merit points for a lottery. However, to his disappointment, he received "Thank you for your patronage" for 5 consecutive times. He instantly lost interest and didn't continue. With his current cultivation, it would be difficult to leave Jinting Mountain and ensure his safety, so he could only stay temporarily on the mountain. As long as these evildoers were there to protect him, there shouldn't be any major problems. After contemplating his situation, he called Ci Yuaner and instructed her to bring the 4 treasures of the study from the evil sky pavilion to his location. Yuaner, upon receiving the order, didn't dare to delay and immediately prepared everything, carefully grinding ink on the side. Lu Zhou then wrote down the names of his 9 disciples on the white paper one by one. As he wrote, he fell into contemplation. Even the youngest disciple is a powerful divine court realm cultivator. What level of realm has the eldest disciple reached? Was he stronger than Ji Tiandao? If he were with the murderous mind of Yu Zhenghai and Yu Hangrong, how could they allow an old villain like Ji Tiandao to continue existing in this world? Did he keep some tricks and trump cards up his sleeve when he began teaching these disciples? Besides, Ji Tiandao should know very well that each of the disciples he had taught was as savage as a tiger and as fierce as a wolf, and they certainly would betray him one day. Unfortunately, the most critical part of the memory was lost. Ji Tiandao, what were the life-saving items you had kept? While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Ci Yuaner's small hand. "You have only taken 9 disciples. With your ability, you can open up Evil Sky Pavilion and Jinting Court Mountain and take tens of thousands of disciples. With so many disciples, no one will dare to disobey you. Those orthodox sects will not dare to provoke us. With just one order from you, the many disciples will wipe out anyone who refuses to submit to us. Those who obey me shall prosper. Those who resist me shall perish." Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly lit up. So that's how it is. He then picked up the paper and pondered over it. The bright moon shines over the sea from far away. We share this moment together. All 9 disciples' names were mentioned in the poem, but there was still one missing, the final sure character. If Ji Tiandao had found disciples based on this poem, it meant that the criteria for accepting disciples was not based on talent, but on their names. However, Lu Zhou couldn't understand how Ji Tiandao could have known this poem, which was passed down in his own world. Could it be that Ji Tiandao was also a time traveler? My master is an unforgivable old demon. Every time I have wicked thoughts of leaving the sect, I always succumb to his tyrannical power. Now, I can finally leave the mountain to carry out a mission. This time, I must have my fill of enjoyment before returning. The fourth disciple Ming Shirin quickly flew over the town. Their arrival caused the townspeople to exclaim in astonishment. After finally leaving Jinting Mountain for once, he took this opportunity to have some fun. Originally, he wanted to go down and enjoy himself, but considering that the master now likes new tricks, he had to give up on that idea. In that case, I'll be a good person and reward you ants with the treasures plundered by bandits. Begin. With these thoughts in mind, he opened his backpack and tossed it down towards the town. As the objects fell from the sky, the people on the streets quickly dodged, but as soon as they recognized the gold and silver, they immediately fell to the ground and kowtowed. At the same time, Lu Zhou received a notification. 35 people devoutly worshipped him, earning him 350 merit points. This scene made him feel delighted. After a while, Ming Shirin arrived at the territory of the Tiger Ridge Gang. Old 8, I've come to see you. After speaking, he leaped up and floated towards the mountains and forests. Village Chief, there are cultivators outside the village seeking an audience. Xu Honghong, who was sound asleep at the moment, received the report from his subordinates. Tell him to get lost, disturbing my sweet dreams. Castrate him, feed him to the fierce beasts in my back village. Since learning that the master's cultivation has been restored, he has been living in constant fear every day. Finally, he managed to sleep peacefully today, but his subordinates were confused after hearing his order. Just as they were about to explain further, suddenly, a hearty laughter came from outside. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhu Honghong immediately shouted and fell to the ground. Ming Shirin's figure slowly walked in from the outside. Seeing his appearance, Ming Shirin couldn't help but make a few teasing remarks. Seeing that only he was present, Zhu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought it was our master who came. Turns out it's Senior Brother 4. Senior Brother, are you planning to join me here? I've always said that Jinting Mountain is not a place to stay. That place can't support people. As long as you come, I'll give you the position of Deputy Village Chief. Cut it out. You think I want this place of yours? It doesn't even have a gate, Ming Shirin said while swaggering past. His subordinates, who wanted to stop him, were scared and kept stepping back. Move aside. Seeing this, his gaze turned cold. Then, at Old 8's invitation, Ming Shirin sat in the main seat, his eyebrows furrowed, and he went straight to the point. I have a mission this time. Did you have any involvement in the kidnapping and extortion case in the city of Anyan CI family? Xu Honghong hurriedly explained upon hearing this. Why would I have anything to do with it? Moreover, CI family is our junior sister's relatives. Even if I were a beast, it would be impossible. Hearing this, Ming Shirin asked calmly, I have already killed all the bandits. One of the accomplices was a cultivator who, before dying, mentioned Tiger Ridge Gang. Am I wrongfully accusing you? After listening, the other party's eyebrows furrowed, and he began analyzing the situation. He mentioned that since the establishment of the Tiger Ridge Gang, they have offended many cultivators in order to establish themselves. He suspects someone is framing him. I don't care. You have to come back with me to meet the master. Upon mentioning the master, Zhu Honghong broke out in a cold sweat and slumped to the ground. Master is injured, right? Just turn a blind eye to it. Why take it so seriously? After all, you will leave Jinting Mountain sooner or later. Shut up, you traitor who dishonors the master and ancestors. How dare you say such rebellious words in front of me? Kneel down. Upon hearing this, Zhu Honghong fell to the ground and apologized, with his trembling flesh shaking uncontrollably. A while ago, the master defeated the top 10 nascent divinity tribulation experts of the cultivation world. I believe you have heard about it. How dare you show no respect for him? Ming Shirin scolded Zhu Honghong, conveying a warning while also letting him know that the master's cultivation had not regressed but had become even more advanced. After hearing this, Zhu Honghong took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over, stating that it was sent by 7th Senior Brother. He said that master's cultivation level is at the perfected stage of the nascent divinity realm, and that master had tried to break through to a higher realm several times 200 years ago but failed. Also, when master was ambushed by the top 10 experts, someone witnessed him getting wounded by them. So, how did master recover his cultivation base? Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin furrowed his brows in suspicion and asked, what 7th Senior Brother means is that the master used some kind of secret medicine. That's right, you and I both know the cultivation level of eldest Senior Brother. His cultivation is not inferior to the master's. After all these years, eldest Senior Brother has never made a move against the master. Why? Throwing away the letter in his hand, Ming Shirin said, no one knows how many killer moves the master has hidden. It doesn't matter how many cards he has up his sleeve. In the end, he cannot surpass the limit of lifespan. He will die sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin was slightly surprised and asked, Old 8, 7th Senior Brother didn't write these words in the letter. Who told you? Did you figure it out with your pig brain? Was it 6th Junior Sister or 2nd Senior Brother? Xu Honghong innocently replied, it's just my own thoughts. Alright, if you don't want to say, forget it. Look at how scared you are. I have thought about the words in the letter, but I am different from you. I still respect and follow the teachings of our master. During this time, the master is in seclusion on the mountain and probably won't come down. You should stay obediently at the Tiger Ridge Gang and avoid causing trouble. Luckily, the master didn't order me to kill you. After hearing this, Xu Honghong was overjoyed and quickly thanked Ming Shirin, bowing respectfully. Also, make sure to investigate the matter with the bandits thoroughly. I need to report back to the master, Ming Shirin said. leaving behind a residual image before disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After he left, Zhu Honghong shivered uncontrollably, his legs trembling. His subordinates quickly asked what happened. Zhu Honghong nervously replied, "It's nothing. Don't panic. Stay calm." At this moment, the figure of 7th senior brother appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. That was close. 7th senior brother was right. Now the master has discovered that due to old age, the meridians are too old, the Dantian and Sea of Qi lack vitality, making it extremely difficult to gather energy. In other words, the techniques in my mind are suitable for the disciples. With this in mind, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. This old guy's condition is really uncomfortable. It seems that he needs to accumulate some vitality first, but now he only has 1,000 merit points, which is too few. At the current rate of accumulation, it's difficult for him to rejuvenate himself. However, the previous incident of old for killing the bandits earned him a considerable amount of merit points, and there are also the rewards from receiving the worship of the people. All of these provide substantial merit point rewards. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly had an idea. Immediately, he called for Xia Yuaner and asked her if there was any recent news from the outside world. Xia Yuaner replied, "I've been staying in Jinting Mountain all day and don't know what's happening in the world. It's a problem." Lu Zhou then calmly spoke, "There is a station in Tangzi, the town nearest to Jinting Court Mountain. Cultivators often stop there to rest and share information, while others will pay them for information. You can go there to inquire." Upon hearing that she could leave Jinting Mountain, Xia Yuaner became overjoyed and asked with a bow, "Is it true? Why are you so happy? Have you been feeling oppressed staying on the mountain?" No, it's just that I haven't been out for a long time, so I feel a bit bored." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou gave the order, "Then go. Remember, you must not reveal your identity casually, and you must not kill indiscriminately. But what if someone bullies me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou lightly patted her head. He didn't believe that his disciple would be bullied. "If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if someone provokes me, I will definitely retaliate. Understand?" "Understood. Your disciple will follow your orders." After saying that, Xia Yuaner leaped up and flew away. Watching her fly through the air, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel envious. He wondered when he would be able to do the same. Just as he was contemplating, Duan Mushing came down to seek an audience. He informed Lu Zhou that 3 formations had been repaired, but there were still 5 more that needed to be fixed. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that he could complete the task alone. Lu Zhou was well aware of this fact. Originally, he had intended for the 3 of them to repair the formations together, but the formations required a significant amount of energy. Even with Duan Mushing's high cultivation level, he couldn't withstand the constant absorption of the formations. However, they dared to complain about repairing the formations. Lu Zhou couldn't afford to be weak. With this in mind, he coldly spoke, "If it can't be repaired in 1 year, then 2 years. If it can't be repaired in 2 years, then 3 years. If anyone objects, I won't show mercy." Upon hearing these words, Duan Mushing broke out in a cold sweat and hastily replied, "Disciple understands. Disciple will continue to repair the formations." After speaking, Duan Mushing left the place. Now, only Lu Zhou remained in the area. He opened the system panel once again and started the lottery, but to his surprise, he drew 10 times in a row and all he got was "Thank you for your patronage." Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but angrily curse the system for being a scam. He then used the remaining 4 merit points to purchase a reversal card. Now, he had no more aspirations and could only lie there and wait for death. After all, it was difficult for this old man to find something to do, unlike in his previous life when he could go to the park to play chess, cards, or walk the dog. Just then, a series of system sounds rang out. Completion of the Zhou Jifeng defection mission rewards 200 merit points. Zhou Jifeng's hostility value reset to 0. Loyalty increased by 10%. Reward of 200 merit points for killing 2 elders. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up and praised Zhao Yu for doing a good job. While he was happy, Ming Shiyin's figure floated up from below the mountain. Disciple completed the mission against all odds and has come to report to the master. Lu Zhou turned to look at him and his brows furrowed because Ming Shiyin's loyalty had dropped to 58 points, clearly indicating a problem. Seeing that the master didn't speak, Ming Shiyin continued, "After killing the bandits, I immediately sent a carrier pigeon back and then went to Tiger Ridge Gang to see 8th junior brother. To see the traitor Zhu Honghong. I gave him a good lesson." Having finished his report, he waited silently for Lu Zhou's response. However, seeing that the master remained silent, he added, "Everything I said is true. I dare not speak any lies." At this moment, Lu Zhou calmly spoke, "You have done well in completing your mission. However, how is the investigation of the kidnapping of our junior sister's relative going?" Ming Shiyin answered that the matter was still under investigation and Zhu Honghong claimed he had no involvement in it. The disciple thought about it carefully and realized that Zhu Honghong didn't have a reason to do such a thing, especially since it involved our junior sister's relative. Although he betrayed the sect, the disciple doesn't believe he is capable of such cruel acts. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded. "You make a valid point, but besides that," Ming Shiyin's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he became nervous. He then pretended to be clueless. Seeing his reaction, Lu Zhou paused and coldly stared at him. "Going to old Eight's place? You must have said more than just that." Ming Shiyin was shocked by these words, but he knew he could admit to anything except for his intention to defect. So, he nervously replied, "No, that's all." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head. "Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. You did a good job completing this mission. Go help your 3rd senior brother repair the formations. If there's a need, I will call for you." "Understood." Master. Ming Shirin glanced around but didn't see Xia Yuaner, so he asked, "Where's junior sister?" "It's none of your concern. No need to inquire," Lu Zhou replied. After that, Lu Zhou picked up a secret manual and started reading it carefully. However, Ming Shirin didn't immediately leave. Instead, he suddenly kneeled down with a thump. "Master, I've cultivated the blue wood technique to the last level, but no matter how hard I cultivate it, I just can't comprehend the essence of the last level. I hope Master can give me some guidance." It was evident that this was an intentional test. Ji Tiandao probably didn't hand over the complete blue wood technique. If given to them, with the cultivation talent of these wicked disciples, they would soon make a breakthrough. At that time, the danger would be directed towards Lu Zhou himself. At this point, Lu Zhou cleared his throat. Old 4. Impatience is the biggest taboo for a cultivator. Behind every almighty expert is hundreds of years of boring meditation and hardship. I remember your last breakthrough was just 60 years ago. Why are you in such a hurry to scale to a higher level? Moreover, in the final stage of cultivation, it relies on comprehension. Your comprehension is good, but don't go astray and become restless. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin respectfully cupped his fists and thanked his master for the enlightenment. "Thank you for your enlightenment, Master. It was the foolishness of your disciple. I also have a boxing technique that I've been using recently, but it never seems to be quite right. I would like to ask for your guidance, Master." Lu Zhou furrowed his brows and asked, "What's wrong with it?" He speculated that this wicked disciple probably heard some rumors from Old 8 that aroused suspicion, which led to this probing. If he refused, it would only make him more suspicious. However, if he agreed, he would have to figure out how to guide him. Mystic Enlightening Realm teaching Divine Court Realm. It's like asking a child to teach an adult. I can't use the precious peak experience card, right? I feel like this boxing technique can't unleash its full power. It feels like something is obstructing it when I strike. Lu Zhou pretended to remain calm and nodded. "Show me outside the pavilion." "Understood, Master." Ming Shirin slowly stood up and then, with a light touch of his toes, he floated into the air as light as a swallow. He constantly moved and dodged, throwing punches left and right, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The surrounding airwaves kept rolling out. After a few punches, he hovered in the air and shouted, "Master, this is the punch." At this moment, countless shadows of punches converged together and struck towards the mountain wall. With a loud bang, numerous rocks scattered in all directions. After a moment, Ming Shirin landed back on the ground. Outside the pavilion, large rocks continued to crash down, luckily not affecting the small pavilion. Lu Zhou paused for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, he didn't actually see it clearly. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't keep up with Ming Shirin's speed. However, based on his memory, he knew that this set of boxing techniques was indeed taught to Ming Shirin by Ji Tiandao. There was nothing wrong with this punch, but due to the lack of the final set of oral instructions, its power was greatly reduced. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Zhou calmly spoke, "Your punch has reached its essence, and there's no problem with it." Then, it seemed like he thought of something and his expression turned angry as he snorted. "Old 4, do you understand your mistake?" Ming Shirin was frightened by these words and cold sweat poured down his face. He immediately knelt down on the ground, loudly hitting his head in repentance. "I understand my mistake. I would never deceive Master." He felt extremely guilty at this moment, as if he could sense that his actions at Old 8's place had been completely exposed to his master. "Old 4, Lu Zhou lightly stroked his beard and looked towards a nearby giant rock. As expected, Duan Mushing appeared from nearby in the next second, floating over. "Since you're here, you might as well come out openly. Do you think I don't know you're hiding in the corner?" Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing, kneeling on the ground, quickly admitted his mistake. As Lu Zhou watched the three trembling in fear, he realized how deeply Ji Tiandao had instilled fear in them. If it were an ordinary villain, they would have rebelled long ago. "Old 4, since you're here, you can help guide him with his boxing technique. Cultivation matters cannot be taken lightly." Duan Mushing was overjoyed and replied, "Yes, I will follow your orders." Meanwhile, Ming Shirin wore an expression of frustration and despair. He couldn't believe that his master had become more cunning. In the past, Lu Zhou would personally beat people up, but this time he made senior brother do it instead. After the two of them left the pavilion, everything returned to calmness. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, feeling a bit annoyed. Ming Shirin had indeed become suspicious, and if it continued like this, he would eventually find an excuse to spar with him. It would be a waste to use a peak experience card in that case, especially since there were only 2 left. But this situation couldn't go on forever. Perhaps he had to do it. Soon, Xia Yuaner returned to Jingting Mountain after completing the mission. This time, she did gather some information in Tangzi Town, and under Lu Zhou's instructions, she slowly began to speak. After defeating the top 10 experts, the 10 major sects are all adjusting. It is said that they are not recruiting disciples recently. Heavenly Sword Sect is in internal turmoil after Luo Changfeng's death. Eldest senior brother Zhou Jifeng has already left the section. Other sects are behaving obediently, except for eldest senior brother. Xia Yuaner realized she misspoke and quickly stuck out her tongue before continuing. The Netherworld sect has sent people to inquire about news regarding Jingting Mountain. It seems like they are wary of Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou let out a cold snort. "I taught him many things, which made him into the fearful sect leader of the Nether sect and gave him a peak level, perfected cultivation base of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even so, he cannot touch me." "Go on." Xia Yuaner proceeded to share all the information she had gathered. as if she were listing treasures. She went on for about 20 minutes. Lu Zhou kept furrowing his brows while listening. Then, he called the other two disciples over. Ming Shiyin's face was already bruised and swollen. Lu Zhou looked at the two of them and spoke. I called you here because there are a few things I need you to do. Zhou Jifeng of the Heavenly Sword sect has betrayed Old 3. I want you to track and investigate him. With his current identity and status, it shouldn't be difficult for him to join a new sect. Report to me immediately once you have any news. Old 4, I have a rather special task for you. Throughout my life, I have caused much trouble, and I have handed over you 9 infamous villains who have caused much outrage. Now, I want you to get rid of the scourge. Ming Shirin was startled by this and quickly knelt down. He replied, although I have the cultivation base of the Divine Court realm, I am still far behind eldest senior brother Yu Xinghai and second senior brother Yu Shanrong. In fact, I'm no match for even junior sister Qianqin. She owns the Amorous Hoop, which is a heaven-grade treasure, and she has killed countless people. I'm afraid that she has already broken into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Lu Zhou naturally understood the situation. These disciples who betrayed the sect back then relied on their weapons and their fearsome cultivation bases to become notorious villains in the world. Duan Musheng, Ming Shirin, and Zhao Yu didn't leave simply because Ji Tiandao had left them without weapons and complete cultivation techniques. The eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, possessed the Jasper Saber, which was a heaven-grade treasure at its maximum power. The saber could even break apart the avatar of the same realm as him. Meanwhile, the sixth disciple, Yi Tianqin, mastered the heaven-grade treasure, the Amorous Hoop. Having pondered this, Lu Zhou calmly said, Old 8's cultivation base is only at the Dao controlling stage of the Divine Court realm, while you are at the Dao transforming stage. You will start with him. Have you met Old 8 before? Upon hearing the question from his master, Ming Shirin quickly replied, Indeed, I did go to Tiger Ridge Gang. It's just that Old 8 is foolish. I suspect he was misled by 7th junior brother, which led to his betrayal. It doesn't warrant death. Lu Zhou remained silent upon hearing this, standing with his hands behind his back, facing away from Ming Shirin. After a moment, he slowly spoke, Come here. Ming Shirin was frightened by these words, trembling uncontrollably. He then timidly walked towards the pavilion. Look me in the eyes. Lu Zhou turned around after speaking, his gaze full of meaning as he stared at him. You're very nervous, Lu Zhou said, his eyes fixed on Ming Shirin. Your gaze is erratic, and there's a faint flow of qi around you. Are you afraid that I'll make a move against you? Ming Shirin, drenched in cold sweat and with weak legs, quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Master, your cultivation is unfathomable, and I know I'm no match for you. Being cautious is just instinctual, an unintentional act. Lu Zhou looked at his appearance and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He had truly frightened him. Ji Tiandao's way of disciplining disciples had always been through physical violence, instilling both fear and resentment in them. If one day a disciple possessed the strength to rival their master, it was likely they would kill their master. It was inevitable that they had come to this point. I know what you're thinking, Lu Zhou said, so I'm giving you an opportunity. He handed over a piece of paper with the last level of the Bluewood technique incantation written on it. With this technique, your cultivation will advance further. Perhaps even entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm is not out of reach. He passed the incantation to Ming Shirin, who stared at it in disbelief. In his heart, chaos ensued. According to the previous pattern, if he took something like this, at the very least, his hand would be broken. However, since Lu Zhou defeated the 10 top experts, his master's temperament suddenly changed. Even the old patterns were being replaced with new ones. In other words, he could take this. With these thoughts, Ming Shirin trembled as he reached out and accepted the incantation. Thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity. I will do my best to clean up our sect. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and dismissed him. The other two disciples watched with envy as Ming Shirin left. I hope you both fulfill your duties and don't disappoint me. We will follow your orders. Duan Musheng replied with a bow, then left the pavilion. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan pouted, expressing her desire to go on a mission. You're still young and lack experience. Stay by my side, Lu Zhou said. Xia Yuan, puzzled, said, Wasn't Zhou Jifeng's task supposed to be carried out by senior sister Zhao Yu? Lu Zhou took a sip of his drink and proceeded to explain. Zhao Yu has an unpredictable style and lacks stability. She has been gone for 2 days since completing her task and has not returned. It's very likely that she has left directly. Xia Yuaner's expression turned pale upon hearing this. Does that mean senior sister won't come back? Frustrated, she clenched her fists. How can senior sister Zhao Yu be like this? Don't worry about her, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. Since the day she sent the message, we haven't received any news from Zhao Yu. If Ming Shirin, the 4th disciple, had his loyalty drop below the passing line with just one outing, then Zhao Yu must have fallen under even stronger influence to choose to betray. He knew that it would take time and effort to properly discipline these disciples. Right now, the priority was to quickly restore vitality and improve cultivation. Xia Yuaner waved her fists, feeling indignant on Lu Zhou's behalf. She's betraying her master and ancestors. How can we just let it go? Lu Zhou found her adorable in that moment and said, In the meantime, you can inquire about Zhao Yu's whereabouts at the post station. I'll be here in solitude, focusing on my cultivation. Xia Yuaner acknowledged with a response and left the pavilion. Meanwhile, on their way down the mountain, the two disciples bumped into each other. Duan Musheng's tone carried a hint of envy as he said, Old 4, you're really lucky this time. Master not only didn't blame you, but also gave you the last part of the Bluewood technique. Ming Shirin crossed his arms and replied, I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Overthinking? Duan Musheng's expression slightly changed. I completed my mission successfully, and it's only natural for master to reward me, but 7th senior brother mentioned that master possesses a secret medicine that can temporarily conceal injuries. So, I wanted to test it out. Sighing, he continued, regretting won't change anything now. Duan Mushing was surprised by this revelation. You really have a lot of guts. Even without 7th senior brother's words, I can understand. If Master wasn't injured and had reached a perfect realm, would he still need to stay on the mountain? With his temperament, he would have long gone out and killed. In the battle that day, he used so many powerful moves and remained unharmed. Normal cultivators wouldn't dare to waste their vital energy like that. Ming Shireen nodded repeatedly, expressing agreement. Senior brother, I always wanted the complete Bluewood technique. With it, I believe it won't take me long to reach the perfected level of the Divine Court realm. Maybe, I can even step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, just like eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother. However, now that I have obtained it, I have a feeling that is hard to describe. Ming Shireen continued. Duan Mushing picked up on the implications in his words and asked, ever since junior sister Qianqing betrayed the sect, Master no longer teaches the final part of all the techniques. But this time, he made an exception for you. Are you afraid that Master has other intentions? Ming Shireen nodded in agreement. Indeed, senior brother. What do you think his intentions are? Before he could finish speaking, Duan Mushing suddenly patted him on the shoulder. My suggestion is to honestly complete Master's tasks. Keep in mind that Master is injured and nearing the end of his lifespan. He won't harm us. Furthermore, the 10 major sects have suffered heavy losses and dare not easily provoke Jinting Mountain. I believe that for a long time, Jinting Mountain will remain our protective talisman. Ming Shireen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he felt more at ease. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Makes sense, senior brother. You are truly wise despite appearing foolish. Your words are like a sudden realization. The scene shifted. Although recently disciplining Ming Shireen earned him some merit points, the total was only 1,600 merit points. For him, who needed 3,000 merit points to advance to the next realm, it was still far from enough. Should I wait a bit longer? No, I can't wait any longer. This body's capabilities are too poor. I can't repeat Ji Tiandao's old path. It was because of his lifespan issue that his cultivation gradually declined. I have to draw the lottery as usual, Ming Shireen thought to himself, and he immediately took action. Unfortunately, in 5 consecutive attempts, he only received thank you for your patronage, adding up to a total of 23 times. Including the previous 18 times, he only accumulated some luck points. Lu Zhou almost couldn't help but curse upon seeing this. Try 2 more times and then buy a reversal card with the remaining points, he decided and continued his actions. However, the next 2 attempts still resulted in thank you for your patronage. If I fail one more time, I won't draw anymore. As he became more and more invested, he quickly used up about 1,000 merit points. Now, he was left with only 104 merit points and he collapsed on the ground with a look of despair. Although he acknowledged his luck, he couldn't do anything with these remaining merit points. He could only continue drawing. This time, it cost him 50 merit points and consumed 33 luck points. You have received a cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing, 10 reversed cards, an avatar, 3 condensing flowers. He was shocked to witness this scene. The less hope he had, the more he seemed to draw. Realizing this, he became excited and danced around, feeling that he had struck it big this time. If you want to purchase 3 condensing flowers, it requires 3,000 merit points. 10 reversal cards cost 5,000 merit points. You have also obtained the cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of heaven writing. Lu Zhou's thoughts stirred, and he opened the first book, Heaven Writing, the Human Scroll. He began to observe it, but sadly discovered that the content inside was like randomly drawn symbols, completely incomprehensible. Since that was the case, he could only set it aside for now. He then turned his attention to the reversal cards. Calculating approximately 300 days for each card, 10 cards were equivalent to nearly 10 years of lifespan. As he started using them one by one, a tremendous energy constantly converged into vortexes and was absorbed into his body. His previously lax skin gradually became slightly firmer. After using the Dharma Body 3 condensing flowers, Lu Zhou's realm instantly advanced to the sense condensing realm. Cultivators begin their journey by tempering their bodies, entering the body tempering realm, cultivating their tendons, bones, and skin, and breaking through 9 stages to reach the mystic enlightening realm. From there, they advance through the 5 apertures of heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear in the mystic enlightening realm to reach the sense condensing realm. They then break through 3 stages to the Brahma Sea realm and finally open 8 meridians to step into the Divine Court realm. A cultivator is considered a grand cultivator when they enter the Divine Court realm. There are only 3 levels of grand cultivators: the Divine Court realm, the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and the mysterious Heaven Saint realm. Throughout ancient times, cultivators who truly reached the mysterious Heaven Saint realm only existed in legends. Nobody had seen them. It is said that only by reaching this realm can a cultivator break free from the limitation of lifespan and become immortal. Ji Tiandao was just 1 step away when he died in the gazebo. What a pity! After obtaining so many items through the draw, Lu Zhou felt quite satisfied. He then opened the system panel, which displayed 2 tasks, disciplining Zhu Honggong and Zhou Jifeng. Currently, he could only obtain merit points from disciplining the wicked disciples. He then analyzed the current situation. The 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, was rather dull-witted. In theory, he should be the easiest to discipline, so why hasn't his loyalty increased yet? Based on the information from Ming Shireen's report, it seemed that there was some influence from the 7th disciple behind Zhu Honggong. The 7th 7th disciple was skilled in scheming and, in order to establish a foothold in the cultivation world, should have formed good relationships with the eldest and second disciples. It appeared that simply disciplining one disciple was far from enough. Only by improving his own strength could he deter both the wicked disciples and righteous cultivators. But for now, his cultivation was still too low. Lu Zhou sighed with a hint of helplessness as he thought about it. Dealing with the situation was indeed quite challenging. Jingting Mountain had attracted too much attention. He decided to focus on comprehending the heaven writing first. 2 days later, inside the Inu Palace, a graceful and beautiful woman was gently swaying a feather fan in her hand. She was Yi Tianqin, the 6th disciple of the current leader of the evil sect, and the 9th on the sinister list. She opened her eyes slowly and spoke as a figure approached from outside. "Senior sister, you should have left Jingting Mountain long ago. Why wait until now?" said Zhao Yu, the 5th disciple, with a sigh. "I didn't have the same luck as you. I thought I could get something out of that old guy. But he hasn't budged." Zhao Yu continued. "Since you left, he has never trusted us." Yi Tianqin floated down from above and said, "I advised you the same thing back then, senior sister. Although you entered before me, there are things you failed to see clearly. Who knows how many treasures that old man still has hidden on him. But unfortunately, all those treasures will go into his coffin with him. But I can give you a suggestion, senior sister," Yi Tianqin added. Zhao Yu became interested and asked, "What suggestion?" "The old man dotes on his youngest junior sister. You can use her to test his limits. If old 4 and old 3 have any ill intentions, the old man will never fully trust them. Only the youngest junior sister can stay by his side and protect him. Even with his secret medicines and hidden cards, they can never compare to a living person." Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhao Yu was shocked. "Seriously, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to threaten the junior sister to manipulate the master. If it provokes him and he resorts to using his secret cards, like when he killed Luo Changfeng as a warning to others, it would be disastrous." Yi Tianqin seemed to see through her thoughts and asked, "What's wrong, senior sister? Are you scared? Think about how that old guy treated us in the past. You have to be ruthless and show no mercy." "I understand what you're saying," Zhao Yu replied, "but even eldest senior brother wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If I provoke him like that, it would be suicidal." Yi Tianqin chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you've been on the mountain for too long. You've become dull-witted. Who said you have to personally take action? Look at eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and even me. We're all doing well so far, aren't we? I admit that the old guy has some hidden cards, but he is cautious and won't use them easily. This just shows that his cards are limited." Yi Tianqin continued. "Besides, he's getting older, and his sea of qi will dry up over time. At that point, he will inevitably harbor resentment and use all his hidden cards. It's actually more dangerous to stay by his side. Our priority should be to find out his secrets using some means. Even if he finds out it's us, we can avoid him. Can't we outsmart him if we can't overpower him?" Hearing this, Zhao Yu's brows relaxed a bit. It seemed to make sense. She couldn't help but admit that Yi Tianqin had reached her current position not only because of her cultivation but also due to her cunning intelligence. They continued to plot out a scheme against their master in the Inu Palace. 2 days later, completely unaware of their plans, Lu Zhou was still in his room diligently studying the heaven writing. He felt frustrated. The name heaven writing was truly fitting because, apart from the content on the first page, everything else was shrouded in confusion. He couldn't understand its meaning at all. At that moment, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. "Master, you have been staying in seclusion for 4 days. 4th senior brother was here to see you yesterday, but I did not dare to disturb you, so I've asked him to leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately stretched his body and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, Xia Yuaner widened her eyes in disbelief. "Master, you look younger," she exclaimed. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, calmly gazing at her. While he had only become 10 years younger, there were some noticeable changes in his appearance. Smooth tongue. "I went into seclusion not only to improve my cultivation but also to rejuvenate this old body," Lu Zhou explained. "You've worked hard during these days." Xia Yuaner chuckled and quickly flattered him. This is my duty as master's disciple. I believe master can definitely make the breakthrough and become the first cultivator in the world of Great Yin who steps into the mysterious Heaven Saint realm." Lu Zhou was pleased to hear her words. He stroked his beard and then asked, "Has old third sent any news during these days?" Upon hearing that there was no news, he felt surprised. Given Duanmushing's cultivation base, it should not be difficult for him to investigate Zhou Jifeng. Even if there were no results, he should have sent a letter with an update. Why was there complete silence? Xia Yuaner voiced her concern. "Master, could old third betray us like Zhao Yu senior sister?" Lu Zhou replied, "It's unlikely because Duanmushing's loyalty is above 70%, unlike Zhao Yu's low loyalty. Also, I haven't received any prompts from the system, which means Duanmushing hasn't betrayed us for now. However, it's hard to truly know someone's heart. In this world, people's hearts are unpredictable, so we shouldn't let our guard down." With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Xia Yuaner suddenly pointed her arm upwards, indicating that someone was approaching. Lu Zhou looked up and saw Ming Shirin flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing his 4th junior brother again, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit envious because he could tell that Ming Shirin had comprehended more than half of the final layer of the Bluewood technique. It had to be said that these wicked disciples had remarkably high talent. "Welcome, master, out of seclusion," Ming Shirin said as he landed and knelt down on one knee. He also trembled in his heart upon seeing Lu Zhou because not only had the master become younger, but his aura was also spine-chilling. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly spoke. "Rise. You have comprehended about 70 to 80% of the final layer of the blue wood technique. However, your cultivation technique leans towards the wood attribute, showing great vitality. Make good use of this advantage and don't let it go to waste. Upon hearing his master's guidance, Ming Shirin was overjoyed. Ever since his 6th junior sister left, the master hadn't given any instructions to his disciples. Therefore, under the circumstances of being abandoned by their own, the master's generous guidance was unexpected. Then, Ming Shirin reported the main matter. Recently, when I was near Anyang, I heard news that the people of Junior Sister's clan seem to have been kidnapped again. I am willing to investigate and make sure to expose and eliminate the mastermind. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yuaner immediately knelt on the ground in worry. Master, let me handle this. Lu Zhou pondered in his heart. After all, they were Xia Yuaner's clansmen, and her eagerness was understandable. However, when it came to dealing with this matter, Ming Shirin was indeed more experienced and had a higher cultivation level. It seemed more prudent to let him handle it. While he was considering this, a messenger bird suddenly flew back in the sky. Xia Yuaner quickly stood up and took the letter from it. Xia Yuaner said, Master, when I went to the Heavenly Sword sect to investigate, I found that their sect leader position was temporarily vacant and that Zhou Jifeng had left the section. After further investigation, I discovered that he had joined the Righteous Sect. The sect leader of the Righteous Sect, Zhang Yuanshan, appointed him as one of the sect's 4 elders, making him the youngest elder of the section. Due to Zhang Yuanshan's profound cultivation base, I didn't delve deep into the Righteous Sect, but from the information I gathered, Zhang Yuanshan publicly insulted the master several times and declared to the cultivation world that his sect was at odds with Jinting Court Mountain. Lu Zhou heard this and revealed a face of indifference. There are plenty of people who hate him in this world. Who is he to be concerned about? Xia Yuaner paused and continued. When I was investigating at the Bamboo Mountain, the headquarters of the Righteous Sect, I fought a fierce battle with their second elder, Dudafang, and won. A pity that I failed to kill that devious guy. As soon as I get my condition adjusted, I plan to visit the Righteous Sect at night and assassinate Zhang Yuanshan to help Master vent the anger. After hearing this, Ming Shirin was slightly surprised. Third senior brother, this is risking his own life. Lu Zhou naturally understood the point of risk involved. Old 3 seemed honest on the surface but was actually daring and meticulous. He had clever ideas. Zhang Yuanshan, the sect leader of the Righteous Sect, had already stepped into the nascent divinity tribulation realm 100 years ago, while Old 3 was still in the Divine Court realm, one major realm behind. His attempt to assassinate Zhang Yuanshan would be no different from seeking death. Xia Yuaner, puzzled by this, asked, then why did senior brother say that? Ming Shirin explained, it's to show loyalty after Zhao Yu's betrayal. 4th senior brother is expressing his faithfulness. Master, you're right. In fact, I'm much more honest than him, Ming Shirin said, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Lu Zhou felt somewhat helpless after hearing this. It seemed that Duanmushing's understanding of him still remained in the style of Ji Tiandao. If Ji Tiandao himself were still around, he would definitely send Duanmushing to infiltrate the Righteous Sect at great risk. However, even if he allowed Duanmushing to go, he would surely prioritize his own safety, feigning injury. This would only widen the gap between master and disciple, leading to a vicious cycle. Thinking of this, he slowly spoke up, Old 4th, I was originally going to punish you all to repair the barrier of Jinting Mountain. The barrier formation can block experts in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. But now that Old 4th has a mission, I want you to help him. After this matter is resolved, focus on cultivating on the mountain. I will bestow upon you a heaven-grade treasure. Ming Shirin, who was initially calm, immediately became ecstatic upon hearing the grand promise from his master. He knelt down on the ground and quickly responded, Disciple obeys. 1 heaven-grade treasure. It's not just a matter of staying on the mountain for 3 years. Even if it's 5 or 10 years, it's still worth it. Many cultivators struggle their entire lives to obtain a heaven-grade treasure. Eldest senior brother, Yu Xinghai, possessed the Jasper Saber and had used it to decapitate tens of thousands of cultivators, making a name for himself. Practitioners of the same level without a heaven-grade treasure can only be slaughtered by others. It was said that the difference between a cultivator with and without a heaven-grade treasure was like a grandfather and a grandson, where the former could easily teach the latter a hard lesson. For many years, Master had been extremely cautious about giving out heaven-grade treasures, and I did not expect that he would promise to reward us with heaven-grade treasures at this critical moment. How could one not be excited about it? Then, he calmed his emotions and asked about how to deal with the matter of little junior sister's clansmen. Lu Zhou stated that it wasn't a simple matter and that he needed to discuss it with Xia Yuaner before making a decision. I understand. I will go and support 3rd senior brother. After completing the mission, I will immediately return to Jinting Mountain to repair the barrier, Ming Shirin said. Following Lu Zhou's instructions, he leaped up like a lightning bolt and swiftly left the place. After Ming Shirin's departure, Xia Yuaner voiced her curiosity. Master, isn't it just Zhou Jifeng? You seem to value him quite a bit. Lu Zhou felt somewhat helpless because he completely looked down upon Zhou Jifeng. However, he fabricated a reason and explained, this guy previously attempted to assassinate me. The reason I spared his life is for him to see the true face of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even if he doesn't join us at Jinting Mountain, he will inevitably clash with the Heavenly Sword sect sooner or later. Xia Yuaner was slightly surprised to hear this because in the past, Master would simply go over and resolve matters with a sword. She didn't expect him to employ such tactics now. After a brief pause, she asked how to handle the matter concerning the CI family. Lu Zhou replied, this matter is not as simple as it seems. The reason I didn't let your 4th senior brother handle it is because I'm afraid he would handle it too crudely. Ming Shirin's way of dealing with things is almost identical to Qi Tiandao's. He would directly kill kill to save someone and then consider it done. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, we haven't investigated it carefully. Xia Yuan heard this and immediately knelt down with a thump, pleading for him to think of a solution. Lu Zhou had already made up his mind. He calmly said, "In that case, I will personally go to Anyan." Xia Yuan couldn't believe her ears when she heard that Master would personally take action. In her impression, Master hadn't left Jinting Mountain for a very long time. Although nobody talked about the reason, they vaguely guessed that it was due to his health. She never expected that he would personally intervene in their family matter this time. This matter must be kept confidential. Also, leave a letter to inform your senior brother. If there are any other matters, I will send a letter. Xia Yuan responded and quickly prepared the letter, while Lu Zhou made some minor changes to his appearance and disguise. After all, as long as he wasn't recognized, it would save him a lot of trouble. Once everything was in order, he summoned Whitezerd. In the sky above Jinting Mountain, auspicious lights illuminated the area, and after a while, a mystical beast slowly revealed its head. The beast resembled a flying deer, covered in white fur, with wings on its abdomen, and surrounded by magnificent colorful lights. Whitezerd circled in the air for a moment before gently descending in front of the two. Lu Zhou calmly extended his hand, inviting Xia Yuan to sit on the mount. Xia Yuan was shocked and hesitated, claiming that she didn't dare to ride on Master's mount. Lu Zhou reassured her, saying, "It's fine. Just sit in front of me." They would reach Anyang in less than an hour. It took energy for a cultivator to fly. To win against a flying mount, one would have to use a divine ability like Soul Chase, but these divine abilities usually consumed more energy, so they were not suitable for traveling. For most cultivators, it was already considered an astonishing achievement to capture and tame a legendary mount like Whitezerd, let alone ride one. There was a saying in the cultivation world, if you don't own a legendary mount at birth, you won't have one for the rest of your life. Sit tight, Lu Zhou immediately reminded. Whitezerd let out a cry and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the city of Anyang. Along the way, Xia Yuan sat on its back, filled with joy, but Lu Zhou felt uncomfortable. After all, his cultivation level was still too low, and the speed was taking a toll on his body. Soon, an hour passed, and the city of Anyang appeared before them. Lu Zhou had Whitezerd stop outside the city, giving himself some time to recover from the trembling state. Xia Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't get enough and kept stroking Whitezerd while praising its appearance. It seemed that women had a similar perspective when it came to appreciating things. To avoid attracting attention, Lu Zhou quickly put away Whitezerd. They also needed to change their appearances and disguise their aura. They arrived at a farmhouse outside the city and changed into ordinary clothes. After concealing their auras, they walked into the city. Xia Yuan jokingly said, "Master, you look more like an old farmer now." Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating that it was all right, and said, "From now on, we can address each other as grandfather and granddaughter." Xia Yuan understood and attempted to call him grandpa. However, the sudden change in address made her feel uncomfortable, but once she got used to it, she couldn't stop herself from calling him grandpa repeatedly. It became addictive. Upon entering the city of Anyang, they noticed the bustling crowd. Xia Yuan looked around and casually grabbed 2 candied haws. "Hee, grandpa, this is so fun," she exclaimed. "Hey, you haven't paid yet." The vendor hurriedly chased after her, shouting and trying to stop her. Xia Yuan felt annoyed at his words. "Get lost. It's your lucky day that I'm eating your stuff. If you keep bothering me, I'll make you regret it," she retorted fiercely. Lu Zhou felt helpless seeing this scene and reprimanded, "Yuan, pay up." Upon hearing her master's words, she immediately became timid, pouting her mouth as if feeling greatly wronged. "Grandpa, he's so fierce. I listened to you and didn't even hit him," she muttered. Lu Zhou shook his head upon hearing her words. "If everyone starts grabbing things like you did, who would dare to sell candied haws in the future?" Realizing her mistake, Xia Yuan nodded and handed a pile of gold and silver to the vendor, who didn't expect such generosity. He happily left the scene. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered on one side of the street. Xia Yuan, who enjoyed watching lively scenes, hopped over at Lu Zhou's instruction. However, she found it difficult to squeeze through the crowd of tall and strong men. After several unsuccessful attempts, she became frustrated. "Move aside," Xia Yuan exclaimed and stomped fiercely on the ground. With a loud bang, the previously solid ground instantly cracked. The surrounding crowd quickly retreated in fear. As the crowd dispersed, several disciples responsible for recruiting in the market center noticed the commotion. One of them nodded approvingly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Young lady, would you like to join our sect? You have a good foundation. That kick you just delivered had the strength of someone at the 5th level of the quenched body realm." Xia Yuan heard this and couldn't help but feel disdainful. "When did I say I want to join your stinking dragon association?" A man who felt insulted stood up and angrily shouted, "You are bold, little girl. How dare you insult the Azure Dragon Association?" In response, Xia Yuan immediately stomped and shattered the man's table. "What is Azure Dragon Association? What are you doing here? Tell me now. My grandpa is waiting." The man, alert to the situation, tightened his grip on the weapon behind him. "How could you not know about the Azure Dragon Association?" Seeing the man preparing to act, Lu Zhou walked over and snorted coldly. His voice, infused with a trace of inner power, clearly reached the man's ears. Sensing this inner power, the man mistakenly believed that Lu Zhou was only at the 7th or 8th level of the quenched body realm. Lu Zhou didn't have time to bother with them. He leaned in and whispered in Xia Yuan's ear, "You can ask for help from the Azure Dragon Association Association in Anyang to investigate the matter concerning the CI family. CI Yuaner's eyes lit up upon hearing this and she turned her head to reprimand them. All of you, come over here. Hearing these words, the man's face immediately darkened. This wild girl probably doesn't know that the backer of the Azure Dragon Association in Anyang is the Netherworld sect, right? What? The Netherworld sect? CI Yuaner seemed visibly stunned upon hearing this. Isn't the leader of the Netherworld sect eldest senior brother? Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and looked at the man again to confirm. Are you saying that the backer of the Azure Dragon Association is the Netherworld sect? That's right, old man. I think you're not bad. Join the Azure Dragon Association as a lackey. Not only will you have good food and drink, but the Azure Dragon Association will also have your back. Your granddaughter has more potential than you and she looks pretty too. I can talk to the sect master and let the two of you join together, the man said with a smug smile. CI Yuaner secretly glanced at Lu Zhou, assuming he was silent because he was angry. Her master had said not to kill people indiscriminately, but he hadn't said anything about not hitting them. With this thought in mind, her eyes brightened, and she lifted her leg and kicked the man's chin with force. With a loud bang, the man's entire body was sent flying into the air. CI Yuaner swiftly followed, kicking him in the chest and then landing a punch on his face. She continued with a flurry of punches, the sound of impacts reverberating throughout the venue. Not long after, the barely conscious man could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, completely limp. CI Yuaner, still filled with anger, lifted the man's face with the tip of her foot, resembling a pig's head, and coldly stared at him. Insolent, do you think you can call my master that? The onlookers were frightened by the scene and quickly retreated to a safe distance. The remaining two members of the Azure Dragon Association finally reacted and brandished their weapons, reprimanding, "Is there no law? Is there no order? How dare you assault someone openly in broad daylight?" Upon hearing this, CI Yuaner kicked the man to the ground and declared, "Not only can this miss hit people, but she can also kill them." With that, she chuckled, revealing her two small tiger teeth. A few strands of chi unconsciously emanated from her body. Oh, this isn't quenched body realm. At the very least, it's a mystic and lightning realm expert, they thought, trembling in fear and immediately kneeling down to beg for mercy. Lu Zhou approached and praised CI Yuaner for her actions. She was delighted to hear his words. "They insulted you, so I couldn't help myself. I had to teach them a lesson." Lu Zhou then turned to the two kneeling men and demanded, "Where's the main branch of the Azure Dragon Association located?" One of the men answered, "In Anyang, 3 miles north of the ancient river." Lu Zhou's gaze turned cold. "As a newcomer to Anyang, I am not familiar with the place. Go back and tell your leader that I will personally visit tomorrow." The two men hurriedly replied and quickly fled with their companion. Master's plan is well thought out. By finding out their headquarters, we can deal with them properly. CI Yuaner's eyes lit up as she grasped the reasoning behind her master's actions. Lu Zhou adjusted his beard helplessly. "What a mess. I need to utilize them to investigate the matter concerning the CI family." Speaking of which, he shifted his attention to CI Yuaner and asked, "After being away for so many years, do you still remember where home is?" CI Yuaner replied after hearing the question, "I only remember that there are 2 stone lions at the entrance of our house. My father loved martial arts, while my mother enjoyed embroidery." She then revealed a melancholic expression. Lu Zhou understood that CI Yuaner had been living on the mountain since childhood and hadn't returned home, so it was normal for her to not remember much. Afterward, the two inquired around the city and quickly found the location of the CI family. Since the city of Anyang was not large, and the CI family was a prominent household, it wasn't difficult to gather information. Upon arriving at the entrance of the CI family, Yuaner became excited and danced around, picking up the stone lions to play with. Lu Zhou quickly stopped her. "Since you've returned home, don't be so mischievous." They pushed open the gate and found a steward-like person cleaning the courtyard. The steward looked puzzled upon seeing 2 villagers disguised individuals and asked who they were. "Where are my father and mother?" Yuaner eagerly approached and looked around. The steward was taken aback. "Who is this little girl? Your parents aren't here." Upon hearing this, Yuaner's expression darkened, and she immediately slapped the steward. "Get out of the way! Don't block my grandfather." She then held onto Lu Zhou and walked towards the inner courtyard. The surroundings appeared desolate and cold. "You, come here. Where are my father and mother?" Yuaner pointed angrily at the steward. Confused once again, the steward couldn't recognize her. After all, Yuaner had left the CI family at a young age. Lu Zhou glanced at the steward and asked for his name. The steward, rubbing his fiery cheeks, stuttered and introduced himself as Wang Fugui, the steward of the CI family. "CI family's manager, Cian, has also been taken hostage," he said. Lu Zhou then pointed at CI Yuaner and introduced her as CI Yuaner from the CI family. Wang Fugui swallowed nervously, looked her up and down, and immediately knelt down, crying, "Miss, you've finally returned. I am Wang Fugui." CI Yuaner scratched her head and, despite leaving home at a young age, seemed to have some memories of the steward. After Wang Fugui's explanation, it was revealed that most of the CI family members had been abducted by a gang called the Lakeside Gang. No one knew the background of this gang or who was behind it. Their whereabouts could not be traced either, due to the repeated abductions of the CI family within a short period. The remaining servants and staff were too afraid to stay and abandon their duties, taking away the household's belongings. Only Wang Fugui remained. After listening, Lu Zhou sipped his tea and inquired, "Why didn't you report to the authorities?" authorities. We did report, but the officials couldn't find any leads. On the day when the CI family was abducted, everyone except for the servants who were out on errands was taken. I happened to be in the outhouse, so I managed to escape, Wang Fugui explained. Curious, CI Yuan asked, then why didn't you run away? Wang Fugui is loyal to the CI family. I was born a member of the CI family, and even in death, I am a ghost of the CI family, Wang Fugui replied. Lu Zhou smiled faintly at his response. You are indeed loyal. However, keep Yuan's return a secret. As for the CI family's abduction, I will investigate it myself. Having said that, Lu Zhou dismissed Wang Fugui. He arranged for Yuan to go to the Azure Dragon Association early the next morning to investigate the so-called Lakeside Gang. After everything was settled, Lu Zhou lay on the bed to rest. At this moment, he heard the voice of the system in his ear. Complete the task to support Duan Mushing. Reward, 200 merit points. He frowned as he looked at the task panel. When he left Jinting Mountain, he had assigned the task for both of them to repair the barrier together. However, the task panel only showed Ming Shireen. There was only one possibility. Old 3 was injured. Meanwhile, inside Jinting Mountain, Ming Shireen felt puzzled after reading the letter left by CI Yuan. He never expected that the master had actually left the mountain. He wondered what the old man was thinking. Duan Mushing, who was next to him, coughed a few times and offered his speculation. Perhaps he's been staying on the mountain for too long and wants to go out to relax, but he doesn't want others to know his identity. Ming Shireen stood up after hearing this and said, you make a good point. The master has been playing by his own rules lately, and I can't figure out what he's thinking. Our previous master had absolute strength and disdained using his brain. He believed that all schemes were futile struggles in the face of absolute power. Duan Mushing sighed and said, perhaps, but repairing the barrier will be a lot of work for you, junior brother. My injury may take 3 to 5 months to heal. Just as he finished speaking, a towel was slapped on his face. You're being too optimistic. Just pretend a little. Don't take advantage of the situation. Both of us grew up being beaten. We've endured worse injuries than this. I'll give you 10 days. If it goes beyond 10 days, I'll quit. When the master returns, he'll deal with you. Embarrassed, Duan Mushing sat up and said, junior brother, you're truly clever. Most likely, 7 days will be enough. You can leave now. I need to focus on healing. It's not convenient for 2 single men to be in the same room. Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen widened his eyes and gave him a disgusted look. He huffed and turned around to leave the room. The next day in the early morning, while thinking in the courtyard, he noticed a flying letter coming towards him. He lightly stepped forward and took the letter down. After reading it, he was shocked and alarmed. How did the master know that third senior brother was injured? He quickly looked around and his aura surged out involuntarily, sensing everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. However, besides some ordinary birds and animals, he didn't detect anything unusual. The lack of abnormalities only made him more nervous, as if the master was watching him from nearby. Being clever, he immediately knelt down and shouted, Master, your disciple did not mean to disrespect you. Please rest assured, your disciple will work hard to repair the barrier and take care of Jinting Mountain. After everything was said, he let out a sigh of relief and comforted himself. Don't panic. As long as I follow the master's plan, everything will be fine. At that moment, Lu Zhou was unaware of the situation and was reading the human volume in the 3 scrolls of heaven writing. With his cultivation progressing, a few pages of text appeared on it, which left him speechless. The purpose of practicing heaven writing was to quickly improve his cultivation, but now he had to improve his cultivation first in order to see the text. It seemed a bit counterproductive. Although he had entered the sense-condensing realm, he still felt like an ant in the face of divine court realm experts. After reading those pages of heaven writing, he found it quite boring. The thought of the lottery crossed his mind, but he immediately shook his head. That thing is addictive. I'll consider it when I have more merit points. Meanwhile, inside the Azure Dragon Association's stronghold, the leader Lu Jingfeng looked down below with a furrowed brow. Are you saying that the person who injured you all is a young girl who looks like she's only 15 or 16 years old, and there was an old man with her? What gives them the audacity to provoke the Azure Dragon Association? The 2 subordinates below answered with mournful faces. We don't know. We were recruiting disciples on the streets of Anyan when that wild girl suddenly appeared and severely injured Elder Jian. The old man even mentioned that he would visit personally. Lu Jingfeng, with a disdainful expression, said, Today, take 20 of our brothers and find the ones who injured Elder Jian. Just as the arrangements were made, one of his subordinates hurriedly ran over and reported, Leader, there's a woman outside requesting an audience. Refuse. Lu Jingfeng was currently in a fit of anger. He had no mood to meet any woman. She said her patience is limited, and until she can still obey her grandfather's order, she asked you to do as she said. Before the words could finish, several loud bangs were heard, accompanied by cries of pain, as a few figures were sent flying in. Lu Jingfeng's anger turned into rage. He quickly ordered his subordinates to go out and investigate. CI Yuan was pulling a subordinate who had lost consciousness, angrily saying, I already said it. My patience is limited. It's already good that I didn't beat you all up. How dare you make me wait outside? Confused, the leader Lu Jingfeng became furious and led his subordinates to the entrance. One of his subordinates recognized the person and nervously said, Leader, she's the one who injured Elder Jian. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingfeng's brow furrowed as he realized that the woman before him was a formidable expert. At that moment, CI Yuan placed her hands on her waist and looked disdainfully at the group. So, you're the so-called leader of this Azure Dragon Association? Don't think that being in the Brahma Sea realm makes you invincible. Not understanding the principles of modesty and humility, CI Yuan just wanted to quickly complete her master's task task and asked, I'm asking you, are you the leader of these little minions? I am Lu Jingfeng, the leader of Azure Dragon Association's Anyang branch. My words hold weight, replied Lu Jingfeng with slight annoyance. See you honor, undeterred, continued, well, that's perfect. I have something to instruct you. Lu Jingfeng's expression darkened upon hearing this. When has the esteemed leader of the branch ever suffered such humiliation? Enough, take her down, Lu Jingfeng shouted, and the archers beside him received the command, immediately releasing their bows and arrows. With a whooshing sound, the arrow came whistling in with the fierce wind. However, Xiao Honor stood still with her hands behind her back, unmoved. You disobedient leader, she said coldly, and the arrows suddenly halted in midair. Several majestic bursts of aura instantly emanated from her body. The next second, a thunderous explosion echoed as the powerful aura crashed forward like an avalanche. The surrounding buildings crumbled into rubble, leaving only Lu Jingfeng barely able to withstand the force. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that she was a Brahma Sea Realm expert with 8 open meridians? The Brahma Sea Realm was divided into 8 meridians. A cultivator could only be considered to have officially stepped into the realm after opening the conception and governor meridians, and reached the highest level after opening the other 6 meridians. When all 8 meridians were opened, the cultivator could use the energy in the meridians to attack. With all 8 meridians opened, the cultivator was invincible below the divine court realm. No matter how powerful the Azure Dragon Association's Sanyang branch was, it was impossible for them to have a divine court realm expert stationed there. As fellow cultivators in the Brahma Sea realm, Lu Jingfeng ultimately couldn't withstand the power. He was sent flying and crashed into a wall in the distance. Wait, he quickly pleaded for mercy as he regained his senses. What do you want me to wait for? Xiao Honor floated over to him as if nothing had happened, her fists clenched. I didn't expect you to be a Brahma Sea realm expert with all 8 meridians opened. Please forgive me for not recognizing your greatness. I beg you to spare me. Let's talk things through. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Xiao Honor stated her purpose. I have something to ask of you. Help me investigate the Lakeside Gang. They were the ones behind the CI family kidnapping. The Lakeside Gang? Lu Jingfeng looked bewildered. I've never heard of that name. They orchestrated the kidnapping of CI family. I'll give you 3 days to find their whereabouts. Hearing the connection to the CI family, Lu Jingfeng instantly broke into a cold sweat. He replied, a gang audacious enough to kidnap the CI family is beyond the control of the small Azure Dragon Association. Say that again. Xiao Honor stared at him, her fists clenched tightly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jingfeng trembled in fear. My lady, I will find the whereabouts of the Lakeside Gang within 3 days. Satisfied with his response, Xiao Honor swiftly approached one of Lu Jingfeng's subordinates. Was it you who shot arrows at me earlier? The subordinate, terrified, desperately shook his head, denying his involvement. It was you, Xiao Honor said, lifting her small foot and gently stepping on the floor beside the man. With a loud bang, a clear footprint appeared on the solid ground. What a coward, she made a mocking face. After leaving a statement, she walked out of the gates of the Azure Dragon Association with an imposing manner. Be obedient. If you don't do as I said, I'll kill the entire Azure Dragon Association. Looking at the small footprints before him, the surroundings fell into silence. The subordinate was on the verge of having an out-of-body experience and dying on the spot. It took Lu Jingfeng a while to recover from his shock before he was filled with immense doubt. City of Anyang. When did such a young expert emerge? If it were any other faction causing trouble, they could have easily killed us. But this girl just injured us all and assigned a task. It's really strange. Lakeside Gang? Does the city of Anyang have such a force? The notorious first ancestor of the demonic sect. The family members of his disciples have been kidnapped twice in a row. How could he, with a fiery temper, endure this? He immediately sent his little disciple to kill the local gang, Azure Dragon Association. After Xiao Honor left, Lu Zhou also began to live a leisurely elderly life. From his memories, Ji Tian now met Yuan when he first arrived in the city of Anyang. He wanted to take her as his disciple at that time, but her parents opposed it. Later, somehow, her parents actually sent Xiao Honor up the mountain themselves. Thinking of this, he asked Wang Fugue, what enemies has the CI family made over the years? Wang Fugue respectfully answered, none at all, not even 5 years ago. After hearing this, he thought carefully, are you talking about the Morong family? 5 years ago, the Morong family and the CI family were like water and fire. At that time, both families had properties and businesses in the 3 major southern provinces of Great Yin. Master had focused all his efforts on his businesses, which made him a wealthy man. Later, due to competition, the CI family and the Morong family became mortal enemies. Cultivators should not interfere in worldly matters, but some people are blinded by greed. As a result, the master and his wife were often the targets of assassination. Hearing this, Lu Zhou asked if this kidnapping incident might also be the work of the Morong family. Wang Fugue hesitated for a moment, answering, this humble one dares not make a rash judgment. Lu Zhou then picked up a handful of feed and scattered it on the ground. The cultivation base of a cultivator who can kidnap all the people in a family would not be lower than the full meridian stage of the Brahma Sea realm. Are there any cultivators in the Morong family? On the surface, there's none, but behind the scenes, I don't know either. While the two were talking, a figure suddenly flashed through the air. Xiao Honor landed in the courtyard with a bang. Seeing this, Lu Zhou scolded, "Why not use the front door instead of climbing the roof?" Xia Yuan stuck out her tongue, answering, "Using the front door requires knocking and opening. Climbing the roof is more convenient. Don't do this again." How did the matter go? Hearing this, Xia Yuan blinked her big eyes and looked over. They were very obedient. They said they would definitely find the lakeside gang. Didn't you fight them? Hearing this, she giggled. No, the leader was very friendly. He called me lady and promised to find the lakeside gang's whereabouts within 3 days. Grandpa, don't look at me like that. I swear I'm telling the truth. That's exactly what he said. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Xia Yuan went to the Azure Dragon Association again. Wang Fuguei, who was cleaning the courtyard, was worried. "Sir, will Miss be in danger going alone?" Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "You should be more worried about the safety of the Azure Dragon Association members." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Killing a villain, merit points +10. After a long time, he frowned and sighed. Yuaner's temper can never calm down. With the rewards from disciplining disciples and completing tasks, he now had over 1,000 merit points. Xia Yuaner had killed at least 50 villains. He didn't expect her to handle the matter properly. Moreover, from Wang Fugui's mouth, he learned that the Azure Dragon Association had been committing evil deeds, and the people were deeply affected. All dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Behind them, the Netherworld sect supported them, becoming a major scourge in the city of Anyang. Killing them was not something to be sympathized with. With this thought, he arranged for Wang Fugui to go to the Moro family to inquire about any recent movements. With this token, no one dares to stop you. You go. Wang Fugui, who received the token, hurriedly left. Although the items brought by the system had disappeared, the good things robbed from the world were still there. The token of the Imperial Army was one of them. Time quickly reached the afternoon, and Xia Yuaner rushed back. She landed with a bang, startling Lu Zhou, who was napping in a chair. Xia Yuaner playfully came to Lu Zhou's side. "Kneel down." Lu Zhou scolded with a frown. "Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed people." Seeing her master angry, Xia Yuaner obediently knelt down. "I'm not blaming you. I've told you this is your home, and you should use the front door. Did you take my words as the wind passing by your ears? I know I was wrong. I was in such a hurry to come back that I forgot. I promise I won't make the same mistake again." Lu Zhou ignored her words, continuing to scold. "Your nature is good, but you can't have no rules at all. Your parents aren't here, so as your master, I will teach you properly." Hearing this, Xia Yuaner could only lie down on the stone. Obediently, with a smack, he suddenly slapped her, but because of her protective aura, it didn't hurt at all. Seeing her playful appearance, Lu Zhou snorted coldly. "Disperse your protective aura." Xia Yuaner wanted to beg for mercy, but realizing her master was really angry, she had to follow his instructions. After the aura disappeared, Xia Yuaner became a completely ordinary person. It's okay to be free by nature, but you can't have no rules at all. It was fine on the mountain, but being so high profile in the city of Anyang could easily expose her identity. She must be punished to teach her a lesson. As Lu Zhou continued to strike, the courtyard echoed with screams. "Smack! Get up!" Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Zhou fell into deep thought. In his memory, Ji Tiandao had never hit Yuaner, from the 1st to the 8th. Each one was beaten black and blue by Ji Tiandao. Some even suffered severe injuries. She had been away from her parents since childhood. The care from her senior brothers and senior sisters was limited. They couldn't replace her parents, so she could only rely on her master. Now, her most respected master had hit her. How could she not feel wronged? "Master, it really hurts," Xia Yuaner muttered, wiping away her tears. "Pain is good. Forget the big principles I taught you before. Remember what I say from now on. Have a candy. It won't hurt after you eat it." "I know," Xia Yuaner said, taking the candy and stuffing it into her mouth. She then recounted what happened at the Azure Dragon Association. The Azure Dragon Association said there was no lakeside gang. It was a group of cultivators disguised on purpose. They lied and even invited helpers from the E province to kill me. I was seized by anger, so I beat them. No, I killed them. They even invited experts. If I hadn't fought back, I might never see you again. Lu Zhou, hearing this, gave her an annoyed glance. Who could bully you without reaching the divine court realm? Then he calculated the time and realized something was wrong. Wang Fugui should have returned by now, but there was no sign of him. Thinking of this, he spoke. "Wang Fugui hasn't returned. Come with me for a walk." Xia Yuaner, hearing this, agreed. She obediently followed him out. At this moment, in Yanyu Palace, 5th disciple Zhao Yu paced back and forth, irritated. 6th disciple Yi Tianqin, seeing this, comforted her. "It's too late for regrets now. We can only go all the way." Zhao Yu, hearing this, frowned and replied, "Sister Tianqin, if we had done this a month ago, I wouldn't worry. That old man has always been hot-tempered. His actions are selfish. But recently, his style has changed a lot." Yi Tianqin became interested. "How did it change?" "I can't say for sure, but I vaguely feel that his methods have softened a lot. His temper doesn't seem as explosive either. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You kidnapped the CI family members. Will he take the bait?" Yi Tianqin chuckled. "Given that old man's character, it's unlikely he'll take the bait, but our junior sister is pure-hearted. She's only been away from home for 5 years. If she learns about this, she will definitely return to the city of Anyang. By then, capturing our junior sister will suffice. Once that old man leaves Jinting Mountain, without the protection of our 3 senior brothers, for senior brothers, and the barrier, I'll have countless ways to exhaust his trump cards. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. She quickly asked how to exhaust his trump cards. Yi Tianqing paused, then slowly said, there are many famous and righteous families in the world. Many have suffered at his hands. If I spread his news, what do you think the famous families will do? Especially since Heavenly Sword Sex Luo Chanfeng died at the hands of that old man. But what if they're all afraid? Xiao Yu couldn't help but shiver. Last time, she witnessed the 10 great experts and tens of thousands of cultivators fleeing in panic. That scene, perhaps only their master could achieve such a feat in the world. Yi Tianqing had thought of this as well. I've already informed the 10 great families about the old man's secret drug. The 9 great experts are not fools. Once they understand the key to this situation, they will return sooner or later. As they spoke, a subordinate hurriedly entered, reporting to the palace master. We received news from Anyang. The Azure Dragon Association has been wiped out, and the Imperial Army's token has appeared in the city of Anyang. We don't know who did it. Judging from the traces of the fight left at the scene, the attacker should be a cultivator who has opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm. Hearing this, Xiao Yu started to analyze the situation. Could it be Xiao Yuan's doing? Our junior sister is a Divine Court realm expert. It's possible for her to wipe out the Azure Dragon Association, given her temperament, but she wouldn't hide her cultivation level. What if the old man left Jingting Mountain with her? Yi Tianqing waved her hand dismissively and said, it's unlikely. However, to be on the safe side, I'll send someone to investigate the CI family immediately. Have someone with this portrait lurk near the CI residence in the city of Anyang. Report back immediately if you find any traces of these 2. As for the token of the Imperial Army, it's not important. There are only 2 possibilities. Someone has faked it or the Emperor is here but dressed as a commoner. However, Great Yan has been plagued by wars in the recent years, so the Emperor wouldn't do something so risky. A smile appeared on Yi Tianqing's lips. So, senior sister, don't worry. Everything is under my control. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Xia Yuan were on their way to the Moral residence. He looked at her and warned, Xia Yuan, you've been too high profile. You might have attracted people's attention. From now on, you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Yes, master, Xia Yuan obediently replied. Yuan, what would you do if the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the CI family is your senior brothers and sisters? Hearing this, Xia Yuan was hesitant to believe it. No, they've been so good to me. How could they bear to kidnap my parents? Lu Zhou sighed. She was still too naive. Soon after, the 2 arrived at the Moral residence. Master, I'll knock on the door. No need. Just kick it open. The guards inside the courtyard were conducting their daily training, but the next second, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. An old and a young figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It took a moment for the guards to react. How dare you kick the door of the Moral residence? Take them down. Hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his arm forward and slowly said, fight. I like this. Xia Yuan, having been beaten by her master, had been looking for a place to vent her anger. This was exactly what she wanted. She dashed into the crowd like lightning, sending guards flying with each kick. In a matter of moments, the courtyard was filled with screams. Master, they're not very durable, said Xia Yuan, returning to her master's side with a hint of disappointment. Lu Zhou replied indifferently, a Divine Court realm expert bullying a group of quenched body realm guards. There's nothing worth boasting about. The commotion outside caught the attention of the people inside. When the Morong family's patriarch, Morong Hai, saw the scene, his eyes turned cold. He tentatively asked, who are you? Lu Zhou glanced at him and inquired, is Wang Fugue here? Upon hearing the name, Morong Hai replied with disdain, Wang Fugue has been arrested for forging a military token and handed over to the authorities. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Xia Yuan, make him speak properly. Yes, master, Xia Yuan said cheerfully, turning to face the man opposite. Several people saw this, and they picked up their own weapons, eager to fight. Where did you come from, you wild girl? But as soon as the words were spoken, his pupils suddenly enlarged in disbelief. Xia Yuan was now releasing bursts of strong gales from within her body, forcing several people to lie on the ground unable to move under this hurricane-like pressure. What? She's actually a Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians expert. Realizing the danger, Morong Hai couldn't stop sweating in fear. You seem to be more resistant to beatings, Xia Yuan said, and she was about to deliver another blow. Morong Hai immediately raised his hands and begged for mercy. Don't. Wang Fugue is fine. I'll bring him out right away. Soon, a battered and bruised Wang Fugue was brought before them. Xia Yuan looked at him and was instantly displeased. She clenched her small fist, snorted coldly. Who beat Wang Fugue? Was it you? Morong Hai quickly explained that it wasn't him. I have no grudge against you. Why would I do this? It's you, Xia Yuan said, raising her fist and striking. At this time, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. Do you know anything about the kidnapping of the CI family? Don't be in a hurry to answer. If I think you're lying, Xia Yuan, break his legs. Alright, Grandpa. Hearing that she could beat someone, Xia Yuan was extremely excited. Morong Hai quickly agreed, and told them everything he knew. Although the Morong family had a long-standing feud with the CI family, they couldn't kidnap more than 100 members of the CI family overnight. This powerful force had the support of powerful cultivators. Old man, listen to my advice. Don't provoke those people. Hearing this, Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. Do you know them? Not very clear, but I know that these cultivators have something to do with Jingting Mountain. Do you know about Jingting Mountain, old man? Hearing this, Lu Zhou shook his head, not knowing much about it. You tell me about it. You've never even heard of Jinting Mountain. Looking at the old man's aura and posture, you're probably a reclusive cultivator, the kind of practitioner who is isolated from the world, right? Moronghai finished his speculation and continued to speak. Jinting Mountain is home to a demonic ancestor, with 9 disciples under his command. Each one of them is a famous demon in the world. The group of cultivators who kidnapped the CI family is likely connected to some of the demons from Jinting Mountain. They kill without blinking, and are utterly evil. I see the old man has a kind face and treats people kindly. Please don't provoke them. Hearing this, Xia Yuaner couldn't help but laugh, which made Lu Zhou somewhat helpless. What's so funny about such a serious topic? Never mind her. Continue speaking. Moronghai paused and continued speaking. The Lakeside Gang is indeed a non-existent gang. 2 days before the kidnapping of the CI family, they scouted in Anyang and used more than 30 people. Hearing this, Lu Zhou was a bit puzzled. How did you know? If the other party is a fake sect, their goal is not to be known, but they let the Morong family know so easily. Isn't this contradictory? Hearing this, Moronghai's face showed embarrassment. To tell you the truth, among the hostages taken, there were also people from my Morong family. Old man, please show mercy. I promise that from now on, I will no longer be an enemy of the CI family. After hearing this, Lu Zhou slowly turned around. One last question. Can you track the hostages? Moronghai hesitated, stammering and unsure, until he saw the other party staring coldly at him. He finally answered honestly, yes, I can. Go back, take him with you, and don't forget the token of the Imperial Army. Lu Zhou said and stopped staying, calling Xia Yuaner to leave. This dragon pattern is so beautiful. Xia Yuaner took the token from Moronghai's hand and played with it for a moment. Lu Zhou explained, this is the exclusive dragon pattern of the token of the Imperial Army, the only symbol to identify its authenticity. Put it away, and don't be too ostentatious. What? The token is real? Moronghai was so scared he wet himself upon hearing this. Yuaner, tomorrow morning, take Moronghai with you to rescue your clansmen. Upon hearing her master's words, Xia Yuaner hurriedly complied. Time quickly passed, and it was evening. When Lu Zhou returned to CI Mansion and had nothing to do, he started using the system to draw rewards. This time, he spent 50 merit points and received 3 reversal cards. Although happy, he felt somewhat cheated by the system. The subsequent draws all resulted in thank you for your patronage, which made him feel frustrated again. This is addictive. I must restrain myself from drawing. If I draw 10 times and don't get a single reversal card, it's still a loss. He then used all 3 reversal cards. As a result, his remaining lifespan was 5,507 days. The recovery of his lifespan also improved his eyesight, but as he rubbed his eyes, everything returned to normal. What's going on? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Could it be the extraordinary power from the Heaven Writings 3 volumes? If so, how can I make use of it? The system had previously hinted that the cultivation method of Heaven Writings 3 volumes was different from the previous one. In other words, all his previous experiences and insights would become worthless. He could only explore on his own. With this thought in mind, he opened the Heaven Writing interface and continued reading. The next morning, several people gathered in the courtyard. Lead the way, Lu Zhou said calmly, with his hands behind his back. Moronghai clapped his hands together, then kept making hand gestures, as if casting some secret technique. After getting the result, he finally stopped. About 10 miles north from here. 10 miles? That's so close? Kidnapping the CI family to a place 10 miles away showed that these cultivators were not afraid of anyone trying to rescue them. There might be a trap. Should we be cautious first? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou shook his head. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Yuaner asked, puzzled. Nothing. Let's go. Wang Fugue had no cultivation, so he was asked to stay at CI Mansion. With that, the group quickly headed towards their destination. 10 miles north of Anyang was the territory of Blue Sun Mountain. It should be here. The mark can't be wrong. The cultivators of the Lakeside Gang should all be stationed here. Hearing Moronghai's words, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. Yuaner, go save the people. Alright. Xia Yuaner revealed a sly smile, and swiftly moved towards Blue Sun Mountain, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Seeing this scene, Moronghai was extremely shocked. Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians? Such an achievement at such a young age is rare in the world. But at that moment, several dark shadows suddenly rushed out of the woods. We've been waiting for you for a long time. As the words fell, dozens of cultivators appeared in front of Xia Yuaner. Moronghai, who accompanied them, was so scared that he was close to wetting himself. Sir, these are all Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians powerhouses. Lu Zhou nodded. I know. After hearing this, Moronghai felt like crying. He was just a weakling who had opened 5 apertures of the Mystic and Lightning Realm. In front of the Brahma Sea Realm, he didn't even have the qualifications to stand. Old sir, should we run away quickly? As for this suggestion, Lu Zhou simply ignored it. His attention was focused entirely on the scene. Yuaner pointed at the opponents and counted them with interest. Seeing this, the leader frowned and said angrily, we never kill nameless people. State your name. 12 Brahma Sea Realm cultivators. Ha! Xia Yuaner finished counting and revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the leader snorted coldly. That senior asks us to kill whoever comes to rescue the hostages. We are paid to solve problems. It's rare for you to achieve such a strong cultivation base at this young age. But too bad you got yourself involved with the CI family. The crowd rushed forward, trapping Xia Yuaner in the middle. Who paid you to do this? Lu Zhou stared at them and asked calmly. Who are you, old man? The leader didn't care and sneered upon hearing this, since he realized that both of their realms were low. Knowing that communication was useless, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. Yuaner, Yuan, ultimately, in this world, the truth and rules can only be clarified by comparing our strengths. Upon hearing this, Yuan smiled knowingly. The energy inside her body immediately erupted. Then, with a light tap of her toes, she instantly rushed into the midair. The 12 cultivators were all stunned. This aura, something's wrong. Kill her. Just as the order was given, everyone with weapons surrounded her, but in the next second, the nearest cultivator was hit by a kick. Yuan's figure was like lightning, leaving after images in the air. Each kick reaped the life of a cultivator. The sound of thumping was endless. Within a few breaths, everyone was kicked and smashed to the ground. The remaining leader saw the scene and was immediately frightened. Need me to help you? Yuan asked coldly. No, I'll go down myself. With that said, he eliminated his muster energy, and with a thump, fell to the ground. At least this way, he could save his life. Well done, Lu Zhou praised when he saw this. Yuan, who had landed, excitedly ran over after hearing this. Then, Lu Zhou looked at the man lying on the ground, and asked who the mastermind was. I don't know. The leader hurriedly raised his head and answered, where are the CI family hostages? They were taken away. By whom? I don't know. Have you ever seen his appearance? I haven't seen it. Kill him. Lu Zhou turned around and shook his head. This person can't be interrogated. The leader hurriedly revealed key information. I'll talk. Don't kill me. The whole CI family is on Blue Sun Mountain, but their family head has been taken away by my employer. I really don't know the identity of my employer. Yuan saw this and approached with a grin. My grandfather is so capable. He confessed everything with just a little scare. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. I didn't scare him. This place is indeed a trap. The mastermind had purposely left behind a message. If he didn't tell us, others would. So, what's the point of sparing his life? The leader turned pale upon hearing this, his face like ashes. Meanwhile, at Yanyu Palace, several female cultivators quickly flew over the mountains to arrive here. Master, we received a letter. An old man and a young girl are approaching the CI family's residence. Have their identities been confirmed? Upon hearing this news, Yi Tianqin and Zhao Yu came out together. They look somewhat similar to the portraits. Similar, as far as I know. Third senior brother has been injured and the righteous sect has sent experts to Jinting Court Mountain. Also, after the death of Luo Chanfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, there has been no one to succeed him. Their former sect leader, Luo Xingkong, is constantly looking for an opportunity to avenge his son. Fourth senior brother alone can never stop a nascent divinity tribulation expert. After listening to Yi Tianqin's words, Zhao Yu understood that this was a good opportunity to exhaust Ji Tiandao's trump card. But what if these two people are not pretending? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin chuckled. Wouldn't that fall right into our trap? Just as sixth disciple Yi Tianqin and fifth disciple Zhao Yu were discussing, a flying letter arrived with a piece of news. The cultivators of the Lakeside Gang on Blue Sun Mountain are all dead, and the whole CI family, except their family head, have escaped. Yi Tianqin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The person who can kill all the cultivators of the Lakeside Gang is most likely to be Little Junior's sister. Send a letter to Evil King. Inform him that the plan remains unchanged and to get ready for action. Upon hearing that even the somewhat dazed Old Eighth could become the Evil King, Zhao Yu couldn't help but laugh lightly. Old Eighth was only slightly stronger than Little Yuaner. However, Little Yuaner had just joined the sect for 5 years, and it would not take her long to surpass him. Yi Tianqin sighed helplessly. It is not that Old Eighth is too weak, but that old thing, too strong. Meanwhile, unaware of the situation, Lu Zhou suddenly sneezed. The CI family members all knelt down and expressed their gratitude after being rescued. After receiving the gratitude of more than 100 people, Lu Zhou's merit points increased significantly, which made him feel quite comfortable. Yuan was excited for a while after recognizing her mother. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to spend together, because there were still people waiting to be saved. After properly settling the CI family members, they set off on their journey again. After the previous battle, Moronghai also admired Yuan's strength. Old mister, your granddaughter is probably the youngest 8 Meridians Brahma Sea cultivator I've ever seen. I'm certain that she will step into the divine court realm in less than 3 years. Upon hearing this flattery, Yuaner looked disdainful. Bah, I remember you were scared out of your wits just now. Moronghai's face showed embarrassment. He was about to say something else, but he saw Yuaner staring at him angrily and said, Oh, you don't think so? Count yourself lucky that you still have some use to us. Otherwise, we would have killed you with a kick now. Seeing this, Moronghai hurriedly caught up with Lu Zhou's pace. It's not easy to talk to a temperamental little girl. The old mister is much more gentle and comfortable. Old mister, why did you send the people of the CI family back to their residence? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort if they were kidnapped by someone again? After hearing this, Lu Zhou replied, Don't worry, these cultivators' target should not be the CI family. Moronghai nodded and agreed that it made sense. If they wanted money, they would have asked for it, but they didn't, and they did not kill a single hostage, which means what they want is something else. In that case, why did they do this? Just as he was saying this, a messenger bird suddenly flew down from the sky. It's a letter from fourth senior brother. Yuaner leaped up and caught it. This time, Lu Zhou didn't let her read it but beckoned for her to pass it over. After reading the letter, his brow furrowed slightly. Send a letter to Old Fourth and tell him to wait for my return. Upon hearing this, Yuaner immediately responded. Moronghai, who was watching from the side, had many thoughts. From the way they addressed each other, I guessed that this pair of grandfather and granddaughter should be from some sect. The world of Great Yin is boundless, and it was perfectly normal to have 1 or 2 almighty hermits. Not long after, the group arrived at an open area surrounded by mountains on all sides. Lu Zhou carefully observed the surrounding environment, and then spoke loudly, Come out. The next second, a sinister laugh echoed through the forest. Immediately after, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly surged into the sky. The man was dressed in a black robe with fierce eyes, and he was holding Xia Yuaner's father in his hand. Not good. Run. It might be the demon from Jinting Mountain. Moronghai was terrified and wanted to escape, but it's too late to run. The hoarse voice of the man in the black robe sent shivers down one's spine. Then he unleashed a powerful force, restricting Moronghai's movements. Lu Zhou stared coldly at the man in the black robe, pondering to himself, judging by the fluctuations of his aura, this person is stronger than a Brahma Sea Realm 8 Meridians. He should be a Divine Court Realm powerhouse, but it's not enough for me to use my peak card. The fact that you managed to escape the trap at Blue Sun Mountain proves that you are pretty strong, but unfortunately, that is far from enough. A 2 Apertures Mystic Enlightening Cultivator, an 8th tier Body Tempering Cultivator, and an 8 Meridians Brahma Sea Cultivator. This seems like a fair deal. The man in the black robe spoke to himself. His tone seemed to be full of disdain. Xia Yuaner's eyes lit up. She was eager to try. This one should be more resilient, but she was stopped by Lu Zhou after only taking 2 steps. Let go of the hostage and leave. I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe pointed at Lu Zhou. Old man, do you know who you are talking to? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. The 3 Yin styles of the Taoist societies? The man in the black robe was slightly stunned. His intuition told him, this old man was definitely not a quenched body realm eightfold, but rather, he used some technique to hide his aura. You can tell my sect is not simple. Who are you? You are practicing a reverse breathing method which absorbs the energy essence of the heaven and earth through the Laogong acupoints in your arms and accumulates them in your dantian. The method is very easy to master, but it has a flaw: your bones will be filled with chills and you will be in extreme pain for at least 10 days a month. As Lu Zhou said this, he paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed. You only have 3 months left to live. The man in the black robe was incredibly shocked. There were numerous cultivators in this world, and each one of them had their own secrets. Furthermore, they regarded the flaw in their cultivation techniques as the most important secret. Over the past 2 decades, I have poured in all the effort to cultivate the 3 Yin styles, which made me a formidable Divine Court expert. However, the greater the gains were, the greater the cost would be. How could this old man know this? I'll ask again. Who are you? Hearing this, Lu Zhou smiled faintly. When you betrayed the Dao societies, you had only learned the 3 Yin styles, but not the 6 Yang techniques. The extreme cold needs to be balanced with the extreme Yang. It is a miracle that you are still alive today. 6 Yang technique? The man in the black robe was somewhat puzzled. What? You don't know about the 6 Yang technique? Lu Zhou asked him back. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe suddenly burst into a hysterical laughter. Good one, old man. How dare you spout nonsense to deceive me? Having said that, the man in the black robe's whole body was filled with powerful qi, and he gathered his strength to strike Lu Zhou's position. But in the next second, Yuaner blocked it with a single palm. If you want to hit my grandfather, you have to ask me first. Xia Yuaner also exploded with a sharp qi and repelled the opponent. The man in the black robe was shocked. A Divine Court Realm powerhouse at this age? How is it possible? Xia Yuaner no longer hid her strength, stretched her muscles, and showed a readiness for battle. Then she turned to her grandfather and said, Grandpa, I want to fight him. Up to you, Lu Zhou said, not saying any more. Having received her master's permission, she beckoned the man in the black robe. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent. You better hang in there for a while. Moronghai, who was watching this scene, was somewhat dumbfounded. This is so strange. A little girl is actually provoking a monster. As Xia Yuaner's words fell, she rushed like the wind and kicked the opponent's head. The man in the black robe, who had reacted, hurriedly raised his arm to block, but upon contact, he was forced to retreat by Xia Yuaner's power. Immediately after, she caught up again and kicked him. The man in the black robe adjusted his stance and engaged in a fierce battle with her. The sound of their clashes filled the air. The two moved their battlefield to a more open area. Seeing Moronghai's shocked expression, Lu Zhou spoke indifferently. That's just her temperament. Hearing this, Moronghai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this really just temperament? She's like an unleashed demon. Then, Lu Zhou went to check on Xia Yuaner's father and found that he had only fainted and was not injured. Old sir, with such a talented granddaughter, why do you pretend to be weak? Lu Zhou shook his head after hearing this and replied, people's hearts are treacherous. We must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Moronghai respectfully bowed. Old sir has a deep understanding of the world. No wonder you were confident in saving Xia Manor. I have always underestimated you. I have a question that I don't know if I should ask. You are also deliberately hiding your cultivation, right? In his opinion, it was impossible to suppress such a little demon with just charisma and affection alone. Since his granddaughter was a Divine Court Realm powerhouse, the old man in front of him must also be a Divine Court Realm powerhouse. Lu Zhou glanced at him, neither admitting nor denying. Moronghai immediately understood a bit. Old sir is truly a hidden expert. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand. I'm not really an expert. Seeing this scene, Moronghai couldn't help but feel emotional. The little girl was capricious and had a fiery temper. He didn't expect her grandfather to be so magnanimous, humble, and low-key. Old sir, forgive me for speaking out of turn. This child has amazing talent and a boundless future. It's a pity that she doesn't understand how to behave in society, said Moronghai. Hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at the distant battlefield and replied that he had indeed been thinking about how to teach her the principles of human behavior recently, but he also knew that with Xia Yuaner's temper and personality, it would not be easy to teach her well in just a few days. At this point, the battle between the two was nearing its end. Xia Yuaner excitedly said, Hey, get up now. That was a good move you just made. Come on, let's fight again. The man in the black robe is lying on the ground, coughing incessantly. He quickly waved his hands. Cough, cough. I won't fight anymore. I won't. Seeing this, Lu Zhou revealed a hint of a smile. It seems they've had enough. That's good. Congratulations, old sir. The CI family is saved. This journey has finally come to an end. Lu Zhou, with a slightly furrowed brow, walked towards the man in the black robe's position. The matter is not over yet. On the contrary, it has just begun. Pan Zhong, what do you think? The man in the black robe, lying on the ground, looked at him in astonishment after hearing this. How do you know my name? Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Let's get back to the point. You could have lived for another 3 months, but if you want to die now, I'll grant your wish. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong's heart trembled, and he quickly turned over and stood up, vigilantly watching the other party. Although I didn't expect this girl's cultivation to be so profound, killing me is still far from enough. After hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at him. The true power of the 3 yin styles can only be brought out with the help of the 6 yang technique. You've only learned the 3 yin styles, and that's why you can't get its essence. How come I've never heard of the 6 yang technique before? Ci Yuaner said with some disdain. What's so good about this 6 yang technique? My grandpa knows countless cultivation techniques. Pan Zhong was somewhat speechless. Countless? But just at this moment, the sound of flying swords suddenly came from behind. Looking up, a large number of cultivators had already appeared in the sky with an aggressive momentum. In the middle of the crowd was a red flying chariot. A silver bell-like laughter slowly came from within. Little junior sister, long time no see. Seeing the red flying chariot slowly flying in the sky, Ci Yuaner nervously hid behind her master. Seeing this, Lu Zhou calmly comforted her. There's no need to be afraid. Protect your father. After hearing this, Ci Yuaner nodded and replied, yes, right. Master is still here. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing this scene, Morong Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. It must be an illusion. It's all an illusion. The one who had opened all 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea realm was already an expert. When a cultivator stepped into this realm, he could float in the air, and when he opened all 8 meridians, he could fly in the sky. So how can he not be shocked when there are so many experts flying in the sky? In addition to this, there were no shortage of divine court realm experts, and among them was a flying chariot. The flying chariot was a symbol of status, and only the leader of a powerful force could possess one. In the past, when the 10 great experts besieged Jingting Mountain, only the 10 great experts had flying chariots. So who was this expert riding in the red flying chariot? As he was lost in thought, another voice came from the flying chariot. Little junior sister is growing more and more beautiful. Hearing this familiar voice, Ci Yuaner was so frightened that she quickly ran back behind her master again. Pan Zhong seemed to guess something and swallowed his saliva nervously. Who could make the fierce little girl with profound cultivation afraid? There was only one person he could remember who owned this red flying chariot. Ci Yuaner looked at the figure above angrily and replied, you big traitor, I am not your junior sister. Hearing this, Yi Tianqing laughed. Little junior sister, you're still as innocent and adorable as ever. A cultivator greeted Yi Tianqing with a salute and asked, Palace Master Yi, you told us that the old villain had relied on a secret drug to survive the last attack, and you secretly informed us with letters that he will be here. What I see now is only a little villain. What's the meaning of this? Only a little villain? I'm only about 10 years younger. Yes, my hair has grown darker and my skin is tighter, but my facial features remain the same. Am I that hard to recognize? Yi Tianqing spoke and lightly touched the ground, slowly descending. At this moment, Lu Zhou also recognized her. Yi Tianqing, nascent divinity tribulation realm, hatred value, 45%. Now the renowned master of the derived moon palace. The 6th disciple, Yi Tianqing, is currently the master of the derived moon palace, who had her name heard by many. It was said that the derived moon palace only had female cultivators and every one of them was gifted. However, they all hated heartless, unfaithful men. No one knew the reason and could not find the answer in his memory either. Surrounded by male cultivators, it was plain that she did not use her own people but outsiders, which was a clever idea. Her temperament and appearance remind me of a poem. The lotus grows in mud, yet is never contaminated by it. The eldest, 2nd, 5th, and 7th disciples had not shown up when I activated a peak form experience card. I only had half an hour, so I must try my best to take down the group of villainous disciples in the peak form. Yi Tianqing, who landed on the ground, looked at Lu Zhou. Master, you've been deceived. Hearing this, the surrounding righteous cultivators all fell silent. Is this the legendary, infamous, and evil patriarch? Did we make a mistake? There seems to be a difference compared to the portrait, but this is personally identified by Yi Tianqing. Morong Hai, who was standing nearby, was even more shocked. I didn't expect this kind-faced old man to be the infamous demonic patriarch. Just kill me. They're all liars. At this moment, Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Since you have addressed me as master, I'll give you another chance. Come back to Jingting Court Mountain. You will still be one of my 9 disciples. Yi Tianqing laughed lightly upon hearing this. Master, it is out of respect that I called you master. As for going back to Jingting Court Mountain, you have to ask them first. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. The surrounding cultivators were all filled with anger and indignation. Old villain, you are lucky to have won the last battle, but you won't be so lucky this time. A secret drug is, after all, a secret drug. Every secret drug that can increase one's cultivation base within a short time has side effects. Don't worry, everybody. No wonder this old villain could use his energy in such a wanton way the last time. Old villain, now is the time for you to die. Surrender yourself. Lu Zhou smiled and didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he looked at Yi Tianxin and continued to speak. How did you know for sure that I would appear here? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxin clapped her hands, and a maid brought up a portrait. Looking at the old and decrepit appearance in the portrait, Yi Tianxin laughed and replied, "It's hard to believe that the villainous patriarch who once held sway in the world would disguise himself. Master, would you believe me if I told you that I guessed it?" Lu Zhou looked around and didn't see any other evildoers. He secretly sighed in disappointment. Catching only one evildoer with a peak-level cultivation doesn't seem worth it. However, facing such a situation, there was no room for maneuver. He stroked his beard lightly and spoke calmly. "Yi Tianxin, I had taught you the blue waves technique and given you the amorous hoop in the hope that you could protect yourself in this dangerous cultivation world, not to make you desert the sect and betray me." Yi Tianxin couldn't help but laugh after listening. "Old man, do you think you can still treat me like you used to? You are old and no longer the same Ji Tiandao who could throw the world into chaos. This place is the graveyard I personally designed for you." The surrounding cultivators began to sense carefully and discovered that this place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "You dare to scold your master? Be careful of being struck by lightning," Xia Yuan retorted angrily. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand to signal it was okay, then continued asking, "Who leaked my whereabouts to you? Was it old 7th, old 5th, or that good-for-nothing old 8th? Yi Tianxin slowly spoke. "I don't need them to tell me. I don't mind telling you the truth. The kidnapping of the CI family was my plan, and the goal was to lure little junior sister and you out of Jingting Court Mountain." Pan Zhong looked worried after hearing this. "You were the one who gave me the task. What if this old villain didn't show up?" Yi Tianxin coldly replied, "You're asking too many questions. Just do what you're supposed to do and take your deserved reward." After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Zhou didn't waste any more words. "Well, I've killed many people in the past, and I don't mind killing a few more." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators all took out their weapons, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, Yi Tianxin appeared fearless. "Why are you still pretending, old thing?" The secret drug of Primal Fiend. A dose of this drug can boost a cultivator's energy for a short time, but the side effect is that the cultivation base will reduce to half for 10 days, and it cannot be consumed again. Mentioning this name, Lu Zhou recalled in his mind, this secret drug was invented by the Medicine King in the past, but it was boycotted by the orthodox sects in the world because of its overly brutal and evil effects. Over time, it disappeared. He just didn't expect them to think of the secret drug. Seeing Lu Zhou silent, Yi Tianxin became more confident in her guess. "There's one more piece of bad news I have to tell you. I've placed down an array here, which has greatly weakened energy. Even if you have the secret drug and take it in your desperation, it will be in vain." "Well, that's all I want to say. Master, this is the last time I call you master. When you're dead, I'll order someone to properly bury you and handle Jingting Court Mountain." "Oh, right, the experts of the righteous sect should have arrived at Jingting Court Mountain. 3rd senior brother is wounded, so I think 4th senior brother must have surrendered by now." Yi Tianxin spoke while retreating back into the crowd. Xia Yuan, upon hearing about the array, hastily asked what they should do. Lu Zhou confidently assured her there was no need to be afraid. Wang Fugui suddenly ran out from the woods. After glancing at the fallen CI family's master, he knelt beside Lu Zhou and pleaded, "Old mister, please save my master." Having said that, he suddenly pulled out a short sword from his chest. While no one was paying attention, he leaped forward and aimed straight at Lu Zhou's back. This unexpected scene left everyone stunned on the spot. Xia Yuaner's face showed worry as she urgently warned him. Murong Hai's mouth gaped in disbelief, as Wang Fugui was actually a divine court realm expert. Yi Tianxin's excitement was beyond words. The distance was too close, leaving almost no chance to dodge the attack. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator would be unable to withstand this unguarded strike without injury. Wang Fugui, full of confidence, continued to exert force. However, the next second, he became dumbfounded because the short sword could not penetrate any further. "What's going on? This is an earth-grade treasure, coated with a strong poison. With my full-strength attack as a divine court realm cultivator, why can't I feel it piercing his body?" Wang Fugui was in a panic, raising his head to see the short sword seemingly blocked by an invisible force outside of Lu Zhou's body. At this moment, Lu Zhou's face was full of disdain. "Why do I need to take a drug to kill you all?" He suddenly unleashed his powerful aura, forming circles of energy that knocked Wang Fugui away. The ripple-like energy kept spreading, reaching the sky. Seeing this scene, the righteous cultivators were shocked. "Not good. The old villain did this on purpose. It is not the old villain who has fallen into a trap, but us." "Yi Tianxin, you are such a scheming woman." "Ah!" All Brahma Sea realm cultivators were blown away, unable to resist. Yi Tianxin's eyes widened, her body trembling. She couldn't understand why the array failed or why the old man could still take the secret drug. What went wrong? At this moment, Lu Zhou took a deep breath. The feeling of being at the peak was great. It was like a long-stored flood breaking through a dam, instantly regaining his full cultivation and power. After savoring this for a moment, he turned his icy gaze towards Yi Tianxin. "Yi Tianxin, you had made a divine court assassin disguise as a steward in the CI family? Do you think I didn't know that?" For many years, she had lost the sense of fear, but gradually, that feeling of dread resurfaced. Her well-thought-out plan was completely forgotten. Lu Zhou simply raised his arm slightly, and a severely injured Wang Fugui flew uncontrollably towards him. Everyone in the world knows about the Imperial tokens, so how could Murong Hai not identify it? "You shouldn't get in the way." At this moment, Wang Fugui was trembling with fear. When he first saw Lu Zhou and Xia Yuaner, he wasn't sure whether they were the evildoers from Jingting Mountain or not. It was only when he got the token that he confirmed everything. He had thought about assassinating them at night, but he always felt that the old man was not an evildoer from Jinting Mountain, and he was also afraid of ruining Yi Tianqing's plan, so he didn't take action in the end. You can't kill me, Wang Fugui stuttered, trying to reveal the forces behind him to save his life. Every Divine Court realm expert has some kind of backing to some extent, but does it matter, or was there any force in the world that could frighten the great evildoer? No, Lu Zhou didn't want to listen to his nonsense. He closed his fingers and directly ended Wang Fugui's life, gaining 200 merit points for killing a Divine Court realm evildoer. He can't last long. Don't be afraid, Yi Tianqing said, her heart filled with fear. After leaving these words, she leaped up and jumped onto her flying chariot, disappearing into the sky without looking back. Pan Zhong, realizing what happened, was terrified. He quickly begged for mercy. Senior, I was used by others. I never intended to be your enemy. Please spare my life. He understood that it was almost impossible to escape the attention of such a powerful expert, and begging for mercy was the only chance for survival. After hearing this, Lu Zhou scanned the crowd, noticing there were about 15 Divine Court realm experts and more than 100 Brahma Sea realm cultivators. He paused for a moment and then spoke. I'll give you a chance. If you leave without a single Brahma Sea realm cultivator remaining, I'll grant you the 6 Yang technique. You can choose life or death. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a blessed light descended from the sky. The divine beast Whitesword stepped on the void and slowly landed in front of Lu Zhou. Take your father back to Blue Sun Mountain. Wait for my return. Yes, master, Xia Yuana replied and left in front of everyone. Pan Zhong, seeing this, was shocked. The legendary mount, countless treasures, weapons, and techniques were all in the hands of the old evildoer, just as rumored. Having thought about it, he decisively knelt on the ground and bowed. I'm willing to serve senior. Very well, Lu Zhou said. And then he lightly tapped his toes and flew into the air. His powerful aura spread out in all directions, and the Divine Court realm experts had to summon their Dharma bodies to resist the pressure. The weaker cultivators fled like frightened dogs. 100 tribulations in sight. As Lu Zhou's words fell, a towering golden phantom appeared like a mountain in an instant, evoking awe. So powerful. Senior's cultivation is so high. Why did you deceive me? Thinking back on the past, everyone laughed at me for being a demon. Then I'll be a demon. Go to hell. A cold light flashed in Pan Zhong's eyes, and he immediately attacked the nearest cultivator. Screams filled the air as the Brahma Sea realm cultivators were slaughtered. The Divine Court realm experts flying low had no time to care for their companions. Their only thought was to escape. Imperfect heaven's favor. An observant cultivator recognized Lu Zhou's move and recalled the scene when they besieged Jinting Mountain. He quickly shouted for everyone to disperse. It's a straight cutting technique. Don't gather together. But the next second, as Lu Zhou swung his sword, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling and swirling. The sword beams turned black, and dark clouds rolled in the sky. The sword Devil's Destiny. As Lu Zhou finished gathering his energy, the sound of swords cutting through the air filled the sky. The black sword attacks fell like heavy rain, piercing through the bodies of countless cultivators without any resistance or screams. It was then they realized it was the Gui Yuan sword technique, the famous ultimate skill of Yu Shanrong, one of the villains of Jinting Court Mountain. Unfortunately, it's already too late now. These black sword feathers are not only extremely fast, but their power is also terrifying to the extreme. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert would find it difficult to survive under this move, let alone them. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks will become pale and powerless. Killed 15 Divine Court realm targets, gained 3,000 merit points. After dealing with these people, Lu Zhou looked into the distance. Divine technique, blink. With a swoosh, he disappeared from this place along with his huge Dharma body. Another great move? Morong Hai and Pan Zhong were shocked beyond belief. At this time, the sixth disciple Yi Tianqing was controlling the flying chariot, speeding through the sky. Although she didn't understand why this old thing was even stronger than in his peak period. Under the full speed flight of the flying chariot, except for great divine abilities, it was difficult for anyone to catch up. Thinking of this, she felt much more at ease. He didn't chase me. It seems that the old thing had unleashed his 100 tribulations inside Avatar just now. There will be a long time in the future. We will meet again. A faint smile appeared on Yi Tianqing's lips, but at this moment, a sudden humming of sound waves began to echo in her ears. Who is it? She looked around in confusion, only to see a towering Dharma body walking side by side with her. Lu Zhou coldly looked at her. You are an evil disciple. Yi Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. Master. Then he slowly raised his arm, and the overwhelming pressure on his body suddenly erupted. In an instant, a giant palm covering the sky appeared. Seeing this, a touch of despair appeared in Yi Tianqing's eyes. 100 tribulations inside Avatar, 100 feet high and 20 feet wide, with 8 leaves. No, it's 9 leaves. The 9th leaf has already bloomed, plus the strongest move, the Fiend Monk's hand seal. How much strength does this old thing still have left? Amorous Hoop. Yi Tianqing, naturally, wouldn't just sit and wait for death, and immediately used her strongest weapon to resist. Lu Zhou knew that the biggest reliance for her to reach today's position was this heaven-grade weapon, Amorous Hoop. However, since I can give you a weapon, I can also take it back. Give it back to me. As his words fell, the giant palm slowly closed towards the Amorous Hoop. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxin screamed desperately, "Stop!" The amorous hoop, as its name implied, was a hoop but with sharp edges. When a cultivator filled it with energy, its power would be even more terrifying. The amorous in its name did not symbolize love, but hatred. It meant that no matter what it tangled with, it would never let go. We must take it back, because once we lose the amorous hoop, even if we can escape today, our strength will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Yi Tianxin used her ultimate move, Blue Wave's technique. With a loud shout, a wave made of mighty muster energy appeared out of thin air, rushing towards the fist in midair. Unfortunately, you're facing an opponent who knows this technique better than you. Blue Wave's technique. Break, Lu Zhou said, and his body erupted with surging waves, rolling in the opposite direction. Compared to that, Yi Tianxin's Blue Wave's technique was like a small puddle, insignificant. This old man really doesn't give any hope. Yi Tianxin had no choice but to protect herself with all her strength. The next second, the huge wave came with a domineering gale, and she was severely hit, spitting blood and swaying. Then she was hit like a shooting star across the sky. Lu Zhou glanced around after seeing this, not sensing any other evildoers nearby. This is strange. According to previous thoughts, Yi Tianxin alone shouldn't have the guts. Since there's none, he didn't linger, and immediately used the divine power blink to chase after her. Before she even landed, he had already arrived below, then emotionlessly raised his arm. The muster energy burst out mightily. As his palm clenched, this energy instantly wrapped around Yi Tianxin's body. At this moment, her eyes were filled with fear and shock. Her breathing became rapid. "Disrespecting your master and ancestors, defying me, I will take back everything I gave you," Lu Zhou said, and a powerful muster energy gathered at his fingertips. "What are you doing, old man?" Yi Tianxin trembled, her face pale. As she realized the danger, she tried to beg for mercy, but there was no room for negotiation now. The muster energy accurately hit her dantian. The dantian shattered, and her cultivation was lost. This meant that she had gone from the high-ranking Yanyu Palace master to an ordinary person. Yi Tianxin was completely stunned. For cultivators, there is nothing more cruel in this world than losing cultivation. Back then, she sought to become stronger, willingly joined Jinting Mountain despite her fears, and went through countless hardships to achieve her current status and accomplishments. She enjoyed the worship of others and countless auras. Now, all this vanished with the destruction of her dantian. "Ah, kill me, old man." She smiled bitterly, revealing a crazed expression. Incorrigible, Lu Zhou raised his hand and slapped her in the face. "If you want to kill or torture, do as you please." "Ah, poor third senior brother and fourth senior brother. They could have escaped this catastrophe. Why did it have to be this way? It's all your fault they died. From now on, there will be no Jinting Mountain in this world," Yi Tianxin said while laughing. Lu Zhou's face remained unchanged when he heard this. "There are only 5 minutes left in the peak state. Even if I use the divine power blink, I'm afraid it's too late." However, fortunately, the system did not prompt Old 4 and the others to have an accident. That means they are not in danger at the moment. Besides, Old 4 isn't stupid. He won't fight to the death. With this in mind, Lu Zhou spoke. "Fool." Yi Tianxin was stunned upon hearing this. The old devil used to scold people differently. Fifth senior sister said that master has changed and become more unpredictable and unfathomable. "As long as I'm alive, no one dares to ride on Jinting Mountain's head," Lu Zhou said, and then reached out and grabbed her. Thinking that he was going to kill her, Yi Tianxin subconsciously leaned back, but when she opened her eyes again, she was extremely surprised. Lu Zhou was holding her shoulder, and they were rapidly flying through the air. Mountains constantly passed by in front of them. No, this is the great divine ability, the soul chase. Why is it like this? Can the old man continuously use divine techniques without mobilizing muster energy? How did he do it? Although cultivators could live longer than common people, their cultivation base would decline in the decades or centuries before their death. Starting from the body tempering realm, the body was the key to cultivators' achievement. The realms of mystic enlightening, sense condensing, and Brahma Sea were all related to bodies. When the body aged, meridians, dantian, and Sea of Qi would lose their vitality and potential to continue expanding, resulting in the stagnation of the cultivation base. At that moment, combat experience, life experiences, schemes, and plots, as well as external forces, are the keys for a cultivator to maintain his or her strength. But Ji Tiandao is already so old. Why is he stronger than before? She asked unwillingly. "Why? I admit that I made a mistake, but you won't be better off if you catch me." Lu Zhou frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Have you said enough?" Then, he opened a part of the wind barrier in front of her. The next second, the strong wind roared like a knife, scraping past. After they left this place, some movement came from the dense jungle below. 8th disciple Zhu Hongdong sat paralyzed on the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat. In front of him stood a man in luxurious clothes. It was Ji Tiandao's 7th disciple Si Wuya, 7th senior brother. "Luckily you came in time. Otherwise, I would have become cannon fodder." Hearing this, Si Wuya shook his head. "Old 8, you've always listened to my advice. Why did you suddenly collude with 6th senior sister?" Hearing this, Zhu Hongdong replied with a crying tone. "Recently, I've been having nightmares of master beating me up. I'm scared. How about I merge my Tiger Ridge gang with your Crouching Dragon Darknet?" Si Wuya gently shook his feather fan, refusing the other's request. "Forget it. You'd better keep your little gang." "Why? You saw master's avatar. 6th senior sister will certainly sell me out and I will be finished," Zhu Hongdong said and showed a panicked expression. expression. Hearing this, Siwei sighed helplessly. Yi Tianqing thought she could find out Master's trump cards with this group of divine court experts. It's simply a pipe dream. If Master really got weaker, she would not have gotten her turn to attack him. 7th senior brother, did you see how many moves Master had used to kill 15 divine court cultivators? I don't know. Why? You are so clever. Stop it. You call yourself the evil king, and yet you also don't know, do you? Well, I can scare others with my title, but I'll never dare to show off in front of my senior brothers. Hearing this, Siwei glanced at him, somewhat regretting persuading him to leave Jinting Mountain. This fool was holding them back. He then paused and reminded, from now on, you must sever ties with Yanyu Palace. Why? Xu Hongdong was somewhat puzzled. Yi Tianqing led orthodox cultivators to attack Master. She failed miserably, but she did not bring anyone from her derived Moon Palace. What will the powers behind those cultivators think of this? When Master was pursuing 6th senior sister, I briefly inspected the arrays she placed down. I found something wrong with the array's pattern. If my guess is correct, senior sister Xiao Yu got cold feet. Hearing this, Xu Hongdong was amazed. Xiao Yu's senior sister was involved too. Siwei nodded and continued. When she left Jinting Court Mountain, I had already received the information that she had gone to the derived Moon Palace. With 6th senior sister's temper, she must have drawn 5th senior sister to her side. Senior sister Xiao Yu is the best candidate to control the array. Also, Pan Zhong is a deserter of the Clarity sect. He had only learned the 3 Yin styles and is suffering from the bitter coldness that fills his body. 6th senior sister used him as a bait to lure little junior sister, which will most likely displease the Clarity sect. What about Wang Fuguei? Xu Hongdong asked doubtfully. Siwei gazed deeply into the sky. This is a clever move from 6th senior sister. Wang Fugui's real name is Xin Yuan. He is an expert under Lady Jade, the consort of Great Yan's emperor. Lady Jade is also the younger sister of the Princess of the West, whom the emperor had married. The Princess of the West was killed by the 2nd senior brother, but everyone pinned the blame on the Master. What Master did may displease Great Yan's emperor, and it may even stir up a dispute between 2 states, resulting in a war. The people will suffer just because of the grudge between a few people. Moreover, the 15 divine court cultivators came from 3 different sects in the southern region of the Great Yan. Many years ago, the 3 sects Earth grade and below weapons were all destroyed by Master's heaven grade weapon. They never got their revenge, and now with their experts killed, there is a whole new enmity. What do you think the 3 sects will do? Xu Hongdong's face showed disbelief after hearing this. These are all parts of 6th senior sister's plan. Unfortunately, no matter how good the scheme is, it is meaningless in front of absolute power. Yi Tianqing could not have expected that Master could keep using Soul Chase. This series of divine techniques indeed subverted everyone's cognition, and Master's fighting style was extremely fast, almost not giving Yi Tianqing any chance to lay out her plans. Xu Hongdong suddenly felt terrified after hearing these words. No, I don't want to be the gang leader anymore. I want to go back to my hometown. I'm not a good player like you all, but I can always hide. Not long after, Lu Zhou arrived at the Blue Sun Mountain. At this time, Xia Yuaner also happened to ride her whitesword over. Yuaner, keep an eye on her. After saying that, Lu Zhou left Yi Tianqing and walked to the side. The effects of his peak experience card had worn off. Xia Yuaner agreed and looked at senior sister with a huff. Yi Tianqing seemed to have sensed something. She chuckled. I never thought the mighty old villain would have such a sorry moment. You know nothing. Master is getting old. Can he take a break? Xia Yuaner retorted mercilessly. Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologized to her master. Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Although Yi Tianqing's cultivation was crippled, her tone was still full of sarcasm. If I were you, I would rush back to Jinting Court Mountain at once. Didn't you say that no one will dare to bully Jinting Court Mountain as long as you are still alive? Haha. Unfortunately, Jinting Court Mountain will change owners today. I have reincarnated the once broken cultivation of the old demon. Yet, I was besieged by countless righteous cultivators and my own wicked disciples. In desperation, I had to use a secret technique to abolish my sixth disciple's cultivation. Unexpectedly, I was also played by her. A triumphant expression appeared on sixth disciple Yi Tianxin's face. Unfortunately, Jinting Mountain will change hands today. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Xia Yuana retorted, "Nonsense. What about your cultivation base?" A hint of desolation flashed in Yi Tianxin's eyes upon hearing this. "Destroyed. Little junior sister, this is the work of your respected master. He is old. How much longer can he protect you? Listen to me. If he goes on like this, he will push you all into the abyss sooner or later." Hearing this, Xia Yuana made a face at her. "I won't believe you. You are a traitor. Serves you right to have your cultivation base destroyed. Humph. Look at him now, little junior sister. He's just like an ordinary old man. Trust me and slap him." Yi Tianxin seemed to sense something and started to instigate, but Xia Yuana directly snorted and refused. She wouldn't dare to do that. "Master, I've sent my father back to his residence with Whitezerd. We can leave now." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou waved his hand and summoned Whitezerd over. Yi Tianxin was incredibly astonished after seeing this. This mount is actually legendary. When did the old man's mount change to Whitezerd? Before she could figure it out, Lu Zhou mounted the creature and called Xia Yuana to join him. Meanwhile, inside Jinting Mountain, righteous cultivators were everywhere. They were searching every corner with weapons in hand. This is truly strange. Where could the Jinting Mountain demon have gone? Keep searching. Lord Elder said we must find Ji Tiandao and Ming Xian today. In the evil sky pavilion at the top of the mountain, righteous sect Elder Fang Jinshan was sitting up high. He furrowed his brows and spoke. "Duan Musheng, as long as you tell me the old villain's whereabouts, I'll spare your life." The trapped Duan Musheng dismissively replied, "Fang Jinshan, you profess to be a righteous cultivator, but you take advantage of my precarious situation. If you have guts, release me and we will fight 300 rounds fairly. I can't believe you are still so arrogant when wounded. Do you think you are qualified to fight me? Even the old villain had to hide in some hole like a rat when I got here, not to mention you." Duan Musheng sneered after hearing this. "Even your brother has to bow his head respectfully when he sees me." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a whistling attack. In his weakened state, he could only cross his arms and forcefully withstand the attack. "Who do you think you are? To me, you are just a dog without its master. Tell me the whereabouts of the old villain and Ming Xian. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death memorial." Hearing this, Duan Musheng still showed no fear. "Just try it." Arrogant Fang Jinshan snorted coldly and was about to take action. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Duan Musheng for his brother's revenge. The other fellow disciples immediately stopped him. "This demon must not be killed. Our targets are the evil sky pavilion and the old villain. Lord Sect Leader said that he wants them alive. Please think twice, Elder Fang. Revenge is a dish best served cold." Hearing this, Fang Jinshan had no choice but to give up. "You won't be happy for too long. Since the sect leader doesn't let me kill you, fine. Surely you haven't tasted the feeling of being imprisoned in a dungeon with no hope of seeing tomorrow's sunlight, have you?" At this moment, a cultivator flew in on a sword outside the door. Seeing this, Fang Jinshan spoke up. "Elder Zhou Jifeng, it's good that you have come now. Have you found out where Ming Xian is?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng bowed with his hands clasped. "Second Elder, I have ordered the whole mountain to be searched, yet nothing has been found so far." "Nothing? You and I saw with our own eyes that Ming Xian was severely wounded. I don't believe he can escape too far away with his injuries. I want you to find him. I almost forgot. The old villain killed Luo Chanfeng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and also your respected teacher." Zhou Jifeng replied with a blank expression. "With Second Elder around, they can't escape. Although you come from the Heavenly Sword sect, you are very obedient. You are more sensible than them. Now I order you to interrogate Duan Musheng with torture." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng hesitated. Seeing this, Fang Jinshan changed his tone. "No wonder Heavenly Sword sect doesn't want you. You're just a dog who has lost its master. I don't know what sect leader sees in you and why he made you an elder. Get out of here." He pushed Zhou Jifeng aside and suddenly kicked Duan Musheng with great force. With a loud bang, Duan Musheng couldn't help but step back a few steps. "Do you still dare to resist?" A cold glint flashed in Fang Jinshan's eyes. Then he gathered his energy, preparing to strike again. But at this moment, a golden light appeared in midair in the blink of an eye. The cultivators on the ground looked sideways and were overjoyed. "It's a legendary mount. An almighty expert is here. Inform the elders. It should be a righteous expert who comes to support us." But the next second, Lu Zhou's cold snort echoed around. "Who gave you the audacity to intrude into my Jinting Mountain?" With Lu Zhou's loud shout, rolling sound waves instantly spread across the entire mountain. The righteous cultivators below all stopped and began to watch. This deep voice, I guess the owner of the voice is an old man, but based on the energy contained in the voice, it's unlikely to be an expert. Legendary mounts are rare, let alone one that came with an auspicious aura. Who is the speaker? Just as everyone was speculating, Duan Musheng, who was trapped, recognized his master's voice right away. "Welcome back, master." Upon hearing this, the righteous cultivators were all shaken. "Not good. The old villain has actually returned. Don't panic. According to internal intelligence, the old villain is long at the end of his tether. He has relied on the secret drug of Primal Fiend. Form the array. I want all Divine Court experts and above to assemble right now." Lu Zhou glanced down and found that that, as Yi Tianxin had said, Jinting Mountain was invaded by a group of ignorant cultivators. A smug smile appeared on Yi Tianxin's lips. All this way, enduring the torment of the pain from a shattered Qi and Dantian, she could no longer speak, but she managed to hold on until now, just to see how the old villain would handle this situation. Indeed, this was a difficult problem for Lu Zhou. To deal with this situation, I have two options. The first one is to use the last peak form experience card. However, it's the biggest trump card, and I would have no other methods to protect myself after using it. The second option is to flee Jinting Court Mountain with Wizard. After all, Duan Musheng and Ming Shirin are villainous disciples, so I can just let them die. Should I use the last peak form experience card or flee? He struggled with the decision. Let me go. You have no more trump cards. Yi Tianxin saw her master's predicament and spoke up. Xia Yuan snorted coldly after hearing this. In your dreams, the righteous cultivators below had already gathered, staring intently at the old man on the mount as if facing a formidable enemy. When Lu Zhou looked at the people in the front, his face showed a puzzled expression, because he found that Zhou Jifeng's loyalty had actually increased to 15%, 5% more than when he left the Heavenly Sword sect. Fang Jinshan spoke confidently and coldly. I thought some formidable foes are here, but it turns out to be the old villain of Jinting Court Mountain. Duan Musheng has been captured by me, and Ming Shirin is seriously wounded by us. Golden Court Mountain belongs to the righteous sect now. Come down now to face your death. The cultivators behind him were outraged upon hearing this, and shouted in unison, demanding him to come down and face his death. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. What a difficult situation. He couldn't even save the last peak form experience card. So be it. After pondering, he no longer hesitated. But suddenly, there was a loud bang. Zhou Jifeng instantly drew his sword and stabbed at Fang Jinshan in front of him. At this moment, an invisible barrier appeared around Fang Jinshan, protecting him. Fang Jinshan turned his head, his eyes wide with anger. Why did you do this to me? Failing to achieve his goal, Zhou Jifeng quickly retreated. I didn't expect you to be able to block my attack. He was very confident in this strike. At such a distance, even a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert might not be able to block it. Fang Jinshan sneered upon hearing this. Didn't anyone tell you that there's a huge gap between a cultivator with a heaven-grade weapon and one without? Why do you think sect leader only sends me, a divine court cultivator, to Jinting Court Mountain? Xia Yuan was getting restless. Master, they make me so angry. I can't believe a group of mere divine court cultivators can be so wanton. Lu Zhou shook his head upon seeing this. The shield of the dragon heart. I don't think it can be considered a heaven-grade treasure. Fang Jinshan was taken aback after hearing this. How do you know it is the shield of the dragon heart? What's so strange about it? You were still playing with mud when my master held sway over the world. This is indeed the truth. When Ji Tiandao was famous all over the world, none of the people present were even born. Lu Zhou looked down and spoke calmly. I'm giving you all a chance to live. Put down the weapons in your hands, fix the damage you have done to Jinting Court Mountain, and serve me on the mountain for 3 years. If you agree, I can forget everything you have done today. As soon as his words fell, the people below burst into laughter. Haha, I seem to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The old villain finally gave up evil and returned to good. Instead of killing people, he now wanted to let people live, and all they had to do was fix Jinting Court Mountain and serve him for 3 years? Isn't this funny? Seeing this scene, Lu Zhou sighed helplessly. I had offered you the chance. Since you don't cherish it, you might as well stay here forever. He then leaped off his mount. Yi Tianxin had wanted to witness her master's embarrassing escape, but the next second, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The moment Lu Zhou used the peak form experience card, an overwhelming surge of muster energy erupted once again. The 9-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar appeared in the blink of an eye, casting an immense shadow and exerting tremendous pressure on Jinting Mountain. Yi Tianxin was dumbstruck on the spot. At this moment, she understood. Her guess had been wrong all along. She then fainted from anger and shock. The righteous cultivators below were similarly stunned, cold sweat pouring down. Why was his first move an ultimate skill? Shouldn't we go through a few normal skills before using that? Duan Mushen's face was filled with joy, his excitement evident. His loyalty increased by 5%. Zhou Jifeng prostrated on the ground, bowed, and exclaimed, Old Senior is the mightiest man in the world. Lu Zhou did not save this experience card. On the day he became Ji Tiandao, his choice was predetermined. He was destined to follow this path. In this treacherous cultivation world, where people are devoured everywhere, only Jinting Mountain is the foundation, and cannot be tainted by others. So the last peak form experience card had to be used, to warn the world, to warn those who covet Jinting Mountain. I rely not on secret drugs, but on my own strength. Only true personal strength can be unleashed continuously. No secret drug or external force in this world can achieve that. Lu Zhou landed and looked down at the crowd, calling out Duan Mushen's name. Hearing this, Duan Mushen quickly responded. The final part of the Divine One technique includes a sword technique and a spear technique. I will demonstrate them to you now, but only once. Watch carefully. As Lu Zhou spoke, he condensed a dazzling long sword between his index and middle fingers. Duan Musheng was overjoyed. He joined the sect very early, but his progress was slower than other disciples. Although Ji Tiandao had taught him the complete Divine One technique, he had failed to master the final part. Even after cultivating it for years, he had been studying it by himself, which was no different from walking in total darkness, resulting in slow progress. Use your fingers to condense energy into a sword. Imperfect heaven's favor. Target Fang Jinshan. As the words fell, Lu Zhou just gently pointed. A sword aura formed by muster energy blasted out. Fang Jinshan's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly took out his own weapon to block. With a loud bang, dazzling sparks filled the center of the battlefield. The surrounding righteous cultivators closed their eyes, unable to look directly. It's the shield of the dragon heart. Can you see it? I can't see, I guessed. Lu Zhou didn't choose to kill the opponent with one move. He swung his arm and began to gather strength again. Fang Jinshan, who thought he was doomed, found his mind went blank. He surprisingly didn't die. Use your palm as the base and condense your energy. This is the result when a Divine One technique is used in the form of a spear technique. It's a ranged attack. After Lu Zhou spoke, it seemed like he was driving thunder and lightning. A long spear appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed dramatically. It overlapped a stream of energy into 1,000 waves, which were then thrust out like 1,000 spears. It was also a key ultimate move of the Divine One technique. You know? I guess I know it. Not good. Run. It's too terrifying. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to take this move. Realizing the danger, everyone ran like dogs of a bereaved family. Lu Zhou swung the long spear towards Fang Jinshan's position. Thousands of spear shadows fell like thunder and lightning. Nearby cultivators were affected by the shockwaves. All of them screamed in pain. Shou Jifeng also retreated dozens of meters, barely blocking it with his protective aura. So strong, it was impossible to see whether Fang Jinshan was alive or dead. A moment later, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed. Only a deep abyss-like pit was left where the spear shadows had fallen. Shou Jifeng was a bit dazed by the sight. It seems that the reason he continued to attack was either to vent his anger or to guide his disciple. After 2 strikes, only 3 minutes have passed. Lu Zhou's face was calm. He spoke softly. Did you watch them clearly? Hearing this, Duan Mushing knelt down with a thud. He cowed out heavily. Yes, thank you, Master. It is better to watch Master demonstrate the techniques than to practice alone for 10 years. Very good. Lu Zhou agreed, then lightly tapped his feet to fly into the sky, heading straight for the array of Jinting Mountain's defensive formation. Xia Yuan below looked up curiously, wondering what her master wanted to do. At this moment, the righteous cultivators scattered like birds. Who would dare to stay here? As long as everyone runs separately, he would not be able to catch us all. After all, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and he can't clone himself. It's the perfect strategy we had thought of when we came, sacrificing a few people to save the lives of the majority. If we can't defeat it, then run. Lu Zhou snorted coldly. Of course, he knew their thoughts. I've said that you all have to stay here, and that means none of you can run away from me. Having said that, he instantly exerted his strength, injecting all the muster energy from his Dantian into the array eye. Duan Mushing, seeing this scene, was dumbfounded in place, unable to believe it. Is Master trying to repair the barrier? How is that possible? The shield of Jinting Court Mountain was constructed by generations of senior experts. It absorbed a great amount of energy and worked in conjunction with weather and geographical position. Previously, when me, 4th, and 5th were fixing it, it had taken at least 3 years to complete the work. Moreover, it would take at least 10 years for one person to repair the shield. Master is old. Shouldn't he be conserving his strength? Why would he do that? As a huge amount of energy was injected into the array eye, a transparent barrier suddenly enveloped Jinting Mountain. Those cultivators who were escaping in all directions were blocked by the barrier. Shou Jifeng's eyes also widened in shock. His astonishment was beyond words. Previously, when I led other cultivators to destroy the shield, it had used all my strength, and yet it just would not budge. I never thought Ji Tiandao could fix it alone. At this moment, Lu Zhou coldly stared down. The peak form experience card is simply a bug. Unlimited energy. It's simply inexhaustible. If it were not for the time limit, this card would be truly invincible. With it, there's no longer a need to improve the cultivation base. All you need is the peak form experience card. I had lost count of how many times I've emptied my Dantian because it would be instantly refilled whenever that happened. In game terms, that's ultimate power. After receiving Master's order, Xia Yuana responded and rushed out. Her 7-star cloud gathering steps was executed to the extreme. Brahma Sea Realm cultivators who hadn't escaped far were practically killed in an instant. Screams echoed one after another in the sky. Master, Duan Mushing respectfully bowed with his hands clasped. After hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at him. Loyalty has reached 80%. His injury should be from his battle with Dudafan of the Righteous Sect. It was amazing that he could bear it for so long. Of course, it was also because of Ji Tiandao's torture in the past that he had become so tough today. An ordinary cultivator would have collapsed to the ground by now. Lu Zhou then asked about the whereabouts of Old Four. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing hurriedly answered. 4th junior brother fought a fierce battle with Fang Jinshan and others, but he was outnumbered and eventually fled after they wounded him. As for where he is now, I don't know either. Just as he finished speaking, Whitesard slowly descended. Then he placed the severely injured and unconscious Yi Tianxin back in the courtyard. Upon hearing Duan Mushing's words, Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown. This is good. The 3rd, the 4th, and the 6th, all wounded. They are all wounded except for little Yuaner, who was killing the cultivators like an unscrupulous wolf. As he pondered, Shou Jifeng came forward and knelt down. I wish to join Jinting Mountain and serve you. Lu Zhou heard this and didn't refuse him. With a wave of his arm, he spoke indifferently. Go and help Xia Yuaner. Understood. Shou Jifeng was overjoyed and immediately took out his weapon, rushing toward the escaping cultivators at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the time for the peak form experience card had just ended. The majestic muster energy in Lu Zhou's body receded like a tide. He entered entered the secret chamber with a sullen expression. His current cultivation was only at the sense condensing realm. Merit points, 6,674. Remaining lifespan, 5,506 days. Now he needed to clear his thoughts and reorganize his trump cards. The last peak form experience card was gone, leaving only 7 fatal block chances. If he encounters a powerful enemy, they could attack 10 or even 100 times in the blink of an eye. So the significance of having 7 chances isn't that great. What to do without a trump card? The number 1 demon of Jinting Mountain. How many people are watching covetously? Fortunately, the barrier has been repaired. Even if a powerful enemy comes again, the barrier can hold for 10 days or half a month. Using the peak form experience card twice in a row, he deterred the righteous cultivators. They wouldn't dare to invade Jinting Mountain like this time again, even if they were fools. The more than 6,000 merit points were the harvest from the Anyang trip. With merit points in hand, the next step is to think about how to use them. Although constantly drawing lots can accumulate luck, what if he really has a streak of bad luck? Let's wait a bit. Wait for Xia Yuaner and Zhou Jifeng to clean up the remaining cultivators, and make plans after that. Then Lu Zhou began to wander around in the secret chamber. I haven't been in the secret chamber for a very long time. The ancient one-sword technique, the Tranquil spell, the Tao Heart Sutra, from what I know, they were not practiced by any of my disciples. There are also some weapons. Most of them are just Mystic Grade and Yellow Grade, which are very inferior weapons in the eyes of nascent divinity tribulation cultivators. It's all covered in a thick layer of dust. I don't remember where they came from or how to use them. At the same time, the seriously injured Yi Tianqin slowly opened her eyes, looking at the familiar surrounding buildings. The scene of her joining the sect appeared in her mind. She still remembered everything here clearly. Every tree, every wall, every pattern. At this moment, the voice of Ming Shirin came from behind. Yi Tianqin looked over, only to see Ming Shirin leaning against a tree, disheveled. Not only was his face covered in dirt, there was also a bloody wound on his chest. "Junior sister, it's right to come back," he said while collapsing onto the ground. Yi Tianqin was stunned for a moment. Is this still the 4th senior brother whom the world feared? Even flies are bullying him right now. Is this Ming Shirin, a Dao transforming divine court expert? After recovering, she gave a wry smile. "You also have today." Ming Shirin waved his hand and replied, "I'm just tired." Hearing this, Yi Tianqin began to ridicule. "That old thing left us on the mountain to die. I can't believe that you willingly stayed behind to work yourself to death for him. Are you crazy? You don't understand. I'm different from you. I still respect Master very much." After saying this, Ming Shirin closed his eyes and fell asleep. Then a miraculous scene appeared. Countless flowers grew around him at a visible speed. Seeing this, Yi Tianqin widened her eyes in disbelief. This is the Bluewood technique. Senior brother has actually mastered it all. When the Bluewood technique is cultivated to the extreme, it can bring one back from the dead and transform to give new life. At the same time, this means that the 4th senior brother will survive this tribulation and step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. When did the old demon become so generous? Looking at the area covered by blue wood, Yi Tianqin stood in place, unable to comprehend. Then, the 9th disciple, Xia Yuaner, flew back into the courtyard. "Where's my master, traitor?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin waved her hand, inviting her over. "Can you tell me what the old thing has been doing all these years?" Hearing this, Xia Yuaner crossed her arms and refused to acknowledge her. "I'm not going over there." Afterward, the battle-worn Duan Mushing also arrived. Seeing his appearance, Yi Tianqin couldn't help but smile teasingly. "Yi Tianqin, you have deserted the sect, betrayed the master, and your treachery is hated by both man and heaven. How dare you laugh?" Duan Mushing, who was straightforward in nature, didn't care about her feelings. "Senior brother, at this point, don't act so self-righteous. Don't you know how the old thing treats us all? Look at how pathetic you are now. The old thing's days are numbered. I hope you can still be so righteous." "Shut up." Duan Mushing couldn't help but scold her angrily. "Yuaner, master isn't here, so slap her for senior brother." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuaner walked over, closed her eyes, and casually slapped her before running back. With this slap, "I hope you will remember that this is the evil Sky Pavilion, the very place where you learned all your skills from Master. If you dare to insult again, don't blame senior brother for being merciless." As Duan Mushing spoke, a wave of sound rolled out, causing Yi Tianqin to cough up blood. With her cultivation wasted, she was just like an ordinary person and remained quiet for a while after being hit. Xia Yuaner initially wanted to help unlock the chains, but Duan Mushing helplessly shook his head. "No need. The chain is made from cold iron that is over 1,000 years old. I'm afraid only eldest senior brother's Jasper Saber and second senior brother's Longevity Sword can cut through it." As soon as his words fell, Zhou Jifeng was seen nervously passing by. "Stop!" Xia Yuaner immediately shouted upon noticing him. Zhou Jifeng promptly bowed and greeted them. "Greetings, seniors. You are a disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect, which is a famous righteous sect. Why do you want to join Jinting Mountain? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Hearing Duan Mushing's question, Zhou Jifeng hesitated for a moment before replying. "What's the difference between good and evil? If I were afraid of being laughed at, I wouldn't be standing here." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground to show his determination. "Now that I'm here, it means I've thought it over. Old senior, Where are you? Please give this junior a chance to explain. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianxin couldn't help but laugh again. Crazy, you're crazy. So many people are eager to stay as far away from Jinting Mountain as possible, and yet you chose to join it. Are you so impatient to get yourself killed? Hearing this, Zhou Jifeng retorted righteously, old senior has bestowed me with an act of kindness. Meanwhile, after all the righteous cultivators inside the evil Sky Pavilion were dealt with, Lu Zhou's merit points reached 7,540. However, looking at the mall panel, he couldn't help but frown. A mighty 4 quadrants avatar costs 2,000 merit points. Good weapons need a powerful cultivation base to support them, or else it's useless. A reversal card costs 500 merit points, and a critical block card costs 100 merit points. They are expensive and not worthy enough to be trump cards. An impeccable card? Impeccable card provides 10 seconds of damage immunity, 500 merit points. This card is not bad. It's almost like invincibility, but 10 seconds is too short. Deadly strike card provides an unspeakable power to deliver a fatal blow to the target, 500 merit points. Lu Zhou flipped through and saw these 2 prop cards. He was somewhat puzzled. Unspeakable power, what does it mean? As an online game enthusiast in my previous life, I knew that if an item I got from killing a monster had the deadly strike ability, it usually had a very low chance of being triggered. However, this card did not have such a limitation. No matter what power it is, this card should not be bad based on the description. He continued to flip through. Top grade defense card. Reduce damage by 90% for 30 seconds. 500 merit points. Second grade defense card. Reduce damage by 60% for 30 seconds. 300 merit points. He checked more than 10 prop cards and found that they were all defensive types and not very useful. These cards were not as useful as the impeccable card. Soon, he realized something was wrong. Wait a moment. Why are most of them defensive cards? Is the system trying to make me a coward? Does it want me to let others beat me like a punching bag without fighting back? He continued to scroll down, finding only a few prop cards with question marks. Even the detailed descriptions were not visible. It was probably like the high-level avatars, with hidden descriptions and prices, meaning they should be very powerful. After much deliberation, Lu Zhou finally chose 3, an impeccable card for 500 merit points and a deadly strike card that cost him 3,000 merit points. Looking at the 2 prop cards, Lu Zhou fell into deep thought again. What would happen if I attack an impeccable card with a deadly strike card? Lu Zhou hesitated at this point, looking at the remaining 4,000 plus merit points. Should I buy a few reversal cards to restore my lifespan? But the remaining merit points are only enough to buy 9 reversal cards and about 2,700 days of life. What about lucky draws? With the experience of the last round of lucky draws, it could swallow all my merit points and give me nothing if I am down on luck. Should I practice heaven writing instead? After all, improving my cultivation base is the key. Well, my cultivation base is indeed the root of everything. But before that, let me just try a few lucky draws. Meanwhile, Pingdu Mountain is located in the north of Yu Province, which is in the western part of Great Yin, the headquarters of the Nether sect. A subordinate came to the Nether Hall. My lord, I found out everything. The Patriarch alone captured the palace master of the Derived Moon Palace. None of the Righteous Sect and Heavenly Sword Sect experts who invaded Jinting Mountain survived. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from above. I see, my lord, the palace master of the Derived Moon Palace was your junior sister. Her assault of the Patriarch with the Righteous Cultivators failed miserably. The Yin Sect, Tian Sect, and Luo Sect are infuriated, and they swear to kill everyone in the Derived Moon Palace as a tribute to their dead disciples. Do you think we need to help her? As the voice fell, the air suddenly became quiet. It was a long time before Yu Xinghai spoke slowly. She brought it upon herself. There's no need to intervene. Subordinate has another matter to report. The spy we planted in the Imperial household reported that Lady Jade plans to wipe out Jinting Mountain, and she even tried to convince the Emperor to mobilize the Imperial army. And then, Yu Xinhai became interested immediately. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Emperor punished her by forbidding her from leaving her chamber for 3 months. Yu Xinhai seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Great Yin is always at war, and the Imperial army is the force guarding the capital city. How can it be mobilized so easily? Lady Jade has shot herself in the foot this time, but she comes from the western regions and is not one of us after all. Keep a close eye on her. Sword Freak loves to challenge others. Since the Clarity sect has many experts, send him there and tell him to avoid the Sword Devil. Subordinate will follow the orders of the sect master. The subordinate respectfully left the place. At this time, outside the evil Sky Pavilion at Jinting Mountain, several disciples were anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Duan Mushing looked at the pacing Xia Yuaner with some helplessness. It's normal for master to calm down and recuperate after the battle. Little junior sister, stop walking around. You make my head spin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng started to flatter. Old senior is a mighty expert. He will be fine. Look at how bright this shield is. Yi Tianxin, with a cold expression, said teasingly, if I were you, I'd go inside and have a look. He is very old and anything might happen to him. Before she finished speaking, Lu Zhou's voice came from inside. Come in, all of you. Hearing this, everyone respectfully entered. At this moment, Lu Zhou was facing away from everyone, seemingly lost in thought. Master, Xia Yuaner called out softly again. Lu Zhou couldn't help but mumble in frustration. Why can't I draw even a single prize? Master, what are you talking about? Xia Yuan asked in confusion. It's nothing, Lu Zhou replied quickly. Don't be angry, master. I've killed all the invaders. If you're still not happy, I can go back and stab their bodies a few more times with my knife. Lu Zhou shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. Where's Old Four? He asked. Duan Mushing replied. Old Four is badly wounded, but it also brought him a rare opportunity. He is now protected by woods and cannot come to see you, master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt somewhat relieved. No one shall be near the woods for 7 days. It would take Mingqirin 7 days to break through under the woods protection, and if the process was interrupted, he would never be able to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm again. Yi Tianqin spoke out in resentment. You don't have to be a hypocrite. I'm pretty sure you'll sneak up on him in the middle of the night and give him a slap. Lu Zhou ignored her and ordered Xia Yuan to confine her to the back mountain for reflection. Then, his gaze fell on Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng was startled for a moment before quickly kneeling and stating, Old Senior, I am willing to join Jinting Mountain. Please take me as your disciple. Lu Zhou paused before replying. I had not thought of taking a disciple since I traveled to this world. The old villain was at the peak of his cultivation base when he started taking in disciples. With my current cultivation base, it's difficult for me to be sure that I would not take in some ambitious and treacherous people as disciples. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. The old villain used to look for disciples. There was one last place to be filled. Why did the old villain not fill it? Well, it's no longer important. After contemplating, he tactfully refused. Your talent is not bad, but unfortunately, you have cultivated the sword technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. Switching to a different path halfway would only result in half the results with twice the effort. Old Senior, Zhou Jifeng understood the meaning behind his words and wanted to plead again, but Lu Zhou handed him a secret manual. This is the Heavenly Sword sect's ancient one-sword technique. With your talent, you should have no difficulty mastering it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jifeng held the manual in his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. The ancient one-sword technique had always been taught by the master to the disciples, level by level. Only when the disciples had learned the first level would the master teach the second level. Although Zhou Jifeng had almost completely mastered it, Luo Chanfeng never taught him all the sword techniques. This phenomenon not only existed in the Heavenly Sword sect but also in the other righteous sects in the world. This was regarded as a precious treasure by the Heavenly Sword sect, but in front of the old senior, it was like a worthless thing. With the sword technique, I don't have to worry that I would not reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm. I'm so excited. He quickly realized and kneeled down in devotion. Thank you, senior. Then Lu Zhou's reply came. Since you are not a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, you will address me as Pavilion Lord from now on. There are many accommodations in the evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from the East Pavilion and the South Pavilion, you can choose anywhere to stay. You may leave now. After Zhou Jifeng left, Duan Mushing asked with confusion, Master, Zhou Jifeng is after all a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. I have my own plans. Lu Zhou waved his hand to end the topic. He glanced at Duan Mushing's chains and slowly stood up to walk into the evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Mushing wanted to say something, but he heard his master muttering, luck should have turned. Seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly. He had wanted to ask his master to unlock the chains, but it seemed that he would have to wait. Xia Yuan hurried back from the back mountain and saw Duan Mushing's worried face. She asked what was going on, and Duan Mushing replied, It's nothing. I just feel that master seems to be a bit absent-minded. Absent-minded? Did master give any instructions just now? Xia Yuan asked curiously. No, he didn't, but he did say something. Master seems dizzy. Xia Yuan understood a bit. Master is old after all. Riding the whites are back and forth and flying around in the sky. It's no wonder he would feel dizzy. Duan Mushing agreed. Senior brother, how should we deal with the traitor? Let's wait until Old Fort passes this tribulation. Old Fort is clever. If we don't punish the traitor, how can we face master? Xia Yuan then angrily said, I just don't understand why she betrayed our sect, but why did she want master to die? Duan Mushing sighed helplessly. Yi Tianqin is also a miserable person. Miserable? Xia Yuan felt something when she heard this and muttered, I'm miserable too. Duan Mushing was speechless. I'm going to heal my injuries. I'll leave this place to you. Meanwhile, inside the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou started drawing prizes again. He had used up 3,000 points and had 1,540 points left. His luck had accumulated to 60. Drawing more now would be too hurtful. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Fine. Lu Zhou could only pause helplessly. I'll read some heaven writing first and try to change my luck before continuing to draw. He scanned the characters he could understand and found that they hadn't increased. The parts he couldn't understand didn't seem to have decreased either. From this, he deduced that he needed to read the earlier parts of the heaven writing repeatedly and comprehend their meanings. The subsequent parts would gradually unfold. This meant that heaven writing could be comprehended, but the difficulty was relatively high. This discovery made him interested, so he immersed himself in comprehension and became engrossed. 3 days passed quickly. Zhou Jifeng continued his sword practice, while Duan Mushing began closed-door healing. Only Xia Yuan was left idle every day. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from the ground. Confused, she immediately flew above the evil Sky Pavilion. There, she saw that the blue wood at Mingqirin's location had grown rapidly again, and its speed was increasing visibly. She was puzzled. Master said it will take fourth senior brother 7 days to transcend this tribulation. How can he be so fast? The wood has grown to almost the same height as the evil Sky Pavilion. The giant blue wood suddenly exploded with a loud boom. shaking the evil sky pavilion violently. Ming Shirin's figure emerged from the center gradually. He stretched his arms and muttered, "So comfortable." As soon as his words fell, a domineering aura of the nascent divinity tribulation realm spread out. Now that fourth disciple Ming Shirin has broken through the realm, he's become a bit too full of himself. As I was comprehending heaven writing, I was startled and immediately scolded out loud, "How dare you!" With Lu Zhou's loud shout, rolling sound waves immediately spread out from the outside of Evil Sky Pavilion. Congratulations, fourth senior brother, on stepping into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Did senior brother gain the 100 tribulations insight avatar? Xia Yuaner excitedly came forward to congratulate. Ming Shirin was secretly very pleased at this moment. Before you all came back, I had already stayed in the earth for a long time, so I didn't need 7 days to break through. It feels so good to step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Now that I have an avatar, the world will soon be mine. Watch closely, little junior sister. As he said that, he called upon his muster energy, wanting to show off his 100 tribulations insight avatar. But at that moment, Lu Zhou's angry shout reached his ears. Scared, he fell to the ground with a splash, frantically kneeling and admitting his mistake. Fourth senior brother, do you need to kneel to release your avatar? Xia Yuaner curiously asked. Ming Shirin heard and awkwardly cleared his throat. Having just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, he was a bit unaccustomed. Where's master? Then, Xia Yuaner recounted the events of the past 2 days. Ming Shirin couldn't help but frown when he heard it. Sixth junior sister's cultivation base is destroyed and she is now locked up in the back of the mountain. I'll go and have a look at her. Leave everything on the mountain to me. I need you to gather information at the station in Tanzi. Master will certainly ask about that when he comes out of seclusion. Yuaner was excited at the thought of going out to play. Fourth senior brother is so thoughtful. I'll go right now. Ming Shirin turned his head to look in the direction of the evil sky pavilion. Recalling the warning he had received earlier, he couldn't help but shiver. He thought that entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm would make things easier, but now it seemed that he was still far from it. Afterward, he lightly tapped his toes, taking 10-mile steps to reach the back mountain. He happened to see Zhou Jifeng practicing his sword. Little junior sister said, "You are a rare cultivation genius of the heavenly sword sect." Zhou Jifeng was somewhat flustered when he heard this. "Greetings, fourth senior brother." Ming Shirin then stretched his muscles and murmured, "Let's test my skills. 100 tribulations inside avatar." As his words fell, an avatar that was 1 meter wide and 2 meter high materialized. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jifeng couldn't help but mutter, "Such a small 100 tribulations insight. What did you say?" Zhou Jifeng, frightened, quickly changed his tune. "So strong. Oops, dizzy." Ming Shirin was somewhat smug when he heard this. If the avatar of the nascent divinity tribulation realm is really so strong, so much so that it had made Zhou Jifeng faint before I could attack, a rare genius, you are mediocre at best. At this moment, inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou had also finished his comprehension of heaven writing. In the past few days, it felt like he had experienced a great dream, refreshing his understanding of heaven writing. However, many of its meanings were still obscure and difficult to understand. He would need more time to study it further. Time to continue the lucky draw. Lu Zhou immediately opened the system interface. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. Thank you for trying. You have received 1 luck point. Could it be that my drawing posture is wrong? With this thought, he stood up for consecutive draws, but it was still all thank you for your patronage. Luck points increased. It's really a rip-off. In fact, it had nothing to do with the drawing posture. Currently, he had 66 luck points. Will they bring me better luck? Women had a sixth sense while men had keen intuition. I must get something. Draw again. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points and 66 luck points. You have received 1 reversal card. Lu Zhou wanted to curse, but held back. I won't be angry. I can't lose my composure. With 1190 merit points left, let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll give up. Ding! This lucky draw costs 50 merit points. You have received a weapon, unnamed. You have received a mount, Bian. He actually got a weapon and a mount. As Lu Zhou shouted, golden light burst out from his hand. In an instant, a pitch-black object appeared in his hand. What the hell? He looked somewhat embarrassed. Able to change weapon form with thoughts at will. The stronger the cultivation level, the stronger the power. So that's how it is. What a good item. Lu Zhou immediately became interested. He began to excitedly play with it in his hand. This was a weapon that could change forms at will. 1 item was worth 10. It was a good deal. Let's test its power. Meanwhile, at the peak of reflections, Yi Tianxin sat there with a desolate expression. The next second, a figure appeared. Ming Shirin was overjoyed. Junior sister, do you want to see my 100 tribulation inside avatar? Yi Tianxin was somewhat speechless. If the old man told you to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to show off? If you're going to kill or torment me, just do whatever you like. Upon hearing this, Ming Shirin awkwardly explained, that's not what I meant. Junior sister, if master wanted to kill you, he would have done it earlier. Why would he tell me to kill you? Then what did he tell you to come here for? I came here with my own will. Anyways, I can't just bear to watch you go astray. Go astray? The ones that went astray are you guys. After hearing this, Ming Shirin sighed helplessly. Are you still hating master for that matter? Yi Tianxin turned her head upon hearing this. She seemed not to want to bring up the past again. I started earlier and suffered more than you. Have I said something before? Ming Shirin continued to console her. Ha, you were the one who cursed the most behind the master. Ming Shirin's face flushed with embarrassment. That was then. This is now. Master has become really kind lately. Kind? Your joke isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. Master has lived a long life and gained great wisdom. His attitude now is very different from before. But what does that matter? Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Master hasn't taken any of our past actions to heart. Yi Tianxin hysterically hysterically responded, "But I have. I can't rest until that old man is dead." Hearing this, Ming Shirin slapped her without using any muster energy, just an ordinary slap to the face. Yi Tianqin was stunned by the slap, but when she regained her composure, she stubbornly stared into Ming Shirin's eyes. Ming Shirin raised his hand to slap her again but ultimately stopped an inch away from her cheek. He shook his head and sighed, then patted her shoulder. "You should ask Master about this in person. That's all I'll say. Take care of yourself." He turned and left, feeling there was no need to persuade her further. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Tianqin suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Ming Shirin asked indifferently, "What else do you want to say?" Yi Tianqin's face showed a trace of loneliness. "The disciples of the Yanyu Palace will definitely unite to save me. If possible, brother, please be merciful." Hearing this, Ming Shirin scoffed, "You're still self-indulgent. Now that they're barely able to save themselves, how can they save you? The Cloud Sect, the Heavenly Sect, and the Luo Sect have all died. With this many divine court realm cultivators, do you think they will unleash their anger on Master? You're wrong. The first one that they will annihilate is your Yanyu Palace." After being reminded by Ming Shirin, she suddenly realized the danger. At this moment, inside the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou was still playing with the black iron egg that could transform into any weapon. The sense-condensing realm was still lacking in control. In the case of insufficient cultivation, it felt like playing with a chicken feather as if it were a command arrow. After testing the transformed short sword against a long sword, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Both weapons were completely undamaged. At this time, Xia Yuaner's voice came from outside the door. "Master, Pan Zhong from Jingming Taoist School has requested an audience. Is this what I got with 0 luck points? It's really a piece of junk." Lu Zhou slowly walked out upon hearing this. As for Bayan, he would study it when he had time. However, he didn't know that after he left, the long sword he had tested began to show cracks like a mirror. "Senior, Elder." Seeing Lu Zhou come out, Pan Zhong and Norong Hai quickly knelt down to greet him. Xia Yuaner explained, "Master, while I was at the post station gathering information, I happened to see the two of them kneeling outside the barrier, so I brought them along. Master won't be angry with me, right?" Lu Zhou affectionately patted her head. "You girl, just don't cause trouble." Then, he looked at the three of them. "Stand up and speak." The two immediately complied. Pan Zhong was relatively composed, maintaining a calm expression. Norong Hai, on the other hand, was sweating profusely from fear. After exchanging a glance with Lu Zhou, he trembled and stumbled back onto his knees. "Old master, please spare me. It was my fault for not recognizing your greatness." Seeing this, Lu Zhou was somewhat speechless. "I haven't even done anything to you, have I? I have been friendly towards you all along, and yet you are acting as if I've killed your whole family." With that thought, he sighed helplessly. "Xia Yuaner, take him away." Before Norong Hai had a chance to say goodbye, he was kicked down the mountain by Xia Yuaner. Pan Zhong watched the scene, feeling fearful and uneasy. Lu Zhou then turned his gaze to Pan Zhong and asked, "Do you really want to join my Jingting Mountain?" Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong did not hesitate to kneel and express his intentions. "I voluntarily join Jingting Mountain. Please, senior." After listening, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment with his eyes closed. "Although you have a bitter and cold physique, it is not a bad body constitution for learning the 3-yin style. Under the heavens, everyone fears me. Those Taoists who are in the righteous path want to eliminate me. Even the disciples I have taught and trained want to turn their swords against me, disrespect their teacher, and destroy their ancestors. But as long as you are a disciple of the Jingting Mountain, I will definitely protect you. However, if one day..." Lu Zhou paused, and Pan Zhong naturally understood what he meant. He immediately continued, "If I were to have any intentions of betraying the sect, I will be subjected to 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes." Hearing this, Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. "I always value promises. Stand up." At this time, Ming Shirin arrived, flying through the air. "Master, your disciple has broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm." Hearing this, Pan Zhong was shocked beyond belief. Those who reached this realm were all formidable figures, and there were already several from Jingting Mountain alone. Lu Zhou looked at him and spoke indifferently. "Entering the realm of the divine tribulation is equivalent to mastering 100 tribulations. The realm of spiritual enlightenment is vast and mysterious. One must not be proud and complacent." Ming Shirin obediently replied, "Disciple obeys your command. Isn't it said that the old devil of the Jingting Mountain kills without batting an eye and has a hot temper, especially cruel to his disciples? Upon meeting today, it seems to be completely different from the rumors. On the contrary, I feel that the old senior has the dignified demeanor of an elder and that of a teacher. Compared to those old-fashioned folks in the Jingming sect, this senior is much better." Ming Shirin then recounted what had happened earlier. "Master, I heard that the traitor Yi Tianqin is locked up in the Repentance Cave on the back of the mountain, so I wanted to go and teach her a lesson to relieve your anger a bit." Lu Zhou calmly replied, "No, let her reflect in the Repentance Cave." Also, regarding the kidnapping incident involving the CI family, Old 8 and Old 5 are both implicated. Ming Shirin's eyes lit up. "Disciple has just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Master, I was thinking that I have nowhere to test my skills after entering the transcendent spiritual realm. How about I go and bring Old 8 back and make him listen to your orders?" At the same time, Zhu Honghong, who was roasting a suckling pig, sneezed inexplicably. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Leave him be. I'm tired." Dismissed. After Lu Zhou left, Ming Shirin winked at Pan Zhong, who was standing nearby. "Are you new here?" Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong hurriedly replied respectfully, "Greetings to 4th Senior. I like this title. By the way, do you want to see my 100 Tribulation Inside avatar?" At this moment, Xia Yuan appeared, walking on air. Ming Shirin smiled smugly. Little junior sister, you came just in time. Come and watch senior brother's 100 Tribulation Inside Avatar. Yuana blinked her big eyes, looking very cute. Senior brother, let's look at it again next time. A group of cultivators just appeared at the base of the mountain, and I suspect that someone wants to invade Jingting Mountain again. Upon hearing this, Ming Shireen was overjoyed. That's great, junior sister. I'll go down first. This kind of trivial matter doesn't bother Master to do it. I can definitely kill them all by myself. He then vanished like a wisp of smoke, using his lightness skill. Senior brother, those who came are all the female cultivators from the Yanyu Palace. Pan Zhong looked confused, not knowing what to do. Yuana turned her head angrily and glanced at him. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out. Ming Shireen couldn't wait to go down the mountain after learning that someone had invaded. He was really fed up. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he laughed and unleashed his powerful 100 Tribulations Inside Avatar. With a loud shout, an avatar that was 1 meter wide and 2 meter high materialized. Not good. Run. The numerous female cultivators below were instantly thrown into chaos. Something's not right. This 100 Tribulation Inside Avatar is quite small. It should be a cultivator at the early stages of the primordial spirit tribulation realm, and the demon ancestor's avatar is 10 times bigger. It isn't him. Besides, where are we supposed to escape to? The female cultivators were discussing among themselves, somewhat at a loss. Who dares to intrude on my Jingting Mountain? Ming Shireen approached them and spoke coldly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he revealed a surprised expression. He saw that they had all knelt down in unison. Shouldn't they be talking trash? And if they refuse to surrender, I will wipe them out in a single attack. Why are they begging for mercy at the start? One of the female cultivators mustered the courage to speak up. We are the disciples of the Yanyu Palace. Senior, please rescue us. Please save us. The others also pleaded for help from the senior. Ming Shireen furrowed his brows after hearing this. This is embarrassing. They aren't intruders. They are the 6th Junior Sister's disciples. The 6th Junior Sister's cultivation was abolished by the Master, and she was imprisoned in the Cave of Reflection. The Yanyu Palace is just a group without a leader. The 3 southern sects of the Yin do not want to collide. It's the Jingting Mountain, that's why they're targeting the Yanyu Palace. But the problem is, even if you beg for help, you won't be able to ask for help from the Jingting Mountain. He scanned the crowd, finding more than 100 female cultivators in a sorry state. Some had disheveled hair, while others were seriously injured and couldn't even stand steadily. Seeing this scene, Ming Shireen asked curiously. The 6th Junior Sister tried to kill Master, so she was imprisoned. Logically speaking, everyone in the Yanyu Palace should be punished, since you dare come to the Jingting Mountain. Are you tired of living? Upon hearing this, the female cultivators became even more anxious and continued to plead. For the sake of the Palace Master, Senior, please help us. No, Ming Shireen said, and turned around, intending to leave. What a joke. Whether you die or not is none of my business. Me not attacking you all is already me being generous. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound of wind chimes reached his ears. Ming Shireen turned his head in confusion, only to see a large mass of black clouds slowly drifting towards them in the distance. It's the demon-slaying sect. The demon-slaying sect has arrived. The female cultivators below instantly turned pale with fear, all of them moving closer to the barrier. Please, Senior, let us into Jingting Mountain. We will serve you as oxen or horses, at your complete disposal. Ming Shireen glanced at them and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Are these really the famous female cultivators of the Yanyu Palace under my 6th Junior Sister? Without a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert in charge, what's left of their divine court realm strength is nothing more than shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Shouldn't it be the 3 sects of the Yin aiming for the Yanyu Palace? Why did the demon-slaying sect appear? This is outrageous. Seeing them shivering like this, do they really think there's a place more terrifying than Jingting Mountain in this world? Are they afraid of the demon-slaying sect but not Jingting Mountain? In the blink of an eye, the dark shadows in the sky had already come close. It was only then that it became clear that what they saw were not black clouds, but rather a square formation made up of guards wearing black robes, protecting a massive dark dragon carriage in the center. Aboard the dragon carriage was Swishinshin, a powerful cultivator with an extremely high ranking on the sinister list. The first on the sinister list is Master, the second is the eldest senior brother, and Swishinshin ranks 3rd. He is also the #1 expert under the command of the demon-slaying sect master. However, Ming Shireen was somewhat puzzled. The demon-slaying sect and the Jingting Mountain have always been on neutral terms. Why would they attack the Yanyu Palace? As he pondered, a divine court realm expert flew forward and, upon arrival, bowed with clasped hands. The demon-slaying sect has no intentions of attacking the Jingting Mountain. 4th Mister, can you hand over the female cultivators to the demon-slaying sect? Ming Shireen, feeling uninterested in the matter, turned around and walked back towards the barrier. Thank you, 4th Mister. We will surely visit you to express our gratitude another day. The black-robed man waved his arm, and in an instant, the surrounding cultivators swarmed towards the female cultivators like locusts. Wait, Ming Shireen stopped them at this point. I almost forgot my master's new teachings. Lately, he has been fond of treating people kindly. With this thought, he raised his hand and pushed all the female cultivators into the barrier. Thank you, 4th Mister, for saving us. The female cultivators immediately knelt down and thanked him in unison. The divine court realm black-robed man furrowed his brow upon seeing this. Escaping from the wolf's jaws and entering the lion's den. Have these women gone mad? The 4th Mister has gone back on his word. I'm afraid that's not good, right? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who was resting in the evil sky pavilion, heard a prompt sound in his ear. Ding! You've gained 1450 merit points from devout worship. Then, Xia Yuan recounted the course of events. After listening, Lu Zhou became somewhat enlightened. The female cultivators of Yanyu Palace are Yi Tianxin's subordinates. Yi Tianxin has been imprisoned, and what's left is nothing more than a group of scattered sand. They even dared to come to Jinting Mountain. Their courage is not ordinary. They're just a group of female cultivators, with the highest cultivation level being Divine Court Realm. It's so tiring to attend to everything personally when you're older. These days, the lottery has been making my head foggy, so I don't have time to deal with this trivial matter. It's better to think about the rules of the lottery. With this thought, he spoke indifferently. These small matters, you can handle them yourselves. Xia Yuan happily ran out after responding. At this time, at the foot of Jinting Mountain, Ming Shirin sneered after hearing the other party's words. What? Are you unhappy? The Divine Court Realm powerhouse was obviously taken aback by these words. Before he could open his mouth, a voice came from the dark dragon carriage. Mr. Fourth, can I have a meeting with your esteemed master? This voice carried a strong sonic wave. It didn't sound powerful, but the muster energy within it could even cause trouble for a Brahma Sea Realm cultivator with all 8 meridians open. Ming Shirin crossed his arms and looked somewhat unconvinced. Do you think that my master is someone that just anyone can see casually like stray cats and dogs? The atmosphere became tense as soon as these words were spoken. The guards beside them watched the scene coldly, ready for battle. Take advantage of my good mood and disperse, Ming Shirin said, and then walked towards the barrier. However, the next second, a violent gale suddenly swept in. The female cultivators of Yanyu Palace inside the barrier were immediately suppressed and paralyzed on the ground. Mr. Fourth, do I have the qualifications to meet your esteemed master now? As the words fell, a 4-leaf dark avatar gradually materialized. Ming Shirin saw this and frowned immediately. The dark incantation of the 100 Tribulation Inside avatar with 4 leaves opened and is about 5 meters tall. Such a strong opponent. Besides master, only the first senior brother and second senior brother can take him on. But it is a pity that Jinting Mountain has long since lost its former glory. Then he asked coldly, so you're a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert? If you came here to show off your martial prowess, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. How dare I? The figure said, and then retracted the avatar, leaped up, and jumped down. The guards behind him also slowly retreated a distance under his guidance. Demon Slayer Sect Shuxinchan sincerely begs to have a meeting with the old senior. I hope Mr. Fourth can help us this once. Is he trying to threaten and scare me? Ming Shirin was about to shake his head and refuse when Xia Yuan's figure arrived here. Master has ordered. It turns out to be Miss Nine, who has been well known for quite a long time. Shuxinchan glanced at her and began to flatter her. Xia Yuan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wow, has my reputation become so great? It's even more than that. Miss Nine entered Jinting Mountain at the age of 10. It took 10 days for you to profoundly enter a realm, 3 months for you to condense your cultivation, 2 years for opening all 8 meridians in the ancient sea realm, and entered the Divine Court Realm in 3 years. Under the heaven, there may be no one who can match with Miss Nine's accomplishments. These words made Xia Yuan quite pleased. You are pretty good at talking, Master said. He will see you in front of the hall. Ming Shirin felt speechless as he saw this scene. This is also considered an expert who opened the 4-leaf golden lotus, flattering others with a set of skills. At this time, in the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou was sitting at the top of the hall. Duan Musheng, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong were all standing by his side. He hadn't sat in this position for a long time, and it felt a bit cold and unfamiliar. Before long, Shuxinchan entered the hall with 4 subordinates. Shuxinchan of the Demon Slayer sect greets the old senior. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou glanced at him. Take a seat. Thank you. After sitting down, Shuxinchan looked around. I really didn't dare to perceive the cultivation level of this powerful figure. Based on my intuition, the aura of this evil patriarch seemed a bit quite ordinary. However, in the world of cultivators, it is commonplace to hide one's cultivation, so it is not surprising. Also, the decoration around the hall, it's not extravagant nor majestic. It's just like an ordinary sect, and there's really nothing special about it. Speak, what's the matter? Lu Zhou said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Shuxinchan bowed. The Demon Slayer sect has long heard of the great name of Jinting Mountain. Today, we came here to discuss 3 matters. First, Yanyu Palace has provoked the Demon Slayer sect more than 3 or 5 times recently. Now that Palace Master Yi has been captured by the old senior, it is only natural and justified, and she only has herself to blame for it. As for the other female cultivators from Yanyu Palace, I hope the old senior will hand them over to my Demon Slayer sect. Upon hearing this, Duan Musheng's eyes narrowed. Yanyu Palace was created by the traitor of Jinting Mountain. Even if they deserved punishment, it will not be your turn to have a say in this matter. Shuxinchan didn't argue, and maintained a respectful demeanor. What Mr. Third said makes sense. Second, under the entrustment of Jing Mingdao, Pan Zhong betrayed his sect, and the Demon Slayer sect can deal with him as we see fit because prior to this, Pan Zhong had already intended to join the Demon Slayer sect. These 3 slaves from lowly families are not worthy of standing in the Demon Sky Pavilion. As soon as the words fell, Pan Zhong's face changed dramatically. Duan Musheng was about to speak when Lu Zhou's voice came. Continue. If the third matter can be fulfilled, then the first 2 things can also be done as well. In the end, the Demon Slayer sect is just like the Jingting Mountain Demon Sky Pavilion. Both are hated by those so-called righteous sects. The top 10 experts have repeatedly sparred with the old senior, and their power not only did not diminish but instead increased significantly. If the Demon Sky Pavilion is willing willing to join hands with the Demon Slayer sect. There will be no rivals under the heaven. Hearing the tone of his words, Duan Mushing's temper couldn't be held back any longer, and he immediately started cursing. Bullshit. Based on your lowly status in the demon slaying sect, you are not qualified to converse with the Demon Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Facing Duan Mushing's angry rebuke, Suishin-chan didn't get angry. He continued to speak with a calm expression. If I have offended you in any way, I hope that Mr. Third can forgive me. At this moment, Ming Shireen stepped forward. Suishin-chan, let me tell you. Firstly, the owner of the Enyu Palace is Yi Tianxin, and whether a dog bites or not depends on the owner. Don't you agree? The second point is that since Pan Zhong has entered Jingting Mountain, he is now considered a member of Jingting Mountain, and any past conflicts with the Demon Sky Pavilion will not be pursued anymore. If you want to cause trouble for him, then you are causing trouble for the Demon Sky Pavilion. The third point, and the most important one, is that if you want to join hands with the Demon Sky Pavilion, I'm sorry, you are not qualified. Suishin-chan shook his head and chuckled, disagreeing. If the Demon Sky Pavilion's power was at its peak, it's natural that the Demon Slaying sect was not qualified. But times have changed. Demon Sky Pavilion has been declining, and even Senior G's profound cultivation cannot change the current situation. The Demon Slaying sect is growing stronger, and it's obvious to the cultivation world. Moreover, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. After saying that, his gaze fell on Lu Zhou. The meaning was very clear. The opinions of others in the evil Sky Pavilion didn't matter. He only cared about Lu Zhou's thoughts. Lu Zhou still had a calm expression. After a moment, he slowly spoke. You're right. Hearing this, Xia Yuan couldn't help but look back at him. Has Master become confused? What kind of arrogant Demon Slaying sect member comes to Demon Sky Pavilion and speaks so recklessly, and yet the Master isn't even angry? Suishin-chan quickly showed a joyful expression and bowed. It seems that Senior G has a deep understanding of righteousness. Lu Zhou paused for a moment and continued. Do you know why I asked you to come up and meet me? Upon hearing this, Suishin-chan tentatively answered. Could it be that Senior G already guessed the purpose of my visit beforehand? Are you practicing demonic dhyana? The Bodhi tree is originally without a trunk. The bright mirror is also not a stand. This kind of demonic dhyana cultivation is rare in the world. It is said that only by practicing it alone can one achieve enlightenment after 100 tribulations. Hearing Lu Zhou's praise, Suishin-chan felt a bit proud. Senior, you're too kind. Indeed, it's true. I have been practicing demonic dhyana for 100 years and was able to rank in the top 3 of the blacklist, relying on the hand seal of the demonic dhyana sect. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Zhou nodded in approval. This scene left the two disciples on the side somewhat bewildered. Suishin-chan's words are full of insinuations and even suggest that the Demon Sky Pavilion is in a state of decline. Master, do you really not understand what he means? Moreover, you even praise him. Then, let me learn and experience it from you. Duan Mushing shouted and leaped into action. The hot-tempered man couldn't stand the other party's arrogant attitude. That's exactly what I was thinking. Suishin-chan's eyes lit up. This was also an opportunity to show off their strength in the evil Sky Pavilion. As the two of them took action, a sudden gust of wind rose in the arena. Neither of them was willing to back down from the collision. Xia Yuan looked a little nervous. She was afraid they would tear down the hall. Lu Zhou calmly said it was no problem. Let them fight. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, standing nearby, watched in amazement. This was a showdown between experts. The two had exquisite control over the wind. Whenever the wind was about to touch a building, it would automatically disappear. Duan Mushing's chain in his hand danced fiercely. Sparks flew as the wind collided, making for a spectacular scene. Suishin-chan appeared as composed as ever. Mr. Third is injured and yet still has such powerful strength left. Admirable. Truly admirable. Lu Zhou understood. Duan Mushing was just a little short of breaking through to the primordial spirit tribulation realm. After all these years, he was unable to break through under Ji Tiandao's suppression, so when he was facing off against Suishin-chan, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. And on the other hand, Suishin-chan appears to be very relaxed. The handprint is out. Xia Yuan pointed at the scene with a worried expression. In an instant, countless palm prints condensed around Suishin-chan. They continuously slapped towards Duan Mushing. Duan Mushing had no choice but to keep blocking with his chain, but he was forced to continuously retreat, losing momentum. There was still a gap in their realms. Lu Zhou shook his head upon seeing this. Duan Mushing could be considered invincible below the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Not only was he resilient, but also very fierce. What a pity, but it doesn't matter. The path of cultivation is long. These disciples have extraordinary talents. Becoming a top expert is just a matter of time. I'll join. Ming Shireen saw this scene and leaped into the battlefield. Although his participation stabilized the situation a bit, Suishin-chan remained undefeated against the two and grew stronger as the battle went on. So, Mr. Fourth is in a nascent soul tribulation realm. If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. Avatar, come forth. With a shout, a dark-colored avatar gradually materialized. In the blink of an eye, it filled the sky. The power of the nascent divinity tribulation realm was mainly in the avatar. 5 meters tall, it was enough to demolish the evil Sky Pavilion. But strangely, the dark-colored avatar seemed like a phantom standing within the pavilion. Therefore, it can be seen that this person is not an ordinary strong one. The situation was immediately reversed as soon as the avatar appeared. A majestic pressure instantly swept towards the two who were fighting. Palm prints several times larger than before fell densely like a torrential rain. Upon seeing the situation cultivation, Ming Shirin hastily summoned his own avatar, which was 2 meters tall, to resist. However, the gap in strength was too great after all. A moment later, he felt his blood surging and his arm numb. Shuxinchin, who was completely in control, smirked triumphantly. "Everyone, will you join hands with the demon-slaying sect now?" Upon hearing this, Duan Mushing shouted angrily, "Not a chance." Then he immediately leaped up and started fighting with Shuxinchin again. Seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Duan Mushing's temper was too explosive. He was usually quite calm in front of him and had the demeanor of an elder brother. Now he was just a reckless man. He directly used the chain to infuse muster energy, swinging it back and forth. Fortunately, the space was large enough, otherwise, 10 evil sky pavilions would not be enough for him to demolish. The gap in realms was obvious. Shuxinchin intended to use Duan Mushing as practice, showing off his strength. However, this could also indirectly reveal the cultivation level of the disciples. On the other hand, it also allowed Lu Zhou to observe the strength of the second-in-command of the demon-slaying sect. So, Lu Zhou didn't stop them. Although he had repeatedly defeated righteous experts and demonstrated his powerful dominance, the righteous world always believed that Ji Tiandao would grow old one day. Even the most powerful cultivators would be useless without enough lifespan. In the cultivation world, no one has broken through this limitation so far. The demon-slaying sect is the most ambitious sect in the cultivation world, constantly growing their power by devouring other sects. In the past, the demon sect also had clashes with the ghost sect in secret, but both sides feared each other's strength and have never engaged in large-scale conflicts. But the visit to the Jingting Mountain is true, the desire to form an alliance is also true, and the display of strength is also true. The siege and suppression of the Yanyu Palace's female cultivators was just an excuse. However, does Lu Zhou need an alliance, or is the demon-slaying sect worthy? There are so many forces in the world, and it's not just the demon-slaying sect that wants to win over Jingting Mountain. In terms of status, qualifications, and strength, the demon-slaying sect doesn't rank at all. It's ridiculous to rely solely on the 3rd place in the sinister list. Before long, Duan Mushing was knocked to the ground by Shuxinchin. The gap in realms was becoming more and more apparent. He realized this himself. After all, the realm difference is not something that can be made up by being resilient. Ming Shirin, who had rested for a while, jumped back into the fray. At this point, Shuxinchin was somewhat carried away. Even if the opponents took turns, he still didn't take them seriously. Binding seal, see through the nature of the mind clearly. Having said that, he clasped his hands together, forming a raging palm print. In an instant, it carried an unstoppable momentum and collided with Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin, at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, tried his best to resist but ultimately was no match and was thrown back to the ground. Upon seeing this, Yuana showed a worried expression on her face. Shuxinchin stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the scene with an air of arrogance. "Are the 3 gentlemen satisfied with this battle? You, with only a 4-leaf avatar at the primordial spirit tribulation realm, have the nerve to show off?" Ci Yuana angrily retorted. Hearing this, Shuxinchin replied indifferently, "Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth are not ordinary cultivators. I was forced to use the binding seal out of helplessness. This move was indeed a bit like that of the strong bullying the weak. Please forgive me. If the first senior brother and second senior brother were to be here, don't say you have a 4-leaf golden lotus. Even if you had a 6-leaf golden lotus, you would still have to bow down." Ci Yuana was furious at this point. However, everyone knew that these words were just for saving face, so Shuxinchin didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally spoke. "Shuxinchin, that move of using the binding seal was quite good." Hearing this, Shuxinchin became somewhat complacent. "Thank you, Senior G, for the praise. I would like to ask Senior G to teach me a few moves." As soon as these words were spoken, the guards following behind were dumbfounded on the spot, incredulous. This seems to be not part of the plan. Even peak-level experts at the primordial spirit tribulation realm with 7 or 8-leaf golden lotus avatar would not dare to make such a request. "What's the intention behind your action, second sect leader?" Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, and he didn't say anything. Shuxinchin released a violent aura that surrounded his body, quite proud of himself. "Elder Senior G can rest assured that my binding seal technique can definitely withstand powerful attacks. If I were to lose within 10 moves, I will let you do as you please." Hearing this, Lu Zhou snorted coldly and stood up. Although the Demon Sky Pavilion is no longer as powerful as before, it is still not a place for you rats to come and act recklessly. With that, he stretched out his arm. Between his fingers, a golden vortex slowly took shape, and then gradually enlarged, releasing a dazzling light. After using Fatal Blow, you will gain an indescribable power that deals a fatal blow to the target. Each use grants 500 points of merit. Shuxinchin stared wide-eyed, his hairs involuntarily standing on end. This is the Great Fearless Seal. Now, he only felt as if a gigantic palm covered the sky and locked onto him. The guards behind him were frightened and stunned on the spot. Compared to the Great Fearless Seal, the binding seal was so insignificant. Shuxinchin was terrified, his palms constantly flipping up and down. Myriads of binding seals. With a loud shout, countless binding seals rushed towards the opponent in succession, but without any effect. All were swallowed up by the golden giant palm. Seeing this, he could only inflate his 4-leaf avatar to the extreme for defense. The next second, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky. Under the impact, he was instantly knocked out of the evil sky pavilion, his fate unknown. At this moment, the scene was extremely extremely quiet. Everyone was shocked by the sight, unable to add anything to it. What just happened? They didn't know. They only felt an indescribable power. I'm still alive. Where's the second sect leader? He seems to have been thrown out. Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly rushed outside. Master, let's go and take a look too. After everyone left, only Lu Zhou remained in the hall. He looked at his palm with some confusion. Is this what an indescribable power looks like? I didn't expect the released form to be the Great Fearless Seal, because I haven't really practiced Zen Buddhism before. In my memory, my understanding of the Dhyana handprints is only at a basic level. I am familiar with some basic handprints and moves, but I cannot say that I have practiced them. When I made my move that time, I already felt the immense power of that force. Judging from the feeling just now, the power was strong enough to instantly defeat Suixin Chang, just like the power surge from the peak experience card. Could it be that it grows stronger when facing stronger opponents? Unfortunately, I only used the prop card once, so the reference basis is insufficient. Indeed, it is indescribable.